Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Half Demon, Cow, Fox. His own strength was not enough to suppress these old disciples of the soul-refining sect, but Hao-Chen knew that someone could. The Taoist in green was different from him. He was a strong man among the geniuses. He had the strength to suppress these old disciples of the soul-refining sect. And this could also complete the task previously assigned by his own shopkeeper in an open and above-board manner. Therefore, Hao-Chen had an idea. He had tried to call out in his heart before, but it was useless. No one answered. At that time, Hao-Chen had a brief doubt, wondering if he had really gotten rid of the control of the Taoist in green. He had secretly thought about whether he should have other little thoughts and just give up. He could just find a random reason to get away with it later. After all, he is now a disciple of the soul-refining sect, with the sect as his backing, and he is no longer a casual cultivator without any support. Even if the Taoist in green is a genius of a big sect, he can't control their soul-refining sect. This thought has been lingering in Hao-Chen's mind. It lasted for a long time. Hao-Chen struggled for a long time, but decided to make up his mind and reveal the news here to the Taoist in green. Even if he did so, the Taoist in green could expose his identity with a random move. But if he didn't do that, Hao-Chen knew that he had no choice. This matter was doomed from the beginning. After Hao-Chen used the communication talisman to spread the news here, not long after, he felt a slight shock in the depths of his mind. The way the Taoist in green appeared remained the same as before. The sentence in the bloody space before, "all the runes have melted away," is a big joke. Seeing this scene, Hao-Chen realized that he was indeed overthinking. It is wishful thinking to think that you can escape control without doing anything. Since the Taoist in green sent him into the soul-refining sect, how could he not leave corresponding restraining means? Fortunately, his heart was not replaced by luck. Hao-Chen thought secretly in his heart. As for the words that someone had said before, "all the runes on your body have melted away," Hao-Chen pretended that he had never heard it. That kind of words may deceive ordinary mortals, but anyone who believes it is a fool. Fortunately, during this period of time, he has never betrayed the Taoist in green. Otherwise, at this moment, Hao-Chen's thoughts are a bit complicated. He even thinks that this Taoist in green is more like a demon cultivator than a demon cultivator. Cold-blooded, cruel, and calculating. It's just an old fox who doesn't show his true colors. I understand. Luo Yan understood the meaning of Hao-Chen's words. His meaning is very simple, that is, this time's competition for the yin ki pool quota, continue to fight for him. It doesn't matter if he is aiming to kill someone, because it makes sense. Although Hao-Chen is suspected of using himself to help him gain benefits. But the time for the task assigned by the Lord of the U-Hall is almost half over. Now that it's finally time to get to the final step, Luo Yan will naturally not choose to give up. And relying on Hao-Chen's own strength, participating in such a competition and wanting to kill a fellow disciple is indeed a bit too much. And Hao-Chen is right, this is indeed an excellent opportunity. Thinking of this, Luo Yan took over Hao-Chen's body and took control. Then he began to prepare. Luo Yan checked the second level 5 element talismans in the storage bag and felt that the number of talismans left was a bit small. With only the current second level talismans, it would be a bit stretched to fight those old disciples of the soul-refining sect. Luo Yan then took out the 5 second level monster furs with 5 element attributes from the storage bag and began to draw runes on them. These monster materials were left over from the last time. This time it was just right to continue drawing talismans. Before the real 5 element magic power can no longer be used, it is still necessary to reserve a little more second level talismans to replace the subsequent fighting. At midnight, deep underground in the soul-refining sect, next to the yin ki pool, more than 10 foundation building monks wearing the robes of the soul-refining sect were teleported here through the internal teleportation array. There are only 3 springs at the entrance to the yin ki pool, located in 3 opposite corners. There is a faint breath of the netherworld above the spring, but it is blocked by the forbidden array at the gap. I believe that all of you fellows are here for this yin ki spring. There are 10 of us here. I'm afraid we need to discuss a feasible way to select 3 of them. A man with blood and resentful souls all over his body suggested. The fellows who can come here either have a background or have the strength to be noticed by the people of the corpse refining sect. No matter which one, they should not be underestimated by others. Let's fight. Everyone depends on their own ability. Whoever grabs the quota to enter the yin qi pool first will be qualified to be cleansed in the yin qi pool. A burly man with a burly figure and a buzzing voice said. He was very strong, almost a head taller than everyone else, with strong muscles exposed. The most memorable thing was that there were 2 bulges on his forehead. Like 2 horny tentacles. It gave people a very fierce feeling. There were 10 fellow disciples, but only 3 were available. That means more than half of them needed to be eliminated. If there were 9 fellow disciples, it would be fine, 3 people in a group. But now there is 1 more fellow disciple, and it would not be fair to choose opponents. It is better to fight for it based on their own abilities. A stupid cow with only a body but no brain. An old disciple of the soul refining sect sneered. His cheeks were white, so white that they were a little creepy, like a cunning fox. Those who can come here are either disciples who have just entered the sect in the past 2 years, or some old disciples who practice the ancient blood demon way or the ghost fairy system. After separating a part of the soul origin and waiting for the split soul to grow up, they returned to the headquarters of the soul refining sect. An old disciple who wanted his split soul to parasitize the body and follow the yin qi system. People like them know best that eggs should not be put in the same basket. The possibility of a soul that parasitizes on someone else to obtain a rare inheritance is too small. In other words, ordinary inheritance is not worth their attention at all. Ordinary secrets and magical powers are not worth their energy to calculate. In this case, it is better to return to their own sect and try another practice system. And the way to recruit disciples in the soul refining sect is not just to kill from the bloody space. Naturally, there are other ways to recruit disciples. For example, the recommendation of the elders within the sect, etc. There are very few such people, but they are not absent. No matter from which aspect, there is a very confirmed fact, that is, the number of disciples in the soul refining sect is generally very small. Just like the yin qi pool that can promote the practice of the secret method of corpse refining technique. There are only about 10 people participating in the competition. If it were in other sects, it would be something that they would not even dare to think about. The number of elite disciples who participated in the competition for the welfare of their own sect was only a dozen or so. Moreover, the benefits of the yin qi system were very obvious, and it was an enhanced version of the ghost immortal system. This secret technique that could refine one's own flesh into a yin corpse was like mastering a magic weapon that could grow with one's own cultivation realm. It could also devour various natural treasures to evolve. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was much better than the blood demon Dao system, which was trapped in killing and lost itself. Therefore, there were many people who wanted to practice this system within the soul refining sect. But if you want to go with a yin qi system, you have to practice from scratch. In other words, the blood qi and resentful spirits that you had cultivated before have to be dispersed and recultivated. Therefore, although this new cultivation system has many benefits, the number of soul refining sect disciples who can make up their minds to disperse their power and recultivate is still not large. After all, this is to disperse the blood qi that you have cultivated for decades before, which means that so much time has been wasted and you need to start all over again. Of course, there are ways to speed up the yin qi cultivation. That is to find a high-quality yin qi gathering place to wash away the lead of the flesh. The yin qi pool is such a thing. Otherwise, you can only bury your flesh in the ground and then use time to grind it bit by bit. This speed is like a turtle's speed. And the physical qualifications that are finally refined can only be regarded as average. Because the yin qi in the yin qi pool is relatively scarce. Even the elders and senior officials within the soul refining sect have to give up the idea of promoting it. They can only throw it to the disciples under the sect to compete. Hao Chen also got this opportunity to compete for the yin qi pool because of his outstanding performance in the blood-colored space and his strength surpassing others. And the rest of the new disciples will not even have the opportunity to compete in the yin qi pool. You stinky fox with a lingering soul, you are everywhere. Look at me tearing your mouth apart. The horned man, whose body was much larger than everyone else, directly grew larger again, reaching several feet high. The whole body exuded a monstrous black flame, burning fiercely. It was like a wild bull beast burning in flames, with a very fierce momentum. Chi. Chi. The black flames rolled towards the fox-faced monk, and he also rushed forward. It seemed to tear apart everything in front of him. Chila. As soon as the fox-faced monk waved his hand, bursts of black mist appeared around him. The black mist enveloped the space, and countless foxes appeared in it. They roared and rushed towards the fireworks and the horned man with their fangs and claws. Die! 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 The horned man stood upright, the black fireworks were surging, and the huge footsteps were also madly trampling down. Many foxes were crushed. But the black mist seemed to have a special corrosive feeling, which made the surface of the horned man's skin corroded and chi-chi. It began to fester, and in a very short time, piles of white bones were exposed. Bang! The horned man's impact was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, which shook the space. But the small and flexible fox had too much advantage against this guy who only used brute force. The two sides fought for a long time. No one else came forward to disturb them, and they all watched quietly. It would be great if someone was willing to throw out a brick to track Jade and help them eliminate a competitor first. In the end, the horned man was defeated. He was defeated by the innate magical power of this soul-split parasite. Damn stinky fox, I will fight back again. Suddenly a scream sounded. With a bang, the black fog dissipated, and the fox shadow in the sky also disappeared. The horned man stood in the underground space, his body completely rotted away, leaving only a broad and white skeleton. After a breath, the horned man's figure collapsed. The skeleton turned into powder and fell to the ground. The Yankee spring in the middle belongs to me. Are there any more challengers? The pale, fox-like man shouted loudly to the surroundings. It was as if he was announcing his achievements. Silence, silence all around. The cultivators in the underground space saw the previous scene and all fell silent. The strength of the ox-horned man was not weak. In other words, as a veteran disciple of the soul-refining sect, few of them were weak. The fox-faced man and the ox-horned man were not the real bodies. What appeared here were their second blood clones parasitized by the soul-sucking technique. And the creatures that these two people chose to parasitize were ordinary mortals or cultivators. They were bull monsters and fox monsters that were hybrids of humans and monsters. Of these two monsters, the former has a strong body, and after it is fully developed, it is even comparable to a magic weapon. If it is refined by yin qi, the body will become even stronger. The latter fox monster is simple, relying on its own innate magical powers to suppress the bull monster in such a short time. You have to know that they both entered the soul-refining sect at the same time and were mortal enemies. Their true strengths were equal and neither could do anything to the other. The reason why the fox-faced man was able to win this time was because he took advantage of the innate magical powers of his soul-dividing parasite. The soul-dividing parasites of both of them chose this kind of half-demon body. The competition was about innate magical powers. However, the silence of the cultivators only lasted for a moment. Sang Fox, are you telling me a joke? It often takes more than 10 years to queue up for a place in the yin qi pool. There are only 3 places each time. Why do you say that you have taken up a place and I will give it to you? Is it because you beat a stupid cow, or because your face is as pale as a female bodhisattva buried in the snow? After the silence, another old disciple wearing a black skull robe stood up. Is it you, the reckless man? What? Do you want to learn from that stupid cow and fight with me? The fox-faced man's face changed for a while, and he looked at the reckless man who jumped out to refute him at this time, full of gloom. This guy, like the stupid cow, is an old disciple who joined the sect many years ago. After years of honing in the foundation building stage, his strength is extremely strong. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. I never thought that this guy would come here. For a moment, the fox-faced man showed a look of doubt. After all, he had just finished a battle and faced such a difficult guy. No matter how you look at it, it seems a bit unfair. Chapter 277 Brother, save me. Join forces. The fox-faced man had no other options, because he had provoked the previous fight. If he could have been patient when he met that stupid cow, he couldn't help it. Forget it. That stupid cow's mouth is really too stinky. Thinking of this, the fox-faced man felt a black line on his forehead. Although he didn't think that his tone could be so good. The secret method of corpse refining technique is indeed not easy for Kei Haojin and other new disciples. After all, practicing any technique requires contribution points from the sect. For these new disciples, it's useless even if they are greedy. Either they get the appreciation of the senior monks, or they can only rely on themselves to exchange in the Dharma Pavilion. The contribution points that can be exchanged for the secret art of corpse refining are not a small number. For these new disciples who have just entered the sect, it is almost impossible to accumulate enough contribution points in a short period of time to exchange for the secret art of corpse refining. But for old disciples like the fox-faced man, although the exchange price of contribution points for corpse refining technique is quite high, they can still get it together. So as long as these old disciples are sincere and want to learn this secret method of corpse refining, after paying a certain price, you can always learn it. The rare thing is to succeed in practicing. If you don't rely on the opportunity of refining in the yin qi pool, it will take decades for the yin qi to erode the body in the initial stage. Therefore, some old disciples who really want to practice this secret method of corpse refining will think of bringing their soul parasites here. But there are many people who have the same idea as them. The previous competitions in the yin qi pool were extremely fierce. There were even dozens of fellow foundation building disciples who came to compete together. The battle at that time was terrifying. The current number of people is only this small, which is far below the expectations of the cultivators present. You must know that the number of disciples in the soul refining sect is extremely rare. Although the disciples who can join the sect have a minimum cultivation level of the foundation building stage. However, due to the trial rules of the blood-colored space, the mortality rate is still too high. Therefore, the number of foundation building disciples in the soul refining sect is still far less than that of other sects of the same type. At this moment, it is very rare to gather about 10 disciples of the soul refining sect in front of the yin qi pool. After all, many people's soul parasites have long passed the stage of choosing to practice cultivation techniques. And the path of corpse refining is too dependent on yin qi resources. If most of the energy is put into finding yin qi resources, the progress of the cultivation of the main soul of the main body will inevitably be affected. Most disciples of the soul refining sect generally use the soul parasites to collect resources and then supply the main soul of the main body to grow. Therefore, the secret art of corpse refining can really play the greatest effect. In fact, it is the disciples who have just entered the door. But in fact, if there is no old disciple to introduce the door, the new disciples will not be able to contact this secret method of corpse refining. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, everyone present today is a blood body, so let's fight to your heart's content. Whoever wins will enter the yin qi pool, whoever loses will get out. The black-robed rough man laughed loudly, with arrogance on his face, murderous eyes, revealing a terrifying aura. A blazing talisman light shot up into the sky and rushed towards the fox-faced man. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, the cultivators retreated a distance, leaving a large blank area for them. At this moment, Luo Yan's heart sank suddenly. If these guys in front of him were all soul-splitting parasites, even if he defeated them, he would probably not be able to collect their bodies. Because these guys would never give up resistance until the last moment. And they were all very powerful, and almost everyone knew the secret method of rune magic. It was really difficult to defeat these old disciples of the soul refining sect with just a few second-level talismans and the fog-gathering technique. Unless Luo Yan was willing to risk exposing himself and use rune magic to collide head-on with them, Luo Yan thought for a moment and decided to be safe and verify the identities of these people before making any plans. Although at this moment, he had already planned to expose part of his strength. Luo Yan closed his eyes, and a faint rune flashed in his eyes. Then he used his eyes to secretly scan the surrounding cultivators. Suddenly, a faint blue light burst out from Luo Yan's eyes. This ray of light burst out quickly and disappeared quickly, so that the cultivators present did not pay much attention. After all, everyone is a competitor, and it is normal to spy on each other. Huh? Suddenly, Luo Yan's spirit was suddenly lifted. He found a cultivator whose body and soul were one among the other 8 disciples of the soul refining sect. He was able to coordinate with the body very well, without a sense of disobedience. The one who could do this was probably the real body. Luo Yan shifted all his attention to him again. After a moment, he found that this person actually gave him a familiar feeling. Luo Yan remembered that this was the gloomy young man he met in the blood-colored space before. This guy is here too. But at this time, his whole body was shrouded in a layer of mist, and it was obvious that he was constantly practicing the technique of restraining his own aura. Kei Haochen's face is familiar to this person. If I go up and fight directly, It is not in line with his style of doing things. When he was in the bloody space before, Luo Yan had some impression of this person. He felt like a fair person. He lacked a sense of ruthlessness in his heart. Although he found the person who met his requirements, Luo Yan was not ready to do it himself. Although it was common for disciples of the soul refining sect to fight each other, if they were killed directly and the bodies were collected, this behavior would easily arouse suspicion from some unknown existence. Luo Yan decided to wait a little longer. Now was not the time. Soon, he got the opportunity. Because a fellow disciple had been eliminated before. And the battle between the black-robed rough man and the fox-faced man was a good example. The competition for the yin qi pool spring on the field happened to be a group of 3. Each group corresponded to a yin qi pool spring. So an unknown old disciple of the soul refining sect found Luo Yan and fought with him. Although the strength of this old disciple of the soul refining sect was strong, it was much more difficult than the cultivators he met in the bloody space before. But Luo Yan has the help of the fog-gathering technique, which can blind the opponent's vision and consciousness. He also has many 5-element talismans. With the blessing of the two, in the eyes of others, he can fight against him without losing. The gloomy young man was also entangled by an old disciple of the soul refining sect at this time. However, his strength was much inferior. The ruined blue wolf became scarred in a short moment under the heavy ghost of the old disciple of the soul refining sect. Under the continuous attack of the old disciple, the blue wolf transformed by the rune could only try its best to resist. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan's mind turned rapidly, and an idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Join hands. In the underground space, the fog was filled, and the breeze blew. A familiar voice came to the ears of the gloomy young man. He knew that this was the voice of the man who looked honest but was actually extremely powerful in the blood-colored space before. At this moment, the gloomy young man was beaten by the old disciple of the soul refining sect and could only defend himself. He was still secretly regretting that he should not have asked his uncle for the opportunity to refine in the yin qi pool. After all, he had been severely warned by his uncle before he came. Almost all the people he met here were old disciples who had practiced for a long time. He didn't have much chance to compete with these guys. But the gloomy young man thought that his talent and strength were pretty good. The benefits of practicing the secret method of corpse refining are definitely much higher than the other two practice systems. In addition, he had just entered the sect and encountered such an opportunity. If he didn't even dare to look at it and didn't go to the scene to fight for it, if he chose to miss it, wouldn't it be a pity? If he didn't even have the courage to fight for it, how could he climb to a higher peak in the future? If by chance, he won the quota for refining in the yin qi pool, it would save him decades of yin qi erosion time. So the gloomy young man's idea was very simple. Even if he couldn't beat him, it would be good to see those so-called old disciples and understand their real fighting power. Then, he would listen to the advice of his uncle and admit defeat. He would be able to escape. Therefore, the gloomy young man came to this underground space with the tacit consent of his uncle. Okay, I'll trouble you again this time. The gloomy young man opened his mouth and spit out the ruined blue wolf that appeared. It roared violently, grew larger, and slapped the old disciple away with a slap. At this time, Luo Yan took this opportunity to spread a wisp of mist inadvertently. The old disciple of the soul refining sect who was fighting with a gloomy young man didn't check it for a while, and Luo Yan used a second-level escape talisman to change his position. He raised the magic hammer in his hand high and smashed it down hard. An inexplicable breath suddenly appeared in this space. The direction where the huge iron hammer was smashed down fell from one side to the other. Finally, it fell on the old disciple who was fighting with a gloomy young man. Huh? You two shameless guys actually joined forces. Some people in the rest of the battle group frowned, and even the offensive of their palms was much smaller. According to the previous practice, when encountering such a situation, the disciples of the soul refining sect usually find an opponent each. First reduce the total number of participating competitors. Then the winner will be decided among the cultivators. Of course, facing the current situation, the cultivators were just on guard in their hearts, and did not say much. After all, it was not them who were eliminated. But when they found that the two turned around and joined hands again, eliminating another opponent in a very short time, the rest of the cultivators could not sit still. If they were also attacked by these two shameless guys, wouldn't they become the scapegoats? So some people wanted to turn the spearhead and get rid of these two guys first. Stinky Fox, stop the war. The aura of those two guys seems a little strange. A trace of thought flashed in the eyes of the black-robed rough man, and then he spoke. The fox-faced man was not a fool. He could guess the identities of these two people without the reminder of this damn old enemy. They were probably newcomers. He didn't pay much attention to it before. After all, those who could participate in the competition of Yin Qi pool were almost all their own soul parasites. It was normal for someone to have a weak and restrained breath. But it was different now. The breath of these two people was unfamiliar, and the fighting style had been seen before. They could also disregard the previous unspoken rules and team up to deal with others. They didn't know the rules. In other words, these two people were most likely newcomers who had just joined the sect. There was no doubt about it. If these senior monks fought to the death in front of them, and were ambushed by two newcomers and then picked peaches, it would be a big joke. Thinking of this, the fox-faced man and the black-robed rough man stopped at the same time. Then they rushed directly towards the two people. "Let me test your quality," the black-robed rough man shouted, and his aura surged. A long dragon appeared, and with a long roar, it emitted an amazing blood fluctuation. The long dragon lingered in the void, its body as huge as a hill, and it roared like a dragon and a tiger, and with one slap, it knocked the magic hammer in Luo Yan's hand away. Luo Yan's face was a little solemn. The strength of this black-robed rough man was a little unfair, when he couldn't use too many of his own iconic spells. It was indeed a little tricky to use the power of runes to deal with his fighting style. Chi. A huge claw shadow flew over at an extremely fast speed, with a kind of awe-inspiring power, sweeping over with an unstoppable state. Luo Yan's eyes condensed slightly, his sight was fixed on the front, and he was ready. The attack of this rune's secret technique was extremely powerful. With the strength he showed now, he would never dare to fight it head-on. Thinking of this, Luo Yan then gently turned sideways and dodged it. With a bang, the claw shadow of the long dragon slapped the ground, and the roar continued, causing the ground to break, and the wind blew violently, and the gravel filled the sky. Even the restrictions lingering in this underground space were stirred up with ripples. Facing the huge rune dragon, Luo Yan could only use the escape talisman in his hand to dodge constantly. Then he looked for an opportunity to attack. Although the black-robed man's attack was very fierce, Luo Yan still found a suitable balance point. He no longer hesitated, using the fog-gathering technique to block his vision and occasionally hit the black-robed man. Although Luo Yan was always at a disadvantage in the continuous battle with the black-robed man, he relied on the large number of talismans in his hand and the second-level 5-element magic, which was almost all instantaneous. Luo Yan was still able to fight back and forth with the black-robed man. On the other hand, the gloomy young man looked very embarrassed. Under the innate magical power of the fox-faced man, he was almost on the verge of defeat. The fox shadows in the sky were like a tide, turning into continuous light rain, surging up, covering the sky and the sun. "Brother Taoist, save me!" the gloomy young man shouted with a pale face. Chapter 278 The gloomy young man calling for help. When Fu Bao discovered that the fox-faced man was much stronger than himself and that he was no match for him, the gloomy young man immediately shouted for help. Hearing the cry for help, Luo Yan did not hesitate, his spiritual power surged, and the fog in the sky swept over again. Pop! The second-level escape talisman was torn apart in an instant, and a subtle spatial fluctuation was transmitted, and Luo Yan appeared beside the gloomy young man. At the same time, several second-level talismans of the 5 elements instantly exploded, and in an instant, a shocking explosion occurred in this place. Luo Yan took action to block the attack in front of the gloomy young man. Such a scene, in the eyes of the fox-faced man, subconsciously thought that the relationship between the two newcomers must be very close. Although he helped the gloomy young man block this attack, Luo Yan's face became more and more silent at this moment. Whether it is the black-robed rough man or the fox-faced man, they are both extremely powerful opponents. Their innate magical powers and rune methods are not weak. But not fighting back after being beaten is not Luo Yan's style. Thinking of this, a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. The wind is howling, the wind is coming, the rain is coming. The purple lightning is coming, the thunder is coming. Luo Yan tore open 6 second-level 5-element talismans at the same time. The wind spell, the wave-like rain spell, and the purple lightning spell. The 3 second-level spells broke out at the same time, triggering a chain reaction. The wind spell stirred the sky and strengthened the rain spell. The rain spell strengthened the thunder spell. The 3 different spells, combined together, actually doubled their power several times in a short period of time. In the end, a dazzling thunder dragon stood out, shaking the void, and attracted the two battle groups next to it, all of whom felt a strong sense of oppression. They all cast their eyes over. Go! The thunder dragon roared, shaking the world, and rushed towards the fox-faced man with a whistling sound, blowing a hurricane along the way, and carrying endless thunder and lightning. It drowned the fox-faced man's fox shadow in the sky. Damn you, you fool, if you let me go again, don't blame me for not serving you. In the end, the thunder dragon disappeared, and the fox-faced man's innate magical power was broken by more than half. He was also scorched black by the thunder dragon. The black robe was also split with several large holes. The power of this kind of combined magic was beyond his imagination. The fox-faced man's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. After staying in the soul refining sect for so long, he had met dozens of new disciples, if not 100. This was the first time that a newcomer could make him lose face like this. Don't worry, he won't have a chance to intervene again. The black-robed fool also laughed at this moment, with a gleam of light in his eyes, but his face looked carefree. He was a little embarrassed to see that someone had suffered trauma because of his negligence. The black-robed fool originally wanted these two newcomers to cause some trouble to the fox-faced man and consume more of his strength. In this way, he could be more relaxed in the subsequent battles. I never thought that the guy with the rough face on the opposite side had a very powerful technique of overlapping and changing talismans. He really broke the fox-faced man's innate magical power. How could this not make the black-robed man feel shocked? However, after watching such a big show from beginning to end, the black-robed man thought that the two newcomers on the opposite side seemed inseparable and their strength was not bad. In fact, the only one who was really difficult was the rough-faced man. As for the remaining pretty boy, his strength was just so-so. The black-robed man thought that a real strong man should look like him. Or like the rough-faced guy on the opposite side, except for his slightly miserable appearance, his strength is definitely top-notch. As for the pretty boys like the fox-faced man, their real strength is just that. Newcomer, your strength is really good. You can use such means in our hands. But that's all. Can the second-level talisman in your hand still support you to use such joint magic for a few times? There was a blazing light bursting out from the palms of the black-robed rough man, and a long dragon was transformed into palm fingertips. There was no shadow of the beast, only a bright rune flashing. Crack! This firefly-like rune kept spinning, with a little deepness in the red, sweeping towards Luo Yan. Seeing that the black-robed rough man finally used his real skills, the fox-faced man had a creepy smile on his lips. If he was defeated by other old disciples, he would be angry, but not angry. At most, he would parasitize a blood body with better talent next time and take revenge. They are all disciples of the soul refining sect, and they compete with each other. This situation is very common. But now, in public, he was jointly calculated by these two newcomers and was hit by an unexpected blow. This was tantamount to a slap in the face. If he could still endure it, he would not be able to raise his head in the sect in the future. By then, who knows what cats and dogs would want to come and step on him. So in this battle, even if he had to risk this blood clone, he had to suppress the newcomer in front of him. No one will help you now. The fox-faced man also knew that the newcomer with the rough face was quite strong and might not be able to defeat him for a while. But the strength of the pretty boy in front of him was much inferior. It was just right to use his corpse to establish prestige. The fox-faced man's body directly split open, bursting out infinite light, and turned into dozens of pure white foxes. The spiritual energy on each fox was surging, and the whole body was crystal clear and dazzling. A fox stepped on the void, blooming invisible ripples, and ripples spread out. These ripples seemed to carry a strange power that could slow down a person's body. A white fox rushed towards the gloomy young man whose face changed drastically. Then the other white foxes all turned into phantoms and ran towards the gloomy young man. Those invisible ripples seemed to be condensed into substance at this moment, turning into a wall of patterns. The gloomy young man trapped in the invisible ripples struggled and shouted loudly, "Brother, save me." Luo Yan, who was in a fierce battle with a black-robed man in the distance, heard this and his spiritual power surged again. He was about to tear open the talisman and go to help him. With a swish, a red light flashed, and a long dragon pierced the sky, and her long roar was deafening. "You'd better take care of yourself first, you can't get away. I can't let you run over again, He has to solve his own crisis by himself. Your opponent is me. A wanton laugh came, and a burly figure blocked Luo Yan's way. The aura of the black-robed man changed instantly. The long dragon in the sky was stagnant, and the scales on its body burst out with blazing light one after another. The infinite rune light burst out, and his whole temperament changed. At this moment, the black-robed man was sharp, like a sharp fairy sword across the sky, and countless silver needle-like glimmers quickly shot towards Luo Yan. The bright divine light illuminated the entire underground space, becoming extremely dazzling. Luo Yan, who was locked by such a powerful rune magic, had to dodge and resist at the same time. It seemed that he was also in trouble. Ha ha ha, I wonder who will come to save you this time. The fox-faced man's face was full of pale smiles, and the smile was very creepy. With a sense of morbidity, it made people shudder. Come and die. The fox-faced man shouted softly, and opened his mouth again to spit out a blazing dawn light, making the attacks of those white fox shadows more fierce. Puff. The gloomy young man held up the spiritual light and tried his best to resist. But he still felt that the space around him was imprisoned, and he was hit many times by the fox shadows. At this moment, his black hair was flying all over the sky, and there was blood on his body in many places. His shoulder was even pierced and bleeding. This made the gloomy young man's originally handsome face look particularly ferocious and embarrassed. At this point, the gloomy young man thought he could admit defeat and leave. There was not much point in fighting like this. The gap between the two sides was too big. So big that the gloomy young man could not see any hope of winning. The gloomy young man knew very well that although his strength was not bad, he seemed a little inadequate in front of these old disciples of the soul-refining sect. His strength was still a long way behind those people in front of him. The idea of seeing the strength of those old disciples was satisfied, and it was time to retreat. If he didn't retreat, he would really be very likely to die. Thinking of this, the gloomy young man took out a small sword full of mysterious aura from his arms. The style of the small sword was very simple, and there were many strange symbols carved around it. This is a talisman of the second level top grade, infinitely close to the third level. Although it is disposable, it has 1/3 of the power of a normal giant stage cultivator. It is far beyond the ability of these cultivators who are only at the foundation building stage to compete with it. Brother, it's time to leave. The gloomy young man shouted, and several blue veins appeared on his forehead, and blood was flowing. Sheila. This second-level top-level talisman was activated violently, and a golden sword pierced through the void and lingered above the heads of the cultivators. It gave people a feeling of being suppressed and shocked their hearts. Fall. The golden giant sword cut through the void, with a sense of oppression, dyeing the sky golden yellow, and slashing from top to bottom, with amazing power. He. Want to leave? You can't leave. The pale face of the fox-faced man was also a little distorted at this moment. He has been in the sect for nearly 20 years, and the true strength of his body is even close to the level of the giant stage. With his eyesight, he could naturally recognize that the golden giant sword in the sky was a talisman. But the fox-faced man was not afraid. If he retreated because of the threat of this rune giant sword, if he had the intention to retreat from these two newcomers, he would not have needed to stay in the soul-refining sect. What's more, the fox-faced man was injured in the battle with the two newcomers. For a proud person like him, this is a great shame. Never before. For a strong man like the fox-faced man who claims to be extraordinary and thinks that his life is higher than the sky, it is okay to lose a fight. But who you lose to is very important. Losing to cultivator, who is also an old disciple of the soul-refining sect, is not shameful. But if you lose to a new disciple, it would be a slap in the face. What's more, now he is injured by two juniors who have just joined the sect. If he lets them slip away from his hands, there is no need for him to stay. These two juniors who don't know the depth of heaven must be severely punished. This was a battle that was a gamble on his own reputation. What a big tone, it's just a fake third-level talisman, watch me crush it. The fox-faced man shouted, and then the blood and ki in his body shot out and condensed into a huge blood cocoon in front of him. The blood cocoon seemed to have a heart, still beating boom boom boom. I feed the spirit with my body, and my spiritual eyes turn 100 times. I nourish the spirit with my soul, and 100 ghosts go out. Fox fairy true spirit, please come to my body. Seeing this huge golden giant sword slashing towards him, the fox-faced man did not dodge. Because once he dodged, the guy on the opposite side would run away. Today, even if he had to risk this bloody body, He had to kill these two people here. Otherwise, he would become the biggest joke. With a wow, a huge blood-colored fox appeared and lingered over the fox-faced man's head. It was like a huge ill. Ha! The blood fox's eyes were filled with a violent breath, and it opened its mouth and condensed a blood-colored ball of light. It was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. The blood-colored beam of the blood fox was 10 feet long, like a long and startling rainbow breaking through, and collided with a golden giant sword. Bang! A huge sound came, causing the protective restrictions of this underground space to show their true form. Two extremely powerful attacks collided with each other, buzzing, and both sides had the momentum to wipe out everything, and both made crisp sounds of crackling. On one side, the fox-faced man sacrificed all his blood and energy, sacrificed his flesh, turned into blood light, and struck a shocking blow. The golden giant sword had part of the power of a giant and stage cultivator. The blazing blood rainbow and the golden giant sword collided, a brilliant wave crossed the sky, and finally both sides exploded. "Brother Deo, save me!" A faint cry for help came. Pa, pa. Luo Yan tore open dozens of second-level talismans without hesitation, and his body turned into hazy light on the spot, rushing towards the gloomy young man. "Stop him!" A ferocious and hoarse shout came from the underground space. This is the fox-faced man, but he is also on the verge of collapse at this time. His body has been sacrificed to the unknown existence in the dark, and the remaining soul will soon dissipate. The black-robed man no longer hesitated, and his blood and energy surged all over his body. The long dragon suddenly shook, and rushed forward with thousands of spiritual lights. Chi! The long dragon roared, regardless of anything, allowing those second-level talismans to hit its body. In the case of exchanging injuries, its hovering figure in the air staggered several times. The black-robed man also woke up. After fighting like this today, he must make a break. The two newcomers who just joined the sect are already so difficult. If they were allowed to stay in the sect for a while longer, they would definitely come back to settle accounts with them after they successfully transformed. In that case. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in the eyes of the black-robed man. Chapter 279, Peaceful Death, Exposure, Black Mist. Old man. The soul refining sect doesn't have many disciples in general. But the competition within the demon sect is relatively large. Because their cultivation system is destined to reach a higher level through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Therefore, many disciples of the soul refining sect will fight each other. Moreover, in the current situation, there has been a dispute with these two newcomers. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Since you have already offended them, then try to keep these two people completely. Even if the honest guy opposite has many talismans to protect himself, the other. Thinking of this, the black-robed rough man's eyes suddenly turned cold. Kill. The black-robed rough man had a cruel smile on his lips, controlling the long dragon, and a layer of flowing light lingered outside his body. The long dragon, transformed by the runes, suddenly swelled up, as strong as an ancient beast, and fell forward. He covered the two juniors below, relying on the suppression power of the rune magic to crush the two. Chi. The giant claws of the dragon reached down, and the scales on its body also burst out with needle-like fine rays, dazzling. It seemed that it was going to blow up the exit together. For a moment, the space was filled with the sound of the explosion of the talisman light, which was endless. At the same time, the other two battle groups had come to an end at this moment. The two old disciples of the soul refining sect stood aside leisurely, watching the battle here. They had no intention of intervening. Whether it was the two newcomers, the black-robed rough man, or the fox-faced man, their strength was not much different from theirs. Even if the two of them faced any party, there would be a high probability that the battle would be stalemate. Because the old disciples who could come to the yin qi pool for purification almost all had some skills of their own. In this kind of magic sect, low strength is always the biggest sin. They had been eaten by others long ago, and there was not even a bone left. The more fierce the fight over there, the better. They just watched the show anyway. No matter who won, it had nothing to do with them. They just wanted a place for purification in the yin qi pool. Thinking of this, they both had a tacit understanding and retreated a long distance. They were afraid of being affected by the aftermath of the battle. Countless long dragon scales burst out, blocking Luo Yan, as if to kill him here. Quite terrifying. Huh? The black-robed man was startled. Luo Yan's aura was suddenly strengthened a lot, and a pair of transparent cicada wings with colorful patterns appeared behind him. Luo Yan dodged the spiritual light attack too fast, and formed a strange arc in the air, rushing towards the figure standing in place, but seemed to be about to fall. Die? Seeing this, the long dragon roared again. Countless spiritual lights exploded one after another, making this underground space tremble and shake. Brother Deo, save me. The gloomy young man's body was full of pits and bleeding, like a red blood man. It seemed that he only had one breath left, and he was holding back and not falling. When the gloomy young man saw the burly figure rushing in front of him and reaching out to him, his desire to survive was burning in his eyes. The remaining strength seemed to be loosened in an instant. Someone came to save him, so he didn't have to use the life-saving secret technique with great hidden dangers. The gloomy young man seemed to have seen himself being rescued, and then thanking the Taoist brother with all his heart after his wounds were healed. So he stayed where he was, without moving, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Because the gloomy young man could clearly see that the Taoist brother with the rough face had touched him with his palm and could take him away in an instant. This is simply a living bodhisattva who saves the suffering. After this time, I must find a chance to thank him properly, the gloomy young man thought. Crack! The long dragon transformed by the black-robed rough man suddenly pressed down with its huge claws, crushing the gloomy young man's body directly. The gloomy young man died. Until his death, there was a trace of tranquility in his eyes, thinking that he was saved. He did not realize that he was dead. He passed away very peacefully. However, under the cover of the blazing rays of light, in the eyes of the gloomy young man, there seemed to be a colorful butterfly that was slowly fading. Luo Yan grabbed the body of the gloomy young man, then stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in this underground space in an instant. Seeing that the two juniors had completely left, the long dragon transformed by the black-robed man with runes dissipated. He curled his palm into a claw and squeezed it thoughtfully, with a trace of doubt in his expression. Did he really kill him? But why is it so crisp? The black-robed man was puzzled. But the newcomer was indeed shot through the body under his nose. He must be dead. I guess the power of my dragon transformation technique has reached a new level, so I can do this easily. The black-robed man thought so as a matter of course. The lack of touch must be because the man's body is relatively fragile. Thinking of this, the black-robed brute no longer thought about it. The fox-faced man's soul-splitting parasite also disappeared, and the two newcomers died and one escaped. Looking back, when the black-robed brute saw that there were only 3 people left on the field, including himself, a hint of joy still appeared on his dark face. Who said that the competition in the yin qi pool would be fierce this time? Now it seems that it is just like that. He just used a little trick to get a refining quota in the yin qi pool. It's so easy. The qualification for refining in the yin qi pool was finally obtained. The refining quotas in the 3 yin qi pools are just enough for the 3 of them. So the remaining 3 of them looked at each other and had no intention of fighting anymore. The surprise just now was quickly thrown behind the black-robed brute. No matter whether that person is dead or not, he is just a newcomer anyway, and everything doesn't matter. On the other side, Luo Yan grabbed the body of the gloomy young man and returned to his private cave. Hao-chen also appeared at this time. Boss, this person. The gloomy young man in front of him was indeed dead, but he did not die at the hands of the black-robed rough man. His attack was interfered by Luo Yan's dream butterfly art invisibly. He didn't hide him at all. The soul of the gloomy young man was shattered by Luo Yan. It was mainly to ensure the integrity of his body, and also to avoid being noticed by others. Because the disciples who join the soul refining sect will have their own soul tablets. If the gloomy young man is not dead, the soul tablet will not be broken. At that time, it will be easy for others to see the flaws. The next step is to leave it to you. Find a way to bring him back to me as soon as possible. The task I gave you is almost completed. After Luo Yan said this, he left Hao-chen's mind, and the control of his physical body was returned to Hao-chen. In fact, he personally took action to shatter the soul of the gloomy young man, which still carried a little risk. But Luo Yan had to do it. Because the attack of the black-robed brute was very fierce. In that situation, if he just let it go, he would accidentally break the body of the gloomy young man into several pieces. It was precisely because of that critical moment that Luo Yan could no longer hide and had to reveal some of his true strength and take some risks. Otherwise, the game he had set up before would most likely fail. This was unacceptable to Luo Yan. There was only one step left to complete his mission, and he had to choose to give it a try. Fortunately, the matter ended successfully. However, after Luo Yan's consciousness disappeared, a hazy chaotic fog unfolded above Kei Haochen's cave. A shadow of nothingness appeared and stared at Kei Haochen for a long time. Then it disappeared again. Another little rat from outside, I don't know where he comes from this time. I will tolerate you for 2 more days. When I find the power behind you, I will crush you to death then. A soft murmur, as if coming from the netherworld, with an endless murderous aura, but Kei Haochen could not hear it. 2 more days passed. When Luo Yan received the storage bag personally handed over by Kei Haochen in Yong'an City, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After parting with Kei Haochen, Luo Yan no longer hesitated and separated a spirit body. Let the spirit body leave through the small teleportation formation in the store. After arriving at the Endless Mountains, Luo Yan threw out 5 high-quality spirit stones to build a huge long-distance transmission channel. Then he stepped into it. Not long after, Luo Yan's spirit body, wearing a crane face mask, returned to the 5 Elements Temple. Then the storage bag was handed over to the Master of the Netherworld Hall at the fastest speed. When the Master of the Netherworld Hall saw the storage bag handed over by Luo Yan's spirit body, countless restrictions suddenly aroused around him. The Black Prohibition completely blocked this space. In the deep dark space, countless runes lit up, as if one star after another was rotating and shining. Countless symbols were densely packed, and there was a fascinating breath coming out, which shocked Luo Yan's spiritual body and gave him goosebumps. Luo Yan was not a fool. Seeing the solemn look of the Lord of the Yu Hall, he immediately thought of a possibility. Then he stared at the storage bag. Do you want me to ask you to come out? The indifferent voice of the Lord of the Yu Hall came, with a faint murderous aura. This was inside the 5 Elements Temple, and someone dared to do such a small trick of hiding his body and hiding under the lamp under his nose. It was tantamount to challenging his authority. The Law Enforcement Hall had only one way to deal with anyone who dared to challenge its authority from the outside world. In a very short time, the Lord of the Yu Hall had a sword light gathering in his eyes. It seemed that it would explode at any time. Hearing this, the figure hiding in the storage bag also knew that he had been discovered and could not hide anymore. There was no point in hiding any longer. Then he turned into a wisp of chaotic smoke and floated out. This was an old man who was bathed in black smoke all over his body and was surrounded by countless resentful souls. Hey, this is the Southern Region 5 Elements Temple. I didn't expect that I would be brought here. The old man in the black mist smiled kindly, with a little crescent at the corner of his mouth, which frightened Luo Yan as if he was facing a great enemy. Because there was a vague aura permeating his body, which made him feel frightened, as if his soul was trembling. You have to know that this is his spiritual body, the spiritual body controlled by consciousness, not the body. This kind of innate soul pressure made it impossible for his consciousness to completely avoid it. It can be imagined how scary the origin of this old man in the black mist was. This was also the first time Luo Yan met such a powerful person. The breath that naturally exuded made him feel like he wanted to escape immediately. We have guests from afar. We apologize for the poor hospitality. Please go back, sir. Seeing this scene, the head of the Yaodang Hall was not surprised at all. The iron mask on his face was still cold, and his tone was chilly. Don't be so heartless. Why don't you keep me here for a drink? The old man in the black fog laughed lightly, with a warm smile on his face. But the resentful souls lingering around him were like miniature people, with dull eyes, looking around. Countless ghosts rolled and disappeared. After careful observation, those so-called mists were actually made up of human figures. It gave people a very creepy feeling, which made people's scalps numb. If you don't want to leave by yourself, then I will send you away. The tone of the head of the Yaodang Hall did not change, but the coldness in his eyes was like a sharp sword unsheathed. Wisps of mist light bloomed all over his body, falling on the ground, forming one shadow after another. All the shadows were shrouded in a layer of hazy light. All of them looked forward with murderous intent. Your Excellency is so domineering. Your disciples came to my extreme west to cause trouble, and now I have come to your door, and you are still so cold and sarcastic. Is this the hospitality rule of your southern region sect? The whole body of the black fog old man was shrouded in chaotic fog, hazy, and there were countless sluggish small figures, densely packed, looming. It was like a god from the underworld, terrifying to the point of trembling. Although he stood there calmly without any momentum, He had the feeling of suppressing everything. The younger generation will do their own things. This should not be your reason to hide in there. As a dignified elder of the demon sect, you act like a person who hides his head and shows his tail, doing chicken stealing and dog stealing things. How is this behavior different from the yellow-mouthed children who are throwing tantrums on the streets of the secular world? There were more than a dozen shadows transformed by the master of the Nether Hall. Each shadow had a blank expression, as if they were carved from the same mold. Each shadow had the same face, but the expression on their face and the movements of their hands were slightly different. Some held swords, some held banners, and some swung bells. Your Excellency underestimated the disciple behind you. If it weren't for my accidental discovery, not to mention those disciples who only cultivated blood and ki, even I, an elder, wouldn't have discovered it. It can be seen how deep your disciple's ability to hide his kung fu is. The old man in the black mist cast his eyes on the green-clothed figure next to him, who still had no breath of life. His eyes were full of interest. You have to know that there is a big realm difference between them. The gap between the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage is even greater than the gap between the key refining stage and the foundation building stage. In fact, the two sides are not the same kind of creatures at all in essence. It is conceivable how big this gap is. Chapter 280, The Ghost Path, Instructions, and Reflections. A disciple of the Five Elements Temple could actually take the place of an ordinary casual cultivator in the bloody trial in front of everyone. He was able to infiltrate our soul-refining sect and disguise himself as a disciple of our holy sect. He was not identified by the monitoring array and was discovered by other fellow disciples in the sect. This ability is enough to be called good fortune. If this little guy had not handled some details well, he, as the law enforcement elder of the soul-refining sect, would not have noticed the problem. This little guy's hiding method is even better than their holy sect's soul-sending technique, which has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Of course, this only refers to the concealment of breath. Therefore, the old man in the black mist is still very interested in Luo Yan. Retreat. Otherwise I will personally send you away. The voice of the head of the U-Hall was cold, and his face did not change at all. An elder of the demon sect from the outside world appeared in the Five Elements Temple, and under his nose. This is tantamount to slapping him in the face. That's right. The young generation lacks experience, so it's inevitable that they are a little clumsy in doing things. Since you don't want to talk about your disciple, then let's not talk about him. Originally, I just wanted to see who is behind this little guy. He actually dared to run into my holy sect, kill my disciples, and take away the bodies of my disciples. Such a situation has occurred within my holy sect. As the law enforcement elder of the holy sect, I certainly can't just sit there and watch. So I wanted to see who is hiding behind this little guy. I thought it was a spy from another family, but it turned out to be you. The old man in black fog laughed, with a hint of ridicule, standing not far away. In just a few words, he explained what Luo Yan had done over the years. Obviously, he had done a deep understanding. The old man in black fog was all shrouded in mist, with a sense of unreality. It was suffocating for a while, and then it gave people a hazy illusion, as if he was about to die at any time. Have you finished talking nonsense? I'll ask you for the last time, do you want to leave on your own or do you want me to send you off? The master of the U-Hall replied unceremoniously, and those phantoms that looked exactly like him all raised their weapons. It was at this time that Luo Yan finally reacted. The magic weapons held by these clones of the master of the U-Hall were all real. Among them, the glow emitted by several magic weapons gave him a frightening feeling. This made Luo Yan have to doubt the possibility that these magic weapons were magic treasures. Don't be anxious, although I followed your younger disciple to this secret place, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Please restrain your killing intentions, master. After all, there is one thing that is planned by our two families together. The old man in the black mist paused and threw out a meaningful answer. Then he looked at Luo Yan, who had been staying in the corner and had no sense of existence. He gave him an interesting look. May I ask what is the honorific title of this hall master? The old man in black fog asked directly. The deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall, Yu. Hall master Yu was silent for a moment, knowing that the old ghost of the soul refining sect in front of him had something to say to him, and then reported his code name. As for the meaning of the old ghost's eyes, he understood. That is to let he leave, and what happens next should not be known by outsiders. But Hall master Yu did not do it. In any case, he is the Hall Master's successor recognized by him. Some things can also be slowly contacted. It is harmless to know some secrets about the sect. Just treat it as early training. In fact, Hall Master, you has already vaguely guessed what the old ghost of the soul refining sect wants to say. However, he did not say much, and still stood aside, with murderous aura on his body filling the entire space. Hearing the position of Deputy Hall Master, the old man in black fog's eyes brightened a lot. And the Deputy Hall Master's attention to the little guy behind him did not exceed the old man in black fog's expectations. After all, with just his small foundation building stage cultivation, he was able to set up a plan to break into the soul refining sect and achieve his goal. This alone is enough to show how smart this little guy is. If it were him, he would also attach great importance to having such a smart subordinate under his command. Unfortunately, most people in the soul refining sect, although they are quite capable, are far inferior to him in terms of thinking. The old man in the black mist immediately restrained his smile and said a brilliant suggestion that he had thought of on the spur of the moment. I heard that several sects in your southern region got together not long ago to jointly plan a big event. How can my holy sect be left out of such a thing? How about it? Do you want to consider bringing my holy sect? Of course, the holy sect I'm talking about refers to the Ghost-Deo lineage of my soul refining sect. The old man in the black mist changed his words and said a shocking fact. When he heard this, Luo Yan's eyes subconsciously glanced at his own hall master. It seemed as if he was asking, it was something you discussed privately, how come it is now known to everyone, even the demon sect in the far west knows about it? But in this situation, Master Yu naturally has no time to deal with him. The soul refining sect has always been controlled by the blood demon sect and the ghost sect. The people of these two sects often confront each other because of their different cultivation systems. They seem to be from the same sect, but in fact they are as hostile as fire and water. In most cases, the people of the two sects do their own things and no one cares about each other. Therefore, the old man in black fog emphasized the term holy sect. Hearing this man's answer, Master Yu frowned and his tone began to change a little. Who are you? What are you talking about? The old man in black fog laughed again, like an old man next door, very light and gentle. This hall master, you were originally looking for the old ghost of the blood demon, right? I admit that the overall strength of the blood demon lineage is a little stronger than that of our Ghost-Deo lineage. But this hall master should also know that the guys in the blood demon lineage are not very smart, often go crazy, and are prone to bad things. Why not think about it again? How about taking people from my Ghost-Deo lineage? Luo Yan, who had been standing behind the hall master, also came to his senses at this moment. That is, the Five Elements Temple should have had some kind of private agreement with an elder of the soul refining sect before. They agreed to conspire for the great event of the central region. But for some reason, the old ghost in front of him knew about it. But such a secret matter is almost impossible for outsiders to know except for the top leaders of both sides. No. Luo Yan's eyes condensed slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Perhaps the two major factions within the soul refining sect are actually smokescreens thrown by others. Luo Yan had heard about the faction categories within the soul refining sect. Generally, it is divided into the ghost path and the blood demon path. In fact, they are two different cultivation systems. In fact, there are such examples in many other sects. Many senior elders, because of their different ideas, spontaneously formed various small factions. Just like the Alchemy Hall, Refining Hall, Merit Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, etc. in the Five Elements Temple. Each hall, because of their different areas of responsibility, can easily form various faction categories. There are also oppositions between the family lineage and the master-disciple lineage, etc. There are countless examples of this. As long as there are people, there will be struggles, and naturally there will be the birth of factions. The old man in the black fog revealed a fact, that is, a senior member of my Five Elements Temple had previously contacted the elder of the soul refining sect and discussed how to break into the central region. It's just that the elder of the soul refining sect is from the blood demon lineage. Maybe for some reason, the news leaked and was known by another faction in the soul refining sect. So there was a change in the attitude of the old man in the black fog. Thinking about this, Luo Yan turned back and re-examined his mission. No matter how he looked at it, it was full of weirdness. It was as if the Lord of the U-Hall deliberately sent him to that place and then let out the people from the soul refining sect. I don't know what you are talking about, Please go back. The Lord of the U-Hall's cold words sounded again. However, this tone has changed a lot compared to the previous one. The old man in black fog could naturally hear the change in tone. The other party neither denied nor admitted it, and still let him leave. It is probably because his status is not equal. In other words, the guy on the other side thinks that he cannot be the master of the entire ghost path. So he avoided answering. To talk to such an existence, you must have the corresponding power in your hands to have the qualifications to talk to it. Otherwise, people will never reveal a single word. Regarding this point, the old man in black fog is naturally very clear. However, he was very satisfied to get such a response that was not an answer, but better than an answer. Knowing the tone of the Five Elements Temple in the South region, he can make arrangements after returning. Let the real person in charge of the Ghost-Deo lineage come to discuss this matter. Can you please leave a trace of your own aura, Hall Master? The old man in black mist asked further. Only by leaving this trace of the other party's aura can he establish a connection with him. It will be convenient for him to come to the door again in the future. The master of the Yaodang remained silent, with a deep breath. Chi. Suddenly, one of the shadows of the master of the Yaodang flew out, and gorgeous runes gathered. It turned into a black long sword, and the sword aura was sharp. It chopped over in an instant, revealing its sharp edge. Together with the old man in black mist and the void behind him, all were annihilated with one sword. Then the shadows beside the master of the Yaodang glowed, and then disappeared. He turned his head and stared at someone with his cold eyes. It gave Luo Yan a very palpitating feeling. After staring at Luo Yan for a while, after a long time, the master of the Yaodang said, "Is the task completed?" Luo Yan picked up the storage bag that fell on the ground and handed it forward. The body of the disciple of the soul refining sect is inside. The head of the Yaodang did not take it, but slowly walked to the end of the darkness, where there were 2 cushions. Then he found a cushion and sat down. Sit down. What do you feel about going to the outside world this time? Hearing the question from the head of the Yaodang, Luo Yan was stunned, and then thought for a moment. All the things he had experienced in the past few years appeared in his mind one by one. It was like a horse-drawn tour. Then Luo Yan opened his eyes and said with a little emotion in his tone, "It is easy to defeat the disciples of the soul refining sect, but it is difficult to kill them." This is the first time Luo Yan has seen this kind of sect, like an old turtle shrinking in its shell. All the disciples use soul-splitting parasites when walking outside. The main body is almost invisible. Even if ordinary people kill these soul-splitting parasites, it will not have a particularly big impact on the disciples of the soul-refining sect. And their own strength will undoubtedly be exposed during the battle. It will be much easier to deliberately target it next time. After the soul-splitting parasite dies, it will at most rest for a period of time, and then it will reappear. It is simply an indestructible cockroach. And this is the devilish child that many righteous cultivators hate to the core. After hearing Luo Yan's explanation, the head of the Yaodang looked at him meaningfully. "Do you know where you went wrong this time?" Luo Yan thought about it, and was a little unsure. Previously, he had thought about it carefully for a long time. It stands to reason that the manipulation he made on Kei Haochen was very hidden and should not be discovered. But the reality is that he was exposed. He was followed to the sect without being noticed. If someone follows him like this when he is in contact with his own body, the advantage of a high-level cultivator over a low-level cultivator is too great. Even the chip has no reaction. It's not terrible to make a mistake, but it's terrible not to know it. In this world, there are many people with higher cultivation levels and more strength than you. No matter who you face, you should maintain a cautious mentality. The head of the Yaodang spoke softly. He was teaching his capable subordinate in his own way. His comprehension talent was enough for him to pay more attention. "The method you improved is very good. Even in front of me, if I don't check carefully, I can't tell that this is your spiritual body. This is enough to show your talent in runes." Yaodang Master rarely praised him. The spiritual body technique passed down by the sect was changed beyond recognition by this little guy. Even he couldn't directly detect the abnormality through his spiritual consciousness and found that this was actually a spiritual body, rather than the real body. In this regard, he lived up to his demon-like comprehension talent. When facing those low-level key refining cultivators, can you find anything unusual about them? Luo Yan thought about it and gave a very specific answer. "As long as he is in front of me, I can more or less sense that something is wrong with him." Master, you nodded. "It seems that you understand. So I won't continue to teach you. You can kill other people's disciples inside the soul refining sect and come back safely. You have passed this mission. Go. Continue to practice, you still have a lot to learn. Luo Yan bowed respectfully, then quietly left. Chapter 281. The problem was that I didn't treat the talisman as a spiritual stone. After leaving the secret hall exclusively for Master Yao Dang, his spiritual body disintegrated directly. Luo Yan's face looked a little ugly after returning to Yong'an City. What he never expected was that despite all his precautions and caution, he still couldn't prevent the elders of the soul refining sect from spying on him. Not only was he discovered, but he was also followed everywhere, and he didn't even notice it. Luo Yan quickly activated the monitoring runes engraved in Ke Haochen's mind. It recorded everything that happened to Ke Haochen after he entered the soul refining sect. But after he read through it all, he still didn't find any flaws. Because no one had ever directly contacted Ke Haochen's body. Although an elder of the demon sect briefly asked about Ke Haochen's background, he only asked a few questions. And at that time, he was questioned together with several other newcomers. No elder had ever had any contact with Ke Haochen alone. Of course, it is also possible that an elder with great magical powers took action and blinded the record sensing of those runes. But this possibility. After thinking for a long time again, Luo Yan's face was still ashen. The behavior of the elder of the soul refining sect who had his soul consciousness in the storage bag not only avoided the monitoring means he set up in the spirit pale pavilion. The chip did not react to this. This made Luo Yan have to reflect on the gap between himself and the level of the cultivator of the Yaodang master. If he was not wrong, the Yaodang master should not have broken through to the Yuanying stage. This close observation of the confrontation between the two Jiandan stage cultivators gave Luo Yan great inspiration. The path of cultivation is really a big realm and a sky. Perhaps there are peerless geniuses who can defeat the existence of the foundation, building great perfection with the strength of the initial foundation building. In this realm, it can be called invincible. But there is no such heaven-defying existence that can defeat the Jiandan with a tiny posture. This is the essential difference. This time, the confrontation between the Yaodang master and the elder of the soul refining sect reminded Luo Yan. That is, it is necessary to maintain all high-level cultivators. In comparison, Luo Yan is more concerned about whether his rune transformation method of the spirit body technique is really so unbearable and easy to be seen through by others. How was it discovered that he was possessed by Ke Haochen? If he couldn't find out the real reason, he would be uneasy. Since the monitoring runes showed that there was no problem, then Luo Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. Not long after, the scene of manipulating Ke Haochen's body appeared in Luo Yan's mind. First it was the bloody space, and then it was the qualification for the Yin Qi pool trial. Only in these two places did he manipulate Ke Haochen's body. Luo Yan's first suspicion was that his consciousness descending technique was discovered. But then he denied this, thinking that it was not possible. Because the disadvantage of the spirit body technique is that there is no breath of the soul. Just like the soul parasite of the disciples of the soul refining sect, their souls are extremely weak, and anyone with a keen sense of consciousness can almost see through it at a glance. This is the characteristic of the secret method and cannot be changed. But when Luo Yan was manipulating Ke Haochen's body, his original soul source did not have any abnormal movement. He can only achieve the consciousness descending through the runes, and there will be no situation of two souls in one body. It is equivalent to a normal monk having other thoughts in his mind, but no abnormality in his body. In principle, unless one has the ability to read minds or directly uses his hands to carefully examine, it is almost impossible for outsiders to detect any problems. After thinking for a long time and thinking of many possibilities, Luo Yan was not sure what went wrong. In addition to what happened just now, Luo Yan was silent for a moment and felt that he should talk to the real owner. Maybe he could give an unexpected answer. And now that his mission is completed, Ke Haochen's figure is also exposed. It is not a big problem to simply inform him. Luo Yan's consciousness immediately sank, and began to use the connection between runes to awaken the forbidden runes buried in Ke Haochen's brain. It didn't take long for his consciousness to come to Ke Haochen's body again. "Boss, do you have something to do with me?" Ke Haochen felt it the moment Luo Yan's consciousness descended into his mind. He subconsciously put away the dark jade slip in his hand, and then asked the reason calmly. Ke Haochen knows his own shopkeeper in blue. "I came here to tell you something. Your identity may have been leaked." Luo Yan told Kei Haochen what happened in the law enforcement hall. Kei Haochen was shocked when he heard that a fragment of his elder soul came out of the storage bag Li gave. Kei Haochen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he thought that his identity had been exposed and he might die at any time. As if he saw Kei Haochen's nervousness, Luo Yan gave him a reassurance. Don't worry too much. If that kind of existence wants to deal with you, you can't escape. They haven't attacked you yet, which means they don't care about it at all. And the elders of my sect talked to him for a long time. After that elder knows that there is a connection between you and me, I'm afraid he will not attack you. Maybe you will be blessed by it. Luo Yan saw this very clearly. Although his own sect had private contact with the top leaders of the soul refining sect, this was something he had never thought of before. It was precisely because of this relationship that the soul refining sect elders' positioning of Kei Haochen's identity would probably change from the original spy of another sect to one of their own. On this point, Luo Yan believed that he would not be wrong. After all, the Five Elements Temple was an ally of the soul refining sect, and there was no need to make a big fuss over such a small matter. No wonder the head of the Yuhal directly sent Luo Yan to this place to inquire about the news, probably to tell him something. However, Luo Yan did not mention this to Kei Haochen. When the Taoist in green pointed out that the sect behind him had a certain connection with the top leaders of the soul refining sect, Kei Haochen's nervous expression relaxed. If he thought along this path, he would have a great chance of survival. Otherwise, he would be targeted by a law enforcement elder who was at least in the Jinden stage, and he was in the soul refining sect. If he really wanted to deal with him, he would probably have been skinned and pulled out. In front of such a high-level cultivator, Kei Haochen didn't think that he could escape from the palm of his hand by himself. Thinking of this, Kei Haochen's mind gradually calmed down. And what the Taoist in green said was also right. When the identity of his spy was revealed, he would either kill him directly, or keep him for greater use. The shopkeeper seems very confused. You don't know where you exposed your identity. When it comes to observing words and expressions, Kei Haochen is a shrewd person. The fluctuations in the tone of his own shopkeeper in green were naturally captured by him. After a little thought, he thought of the real reason. My secret method of consciousness descending can only be used without affecting you. And if you have the intention to resist in your heart, my secret method is very likely to fail. Hearing that Kei Haochen guessed his thoughts, Luo Yan was not surprised. This guy who looks like a thick-browed guy can actually thrive in a place like Yungan City where there are all kinds of people. Although his strength is limited by the environment, it seems mediocre. But this guy's mentality is definitely better than most of the foundation-building cultivators. As long as Kei Haochen doesn't die unexpectedly, with his intelligence, he can still thrive even in the magic sect like the soul refining sect. Luo Yan was not surprised at all. It's just that this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, his external image does give people a sense of being honest and straightforward by nature. After such a long time of contact, just like Kei Haochen's understanding of his own green-clothed shopkeeper, Luo Yan has more or less seen a little bit of Kei Haochen's hidden essence. Therefore, he did not hide it, and then told about his transformed spiritual body technique. As long as Kei Haochen cooperates, under normal circumstances, absolutely no one can find any abnormality. Even if a high-level cultivator walks towards Kei Haochen, it is impossible to find this without a personal inspection. After all, Luo Yan had done experiments many times before in the sect. Even the elders of the Jinden stage in his family would hardly notice anything unusual unless they observed closely. Luo Yan had only fought twice when he controlled Kei Haochen's body. Only at this time, if he was observed closely by a high-level cultivator, would he be exposed. The rest of the time, the runes were not visible, and they were hidden, so outsiders could not see them. You have to know that runes are the most mysterious. A rune with a high-level superposition state, as long as it remains silent and does not manifest. No matter how proficient in runes, it is impossible to see through the runes and see their essence. And the practice of runes is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Some simple basic runes are okay, but high-level runes are completely different. Not only are they changeable, but they also have different forms. Before encountering runes that you have never come into contact with, it is almost impossible to recognize all the changes in the forms of these high-level runes. If it is in other sects, it is possible to encounter two heaven-defying beings who have studied runes. But the soul refining sect is a demon sect. The entire sect does not follow the cultivation system of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. As for the use of high-level runes, there is naturally no way to talk about it. Moreover, these runes were engraved by Luo Yan in the flesh and blood of Ke Haochen, completely integrated with the flesh, and naturally more concealed. So from the beginning to the end, Luo Yan did not want to admit that there was a problem with his transformed spiritual body technique, because this was inconsistent with his existing cultivation concept. After all, if there was a problem with the transformed spiritual body technique, it would be far from being as simple as finding an opportunity to improve it later. This would involve the chip's induction and arrangement of all high-level runes. In other words, once the transformed spiritual body technique had some errors, the previously sorted high-level rune morphology changes had to be reshuffled and reorganized. This would be very time-consuming, especially since there were only more than 10 years left before the Xianjiao battle. At this critical juncture, Luo Yan was unwilling to deduce and rebuild everything before unless he had to. I have tried many times before in the Five Elements Temple to manipulate other people's bodies in front of high-level cultivators. I was not discovered. There is no reason why I was discovered in the soul refining sect. What the shopkeeper means is that it is most likely not the problem with this secret method, but something else. Luo Yan responded without comment. It's not that he has blind confidence in the chip, thinking that such a high-precision auxiliary tool as the chip will not make mistakes. But at this juncture, Luo Yan is unwilling to do it again. The transformed spiritual body technique has great flaws, so where's the problem? Which high-level rune, or which category? Even the inductive analysis of basic runes, etc., may have great problems. Is it possible that it is because of those second-level 5-element talismans? Ke Haochen replied carefully, causing Luo Yan to be stunned there. All his complicated thoughts were disrupted. Then, Ke Haochen began to explain. The price of the most common second-level talisman is generally more than 3,000 spirit stones. Just like the Thunder Talisman and the Escape Talisman that you have used before, the price of each talisman with special powers is at least twice that of an ordinary talisman. As long as the people in the sect check carefully, they will find that I was just a casual cultivator before, and it is not like I can take out so many talismans. Ke Haochen had discovered this a long time ago. Before he met the Taoist in green, his public identity was just a casual cultivator. Even if he participated in the monthly battle between good and evil and gained a little. But it was completely different from the fighting state shown in the bloody space. He was obviously a casual cultivator, but he threw away the second-level talismans as if he didn't need the spirit stones. The only people who could do such a tycoon's behavior were the illegitimate children of the big families or the talisman masters themselves. After all, the second-level talismans were not cabbages on the roadside that could be squandered so wantonly. Even the second-level talisman masters themselves needed to use the blood and fur of the second-level monsters, and they also had to know the secret method to make them. Whether it was the source of the monster materials or the techniques drawn on the talismans. Finding monster materials required spirit stones. Drawing the secret method on the talismans required the corresponding inheritance to be able to do this. If he was really a second-level talisman master, it would not be a big problem for him to find a sect and become an outer sect elder. Why should he stick to the magic sects such as the Soul Refining sect? Chapter 282, Obstacles of Perception and the Results of the Experimental Transformation of Thunder Runes. When the Demon Dao sect selects disciples, they often do not consider their origins. This is because the cultivation system of the Demon Dao sect is not the spiritual energy breathing system that is popular in the cultivation world. Therefore, within the Demon Dao sect, few people will consider the loyalty of their disciples. Because the cultivation system of the Demon Dao cultivators is special, there is no other way from the outside world. If you want to cultivate to a higher level, you must stay inside the sect and shine for the sect when necessary. This is a naked conspiracy. Because of some personal reasons, the term betrayal of the sect does happen from time to time in some small sects. But in the Demon Dao sect, those who betray the sect often have only one end. That is death. This is much more severe than the sect rules of the Southern Region sect, such as the Five Elements Temple. In the sect with a spiritual energy breathing system, even if you betray the sect, as long as there are high-level cultivators in the outside world who dare to protect you, betrayal is a big deal, and it is not impossible to discuss. But in the Demon Dao sect, those who dare to betray the sect directly will have their souls scattered. Therefore, once you choose the Soul Refining sect, the spiritual energy you have gained from previous practice will be forcibly abandoned. All subsequent practice will need to start all over again. This thankless task is something that almost no one would do, except for some casual cultivators with no background and cultivators from small families. So this does not conform to the idea that Kei Haojin, a casual cultivator, may be a wild talisman master in secret. The shopkeeper of this family had torn open at least hundreds of second-level talismans in the blood-colored space before. When competing for the qualification of the Yin Qi pool, dozens of second-level talismans were thrown out. If all these second-level talismans were converted into spirit stones, it would undoubtedly be a huge number. How could a casual cultivator like Kei Haojin be able to take out so many spirit stones? This kind of behavior, similar to that of a local tyrant, would be excusable if it appeared on a disciple with a family background. But if it appeared on a casual cultivator like Kei Haojin, no matter how you look at it, it would be very suspicious. After hearing the explanation given by Kei Haojin, Luo Yan was silent. Now thinking back, it seems that this speculation is the most likely culprit that led to his exposure. Not to mention that at the last moment of the Yin Qi pool, in order to ensure the integrity of the corpse, Luo Yan used the means of runes. At that time, several competitors on the field may not have noticed this due to their own rune level and spiritual acuity. But if there are high-level cultivators of the soul refining sect who are secretly paying attention to this place, then, previously, Luo Yan thought of many possibilities, and even faintly doubted whether he was too confident. What if the modified rune secret method had a leak? Or maybe the ghost elder of the soul refining sect is very sensitive to the soul. Luo Yan thought of all kinds of leaks. But he didn't think of this. Now after Kei Haojin's guidance, Luo Yan understood it instantly. The problem is probably here. He actually committed the knowledge barrier without knowing it. Luo Yan subconsciously replaced Kei Haojin's identity with his own thoughts. He thought that even if he didn't use his iconic magic skills and used talismans instead of fighting, there shouldn't be much of a problem. This led to inertial thinking, which affected his own cognition. But Kei Haojin was a casual cultivator. What he cultivated and learned was very limited. If he really had so many second-level talismans, he could have exchanged them for a powerful magic weapon long ago. Or he could have found a small family and used these talisman resources to seek a good inheritance secret method. It is impossible for him to still practice mediocre skills, and his portable magic weapon is still an ordinary sledgehammer. It is precisely because Kei Haojin is too ordinary. So ordinary that there is nothing outstanding. Therefore, the sense of disobedience is stronger. So when Luo Yan was controlling Kei Haojin's body, the more second-level talismans he used, the more it exposed Kei Haojin's serious problems. He was obviously a beggar begging on the street, but when he came to work at the company on the first day, everyone found that he was actually very rich. No one would not be suspicious of such a person. It's just that due to the special nature of the demon sect, when faced with such a thing, few people in the sect's upper echelons care. If the old man in black fog had not been interested in the rune method used by Luo Yan at the last moment, he would not have cared. He is just an ordinary disciple, although it is very likely that he joined the soul refining sect with ulterior motives. But in fact, for such people, the way the soul refining sect handles them is to ignore them. Because as long as Kei Haojin arrives at the soul refining sect's territory and practices the methods provided by the soul refining sect, no matter what purpose he comes in with, he will definitely be inseparable from the sect in the end. So after discovering that Kei Haojin was wrong, the old man in black fog did not choose to slap him to death according to his original fierce and bloodthirsty character. Instead, he used the sect's influence in Yongin City to simply check Kei Haojin's background. Kei Haojin has been living in Yongin City all these years. As one of the actual controllers of Yongin City, a giant and elder of the soul refining sect used some special channels. It was not difficult to find out some personal information about Kei Haojin. Sure enough, this investigation found the problem. It even involved the person behind the popular LinkedIn fantasy in Yongin City recently. That's why the old man in black fog used Kei Haojin's hand to explore the person behind it. The old man in black fog even thought that if he found an opportunity, he would directly attack the person in charge of the LinkedIn pavilion. It's not impossible to replace the pillars at that time. So that's it. Luo Yan's voice sounded in Kei Haojin's mind with a state of sudden realization. Then, it gradually died down. Kei Haojin knew that the Taoist in green was probably really gone this time. He wouldn't come back for a long time. In fact, when he found a large number of second-level talismans in the storage bag given to him by the Taoist in green, Kei Haochen had already vaguely guessed this. But he didn't choose to say it at that time. Because even Kei Haochen himself believed that if he wanted to pass the trial of the bloody space, he had to have some real skills. But he didn't have any strengths to show off. The skills, the secrets, and the magic tools were not good. It was almost impossible for Kei Haochen to survive the cruel elimination rules of the bloody trial with only these rags on his body. So Kei Haochen didn't remind the Taoist in green that the behavior of using talismans in a very generous way was extremely inconsistent with his background. Kei Haochen suddenly thought of the old disciple who provided him with a place in the yin qi pool. It seems that the abnormality in my body has probably been discovered long ago. But what I didn't expect is that the sect behind the Taoist in green can actually be related to the demon sect, a large sect like the soul refining sect. This can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Kei Haochen vaguely guessed that the old disciple who provided him with a place in the yin qi pool was probably deliberately instructed by the elder mentioned by the Taoist in green. The purpose is to draw out the Taoist in green behind him. I really want to see the power behind my shopkeeper. It can even make the law enforcement elders of the sect feel afraid to act rashly. While completing the task here, Luo Yan built an underground laboratory near the border of the southern wilderness. He continued to study the progress of the Lei Farun transformation experiment and also had the latest results. In the underground laboratory, dozens of transparent ice coffins stood here, filled with a large amount of unknown green liquid, and a figure was soaked in the liquid. These figures all opened their eyes wide, and their eyeballs moved with the movement of the green figure, which looked very creepy. Obviously, these people's consciousness was in a sober state. Perhaps because they were soaked in liquid for a long time, or because they had been in the dark for a long time, their bodies were a little pale. In fact, there were several female experimental subjects present. Although they were also naked, in the eyes of Luo Yan, who loved experiments and pursued the truth, there was nothing special about their protruding physical features. In Luo Yan's opinion, regardless of the gender of these test subjects, whether they are male or female, they are all the same, they are all his target test subjects. Luo Yan quickly walked to the J table and looked at the naked test subject in front of him through the rune array. This test subject is a foundation-building cultivator, and his body's strength is very high, almost several times that of a key-refining cultivator. It is comparable to a low-quality magic weapon. Even if an ordinary knife touches it, it can only leave a white mark. It cannot hurt its roots. This is the natural physical strength of the foundation-building cultivator. After a long time of spiritual baptism, the flesh and blood will naturally become extremely tough after a long period of spiritual nourishment. The flesh alone can resist the chopping of ordinary secular weapons. If it is in a conscious state, using spiritual light to protect the body. At that time, even ordinary magic weapons cannot penetrate the protective spiritual light subconsciously stimulated by a foundation-building cultivator. This experimental subject, who had the foundation-building stage, lay on the J table. All his male features were the same as those of an ordinary person. However, his body was filled with dense rune spells, which looked extremely strange. The most obvious one was a small independent area on the abdomen of the experimental subject. The skin in this area was very white, as if it was the skin of a newborn baby, and it was so soft that it could be blown away. It formed a sharp contrast with the pale yellow skin of other parts of the body. Moreover, inside the rune array of the jade table, a series of green runes bloomed with a blazing light from time to time. Then the extremely pure life energy was automatically injected into the abdominal area of the experimental subject. Through the continuous maintenance of the life essence, a trace of electric light was generated in the abdomen of the experimental subject. This was a picture of lightning from the inside out, without the effect of the thunder rune, but only by the flesh. When he saw this scene, Luo Yan knew that his rune transformation experiment was almost successful. However, he still needs to go forward and test it in person to determine the final result. At this time, there was a blue light flashing in Luo Yan's eyes, and countless runes were jumping non-stop. From a colorful world, it instantly turned into a three-dimensional virtual mesh model. 0. Start the intelligent observation mode, and call out the information in the database for comparison. The task is being established, and the initial body data of the target experimental subject is being retrieved. The body data of the target experimental subject after rune transformation is being compared. The target experimental subject's fusion degree of thunder runes is being calculated. The target experimental subject's fusion degree of basic runes and high-level runes is being calculated. As Luo Yan issued the order, a lot of basic microscopic record data all emerged in his mind. Hundreds of days of record data were all flipped through by him one by one like a cursory glance. Luo Yan focused on the parts with abnormal data. These were specially marked by the chip. On the 103rd day of the experiment, the experimental subject's rate of autonomous absorption of spiritual energy accelerated, the 5 elements runes began to transform, and the thunder runes did not move. On the 137th day, the experimental subject's rate of autonomous absorption of spiritual energy reached its peak, which was 2.1 times the basic value, and the thunder runes did not move. On the 168th day, the experimental subject's rate of autonomous absorption of spiritual energy continued to remain unchanged, and the thunder runes initially merged with the body. On the 200th day, the thunder runes did not move. On the 246th day, the thunder runes did not move. On the 887th day, the thunder runes were initially embedded in the body and began to generate electric light. The densely packed recorded data, from the laboratory temperature, spiritual energy concentration, rune type, the target experimental subject's physical activity, etc., were all recorded one by the chip. If ordinary people saw so many dazzling data, they would definitely be extremely bored, with a headache like a cow, not knowing where to start. But Luo Yan could look at these seemingly extremely cold numbers with relish. From these simple values, Luo Yan could clearly see that from the beginning of the experiment to now, every stage of the changes in the experimental subject had been fully recorded. Analysis results: only a small amount of life energy will not significantly improve the monk's body. When the life essence in the monk's body reaches a limit, a true transformation will occur. When the life essence is higher than the energy concentration of blood and flesh cells, a brief rejuvenation will occur, and the vitality of the body will be greatly increased. When the target experimental subject is in a high concentration of life essence for a long time, the reverse evolution of its body will reach its maximum value, thereby awakening the autonomous changes of the high-level runes and achieving a perfect fit. Chapter 283 Rejuvenation, the embryo of power. In fact, the body of the target subject before being transformed by runes cannot be directly integrated with the runes. Even the basic runes cannot be well integrated with the cultivator's body. Of course, the integration in Luo Yan's eyes refers to the perfect fit between the runes and the body. It is not a simple absorption and integration. In fact, if there is no certain external force blessing, even for a high-level cultivator who is very proficient in runes, it is an extremely long process to integrate the runes into his body. Because runes seem invisible, but in fact they are the manifestation of some rules. Naturally, they are contrary to the cultivator's body. Under Luo Yan's forced intervention, these basic runes exist in the target experimental body for a longer time. Its body will slowly adapt to this state of being superimposed by runes, and then gradually begin to combine with the characteristics of the runes. The thunder rune is a high-level rune, and it will appear relatively slow when integrated into the target experimental body. And it also has extremely high requirements for the cell vitality of the target experimental body. When it is not the initial state of the cell, its thunder rune is not visible at all. Therefore, it takes a lot of time to integrate into the target experimental body. Fortunately, all the efforts were not in vain, and the final transformation was finally completed. Luo Yan, who stood outside the forbidden magic circle and observed for a long time, found that the target experimental body after the rune transformation. After the blessing of the thunder rune, the most obvious difference is, the rune permeability changes that occur in the same skin at different times are not completely consistent. After being stimulated by the electric light, the electrochemical reaction produced is often a cyclical process. Sometimes it is strong, sometimes it is low, like a circling roller coaster. It cannot tend to be stable. This is the typical rune periodic bioelectric characteristic. The combination of the thunder rune and the target experimental body finally spontaneously produced electric light, but unfortunately it cannot be stable for a long time. In other words, when the thunder rune is integrated into the target experimental body, the pure life energy gathered on the side cannot be interrupted for a moment. Otherwise, this fusion process will be terminated instantly. Because the target experimental body consumes a lot of life energy, the essence of plants and trees in several nearby mountains has been consumed by Luo Yan. It was all bare, like a barren mountain. Only when everything revives next year, The seeds of grass and trees buried underground will be awakened. Perhaps by that time, deep in the mountains, we can see a little bit of green sprouting. But in this wild land, the most numerous are those emerald green plants. Pure wood-attributed life essence is never lacking. When a subtle electric light appeared on the target experimental subject, it proved that Luo Yan's previous efforts were not in vain. In terms of the progress of thunder magic, it can be taken to the next level. It has reached the progress of ordinary thunder spirit root cultivators when practicing thunder magic. Although this is a periodic change, it will fluctuate to a certain extent over time. In other words, when the periodic biological electric light appears, it means that the problem of enhancing the power of thunder magic has finally been solved by Luo Yan. Or it can be said that a very feasible path has been found. Thunder magic, Luo Yan can finally practice. And it will exert its original power, not a castrated version like it is now. I used to envy the thunder spirit cultivators' attainments in thunder magic, and now, I can finally embark on such a path. Luo Yan discovered this when he observed the fellow disciple with thunder spirit roots before. The reason why the thunder spirit cultivator is much more powerful than normal cultivators when using thunder magic is due to two aspects. One is the thunder law scriptures in the body. Luo Yan got this from the thunder pool in that alien space. He has no shortage of thunder magic scriptures. The remaining point is the bioelectricity at the microscopic level. This is what Luo Yan detected from the body of the fellow disciple with thunder spirit roots after many inspections. Because this periodic bioelectric light is too weak, it is difficult to detect it from the visual and spiritual level with his own spiritual consciousness alone. In order to study this periodic bioelectric light, Luo Yan worked hard for several years. Finally, it was discovered that the biological electric light that the monks with thunder spirit roots naturally carry cannot be produced from acquired factors. In other words, unless it is born naturally, it is impossible to be born from the background. Even if Luo Yan constantly stimulates the target experimental subject with thunder scriptures, the body of the target experimental subject will not produce this kind of microscopic electric light. After many failed experiments, Luo Yan began to summarize the points of previous failures. He thought that he had entered a dead end before. There should be something wrong with the direction of the previous experiment, otherwise it would not have taken so long for the target experimental subject to have no slight changes. After thinking for a long time, Luo Yan changed his mind. That is to choose to change the physical activity of the target experimental subject. Amplify the physical activity of the target experimental subject to the highest level, that is, the newborn state of infants and young children. Restore the environment when it was just born and was still in its mother's arms. In order to achieve this state, Luo Yan simulated many times. Finally, using a large amount of wood attribute life energy, the local activity of the skin of the experimental subject lying on the J table was awakened. With a continuous injection of a large amount of wood attribute life essence, the skin state of the target experimental subject finally underwent a deep transformation. From the initial appearance of 100 years old, it gradually became smaller. It became the skin of an octogenarian, then to the age of 30, and then to a child. Finally, it returned to the state of an infant. During this period, Luo Yan consumed a large amount of wood-attributed life energy. The input of this life energy cannot be interrupted. Once it is interrupted, the local skin state will instantly regress. After all, growth is irreversible. Rejuvenation only exists in legends. But it was under Luo Yan's tireless persistence. For several consecutive years, the target experimental subject continued to input life energy, which led to the target experimental subject completing the final transformation. When the physical vitality of the experimental subject returned to the state of an infant. At this time, the thunder Lorun finally perfectly matched with the body of the target experimental subject. The body contains scriptures, and the scriptures contain the true meaning of law. In other words, after a long period of hard research, the body of the acquired thunder spirit root was finally reversely deduced by Luo Yan. Although maintaining this initial state of life requires a large amount of wood-attributed life essence. And for a long period of time, this pure life essence input cannot be disconnected. Once interrupted, the reverse initial state of life will be affected. Although there are many difficulties, the actual results are also gratifying enough. Under the constant stimulation of the leaf scriptures and the continuous feedback of life energy, Luo Yan finally deduced what he wanted. When he checked the body of the fellow Lei Lingjin, he actually discovered the difference between the body of the Lei Lingjin monk and the body of an ordinary monk. That is periodic bioelectricity. Under normal circumstances, bioelectricity is naturally carried by most creatures and is bred in the mother's womb. Generally, it acts on the deep activation of cells. It can help the creature to increase the absorption of external energy by its cells, thereby adjusting the energy balance in its body. This is the role of periodic bioelectricity. But this bioelectricity is really too weak. Except for the microscopic level, it is almost impossible to detect it with the naked eye. The divine consciousness cannot be detected, and the inner vision cannot be perceived. Luo Yan also discovered this with a reminder of the chip. Otherwise, if he only relied on his own testing, it would be absolutely impossible to find out a most fundamental problem between the body of the fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root and the ordinary cultivator. And there is a great possibility that it will be directly attributed to the innate supernatural power. What no one expected was that such a weak periodic bioelectricity could actually play such a great positive feedback role on the cultivator. In Luo Yan's eyes, this special bioelectricity is an indispensable part of the cultivator's upward transformation. Periodic bioelectricity is invisible, intangible, and insensitive, and cannot be detected. That's why it is difficult for outside cultivators to detect it. The reason why many natural treasures can play a role in changing the qualifications of cultivators is actually to change the life state of the cultivator at the microscopic level. Feed the cultivator's body back to the most primitive beginning, and then conduct positive deliberate guidance. At this time, the cultivator's body can return to the original state of infancy and infancy, when the spirit is not covered by dust. At this time, it is smelted with a certain attribute rune, so that it will become particularly in line with the conditions for practicing the secret method of the supernatural power. Luo Yan believed that this was the secret hidden in the deepest part of the body of the cultivator with different spiritual roots. Sure enough, as long as it is not born out of thin air, it basically has its own order of existence. After figuring this out, the blue light in Luo Yan's eyes slowly faded away. He glanced at the target experimental subject lying on the J table. The thunder rune on its abdomen was not visible. Obviously, it has been perfectly integrated with the flesh. He gently flicked it with his hand, and a tingling arc flashed. Seeing this, Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The problem of the thunder spirit body has finally been solved. The research on rune transformation here can also come to an end for the time being. Luo Yan took a look at the target experimental subject, who was lying on the J table and fell into coma, and did not wake him up. Instead, he turned around and looked at the figures around him who were immersed in transparent ice coffins. After thinking for a moment, he said, "My experiment is complete and I will leave here soon. I wanted to get rid of you guys quietly, but you have helped me a lot in the past few years. In that case, I will give you a chance to live. I will directly take action to clear all the memories in your brain. Leave this life, and from now on, only obey me." Luo Yan's words seemed to be spoken to everyone present, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Because with the current physical condition of these people, they would not have the slightest chance to refute. Luo Yan waved his hand lightly, and an ice coffin in front of him was opened in an instant. The light green nutrient solution inside also flowed to the ground. Luo Yan stretched out his palm, which was lingering with dense and mysterious runes, forming a gorgeous state, and stretched towards the brain of the experimental subject in front of him. With a hum, a dazzling but not blazing light suddenly burst out. This dim light lasted for half an instant of time, and then the eyes of the experimental subject changed from the initial numbness, secret joy, excitement, fear, to dullness. All the previous memories of the target experimental subject were destroyed under the impact of this dim rune. It became a blank. Even the combat experience, the cultivation method, etc., were all forgotten forever. Only the initial instinct remained. Luo Yan was like a cannon, clearing the memories of the remaining people. However, when Luo Yan saw an older experimental subject, he hesitated and chose another way to deal with it. That is to set up a silence spell in his mind. He did not choose to clear his previous memory. The main reason was that Luo Yan considered that the Lingdan Pavilion in Yongan City and the auction of Lingdan Fantasy needed someone to manage it. These older experimental subjects were almost all shopkeepers in the past. They may not be very outstanding in fighting, but they are very familiar with handling matters related to store management. The task assigned by the master of Yaodang has now been completed, and the matter of Yongan City should almost come to an end. It's time for him to leave Yongan City. But he was unwilling to give up the elixir illusion platform that he had built with great effort unless it was necessary. It just so happened that there were still such a group of people in his hands, and it would be a pity to kill them directly. Recycling waste is the right way. In the end, Luo Yan picked out 2 shopkeepers who were slightly older, had a strong desire to survive, and did not seem to have much ambition in their eyes from all the experimental subjects. "What are your names?" Hearing the question from the Taoist in green, 2 slightly stuttering voices sounded, "Old, decayed, Gu Hongfu, Chen Chengwang." Perhaps because they were trapped in a sealed ice coffin for several years, the tone of the 2 shopkeepers was a little stumbling. It took a while for them to say their complete names. Seeing that they were released alone, a hint of joy flashed in the turbid eyes of the 2. If everything goes as expected, they will be able to leave this place that scares them. Although they were released at this moment, the 2 dared not even think of escaping. The Taoist in green clothes in front of them was too powerful. What they saw during this period of time had completely overturned their 3 views. They had already given up hope of leaving here, and their lives were full of despair and helplessness. They never thought that there would be a day when everything would turn around. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Loose Cultivator Alliance, Qianli Sword Scripture, Small 5 Elements Yin-Yang Sword Formation. As they were old and experienced, they naturally understood that the Taoist in green had singled them out because he had something to tell them. So they looked at each other and lowered their heads to show their submission. Luo Yan glanced at their naked bodies, frowned, and casually threw a storage bag to each of them. Inside each of them were many green Taoist robes of the ZHI clan. "You 2 should put on your Taoist robes first." After seeing that both of them had put on their Taoist robes, Luo Yan said, "I am going to set up an underground organization. In the early stage, it will be responsible for collecting intelligence information of the entire Yungan city. It will expand outward in the future, and it will not be limited to the entire western regions. What you 2 need to do is very simple. One of you is responsible for doing your original business in Yungan City, helping it control the Lingdon Pavilion and providing expansion funds for the entire organization. The other person will secretly look for some children with good qualifications and train them to lay a stable foundation for the growth of the entire organization. At the same time, some independent cultivators can be appropriately absorbed as members. Regarding these 2 modes, I will explain to you in detail how to operate them in the future. The most important task now is the people behind you. You 2 should each choose a part and then start teaching from the beginning. I will provide you with some jade slips of magic spells, as well as many battle images of masters in the foundation building period, stored in the image stones. You 2 can help them match them freely after referring to them. Luo Yan's purpose is very simple, that is, he's going to use the magic pill illusion as a basis to pry the entire Yungan city. He is making plans for the prototype of his personal power in the future. Luo Yan is very clear about one truth, that is, people should always keep a certain backhand for themselves. Being a disciple of a sect is one of his identities, but this does not mean that he can only be a disciple of the 5 Elements Temple in this life. Luo Yan can have more choices. Learn about this world in many ways. And when he has his own power, it will be much simpler to do some things. No longer have to do everything in person. It's like Luo Yan wants to buy some spiritual medicine, just let his people collect it. Qin Fang and Mingayu are transformed from monsters after all, and it will be extremely inconvenient when doing many things. The monster's temperament is too direct and simple. In this land dominated by cultivators, such a temperament is very easy to be deceived and then suffer a big loss. As for those jade slips of cultivation techniques, it is actually relatively easy to find them. They are sold in many shops in Yungan City. Although they are all common goods, they are enough for these guys. Luo Yan never expected them to fight. He still planned to run this underground organization by making a spiritual pill illusion platform. The core point to attract others to join this organization secretly is resources. All resources can be exchanged within the organization. Of course, this is a later idea. It takes continuous improvement to get to this step. Before that, Luo Yan needs these 2 tools to build a simple framework first. When there is time in the future, he will slowly make adjustments. Of course, this is only his initial idea, and many places are not perfect. If the Battle of Xianjiao fails, Luo Yan's eyes condensed slightly, Thinking of the soul consciousness of the elder of the soul refining sect hiding in his storage bag, he didn't even notice it. Luo Yan's heart sank suddenly. His original arrogance that was invincible to this same level was also shattered to a large extent. This shows that the cultivators at the level of Jinden are far more difficult to deal with than imagined. Thinking of this, Luo Yan overturned his previous idea. Because according to his previous idea, he wanted to set up a force of his own. But this method still has great flaws. Even if he manages this organization well, he will only dominate one area in the end. This is already the limit. Luo Yan, who came from a top sect like the Five Elements Temple, naturally knows very well. What does a sect that has been passed down for thousands of years mean? It means that there will be countless old monsters in the sect. Except for a very small number of high-level people, it is hard for outsiders to imagine. An elder of the Jinden period of the soul refining sect is so difficult to deal with. Not to mention that behind him, there are many old monsters with higher cultivation and more numbers than him. So the existence form of this underground organization may have to be slightly changed. Luo Yan's thoughts moved quickly, jumping from the Spirit Pale Pavilion to the Spirit Pale Illusion, and then thinking about his personal power for a moment, a complete Bane line emerged in his mind. Luo Yan's subsequent words also changed accordingly. These countless living beings, countless cultivators have taken many detours in pursuit of that illusory avenue. The core purpose of the organization is to give countless independent cultivators in this world an opportunity. An opportunity to spread the avenue without joining any sect or being bound by any constraints. Although Luo Yan himself usually doesn't like those who always shout slogans loudly but don't take any action. He thinks these people are too fake. But in this situation, as the leader of a newly established organization, it is inevitable to shout slogans and draw a big pie that looks very perfect. Only after shouting such high-sounding slogans, the independent cultivators that this organization faces will be more easily absorbed. Luo Yan's purpose is very simple, that is, to use the spiritual pill illusion of Yong'an City as an anchor in the independent cultivators of Kangwu realm as children, so as to establish a loose but extremely tight organization. This organization can help him collect information to a certain extent, and it is also a certain interest alliance. This is what Luo Yan thought of after he was followed by the law enforcement elders of the soul refining sect and learned lessons. He opened a pill shop and served as the auction host in the Spirit Pale Illusion. He had to do everything in person. Not only did he waste his time for cultivation, but he was also very likely to be targeted. So this trip to the soul refining sect was a wake-up call for Luo Yan. In this world where you can practice, accidents are always unexpected. You may be targeted by a higher-level existence one day. The next time he encounters such an assigned exploration mission, Luo Yan may not even need to show up and let his men sneak in directly. At that time, even if he is exposed, it will not be easy to implicate him. It is equivalent to transferring the risk. Some very deadly tasks can also be used in this way to obtain more information. Only an elder in the Golden Core stage has some ideas about the Spirit Pale Illusion. If the scale of the Spirit Pale Illusion is expanded, it will attract the attention of higher-level cultivators. At that time, if Luo Yan did not have strong personal strength or power, he would be like a child with the gold in a busy city. In the end, he would end up with nothing. Unless Luo Yan is willing to hand over most of the control of the LinkedIn fantasy to his own sect, or seek strategic cooperation with major forces outside. But this idea only flashed in Luo Yan's mind for a moment, and he rejected it in an instant. Once the scale of the LinkedIn fantasy is expanded, out of Yong'an City, and expanded to the entire western regions, the total amount of benefits generated that year is probably enough to be comparable to the total income of a small sect. Of course, this is only in terms of spirit stones and some common cultivation resources. It would be too stupid to share so many resource benefits directly with others. It would be more appropriate to use them to cultivate an underground organization. Luo Yan thought about it for a long time and still felt that it would be better to establish a loose alliance of scattered cultivators. Organize these scattered cultivators in the form of LinkedIn fantasy auction. Not only can it serve to exchange information, but it can also operate quietly with this business model. Thus, many things have been subtly changed. Because they are the most independent cultivators, they are the most in the entire cultivation world. Although these independent cultivators are of low realm and relatively weak strength. But because of this, they are not taken seriously by too many big forces. Using these countless independent cultivators who are not there as spies, whether it is to collect information in a certain aspect, or borrowing the mouths of these people to deliberately spread some rumors. It is extremely convenient. If Luo Yan had a group of people available before coming to Yongin City, he might not have been discovered by the elder of the soul refining sect. For the previous exploration mission, there may be a more suitable solution. Our organization has always been committed to developing a fair platform so that those independent cultivators can also have a channel to contact high-level exercises and secrets. Luo Yan has a clear positioning for this organization, which is to operate around the magic pill illusion, or take the business model of low-price auction. While accumulating some basic cultivation resources, it can also win the support of many independent cultivators. Then use this to develop members suitable for the organization and provide them with a broader platform. When their cultivation reaches a certain level, they can selectively issue some tasks. For example, exploring some spiritual places, establishing a branch of an organization, and so on. As long as the organization under his command grows stronger, no matter what he does, it will be more convenient than for him to do it alone. This may be just a casual move, and the effect will not be seen for a long time. But once it persists for a long time, its influence will never be limited to one area. Let's call our organization the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Those of you who serve the organization will be called Shadow Guards. Yes, I will obey the master's order. The two old shopkeepers lowered their heads instantly to express their agreement. In their minds, the Taoist in green clothes in front of them set up a strict forbidden magic circle. Life and death all depend on the Taoist in green clothes. On one side is his own life, and on the other side is a certain degree of freedom. Even ants try to survive, let alone them. Everyone knows how to choose. Let's go to Yongin City first. Luo Yan waved his hand, and the transparent ice coffins, jade tables, spiritual energy absorption spectrometers, rune-focusing atomic mirrors, mass hybridization furnaces, etc. in the underground laboratory were all put into a storage bag. These high-precision rune equipment were made by Luo Yan with great effort. Naturally, it was impossible to abandon them. Seeing that everything was packed up, Luo Yan led the group of people into the teleportation array, and disappeared here with a flash of bright light. Not long after, this nameless valley collapsed, and all the previous traces of life were buried under the ruins. After arriving in Yongin City, Luo Yan first instructed one of the old shopkeepers to send him to find a yard in the city to settle down the group of shadow guards behind him. Then Luo Yan returned to the LinkedIn pavilion, opened his lips slightly, and said a few words in a low voice. Then he sent it out with a communication talisman. At the same time, many shopkeepers in Yongin City received a jade slip of communication. When they saw the message in the jade slip, they didn't think much about it and copied all the jade slips of the skills that could be sold in the shop, and told their own shop assistants to send them to the LinkedIn pavilion. These shops are business partners that have always maintained close cooperation with Luo Yan's LinkedIn pavilion. They may not have too profound magical skills, which belong to exclusive collections. Unless there are special circumstances, they will never show them to others. But they are not short of some ordinary jade slips of skills. The message from the LinkedIn pavilion made them mistakenly think that they would be used in the next auction. So they directly asked someone to pack them up and bring them over. After all, it is a large-scale auction. It is normal to attract the attention of some casual cultivators by auctioning some common jade slips of skills. For them, these jade slips are nothing more than a matter of transferring from left hand to right hand and making 2 more copies. It couldn't be simpler. After getting these jade slips, Luo Yan looked at them one by one, and then pondered for a moment. He picked out a few jade slips from them. Let the shadow guards focus on the Qianli sword scripture in the future, and then form a group of 5 to form the small 5 elements yin-yang sword formation, which should be enough to deal with most enemies. Even for some geniuses from a large sect, it is very difficult to defeat the 5-in-1 shadow guards in a short time. As for these shadow guards with foundation building cultivation, Luo Yan decided to personally match them with cultivation techniques. Because he had seen too many geniuses along the way. He knew the true strength of this kind of cultivators. If there was a chaotic battle without any rules, a genius from a large sect would be like playing to deal with 7 or 8 casual cultivators. So Luo Yan thought of the sword formation method. By combining the strength of everyone, a powerful combat force can be formed in a very short time. As for the technique of concealing one's aura, this shadow soul hiding technique is quite interesting. It can hide the cultivator in the shadows of the surrounding environment. If someone with a weak sense of perception wants to find someone hiding in the shadows, it is still quite difficult. But this technique still has some flaws. The use of shadow power is too simple. I have to find a way to optimize it. Chapter 285. The Chamber of Commerce is in the open, the organization is in the dark, and the group of shadow guards including the Toothless Boy are composed of some independent cultivators and cultivators from small families. Among the cultivators of the same realm, their strength is undoubtedly the bottom one. Fighting almost depends on the sharpness of magic weapons and the individual's grasp of the timing of the battle. Under normal circumstances, Luo Yan would not bother to pay attention. But now that the Loose Cultivator Alliance has been established, this weak organization will inevitably provoke a group of enemies if it wants to expand. If this group of shadow guards want to play the role of escort, they can no longer be a group of scattered soldiers like before. In this world with personal power, when facing real masters, without certain means of checks and balances, the problem cannot be solved by numbers alone. Therefore, the strength of this group of shadow guards is very critical. Luo Yan plans to let those shadow guards directly abandon the messy skills they have practiced. Change to a unified appearance. In the form of a multi-person formation, a strong combat force can be formed in a short time. In Luo Yan's eyes, the strength of these shadows is uneven. If they want to be of great use, it is necessary to change the skills they practice. He searched among these jade slips and still thought that the sword scripture and sword formation were the most suitable for these people. It is not difficult to get started with the sword classics. You just need to practice diligently. To reach the point of breaking all laws with one sword, it is wishful thinking with these people's qualifications. However, it is enough. In terms of attack, they can use the method of forming a formation with many people to achieve the effect of instant burst. In this way, when they are out, even if they encounter a genius from a great sect, they can barely have some self-protection power. Otherwise, they will still be as disorganized as before, and they will be a group of rabble. It is easy to be defeated one by one. I remember it. Gu Hongfu replied immediately. Not long after, another old shopkeeper came back. The number of jade talismans for the spirit pale illusion should be enough, and there is no need to issue them anymore. I have placed a lot of illusion runes above this spirit pale pavilion. Even if I am not here, you can still hold the spirit pale illusion auction as usual by activating these illusion runes. But you must be careful with those runes and don't let anyone get close to them. Once there is a problem, others can't fix it. Luo Yan told the two old shopkeepers a lot about how to operate the spirit pale illusion runes. The host of the auction and the model of the low-price auction were just casually explained, and the two old shopkeepers Gu Hongfu and Chen Chengwang understood. After all, they were the shopkeepers of a store before, and they were even more familiar with this aspect. Then Luo Yan explained to them some matters about how to build the framework of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. That is to go to other places, hold low-price auctions, and then develop suitable people from them to serve as branch managers. In this way, the cycle continues to develop downlines, and regularly transfer auction materials from Yong'an City. It is not impossible to consider the establishment of a long-distance teleportation array. However, the consumption is too great and it is not within the scope of consideration for the time being. This will be an extremely long road. Therefore, the strength of those shadow guards is very critical. Not to mention having the power to suppress all cultivators of the same level. At least in maintaining the operation of the organization, there must be a certain degree of self-protection ability. If there is a conflict with the local forces in the outside world, avoid it if you can. If it cannot be avoided, issue an underground bounty to hunt down the members of that force. Unless there are special circumstances, do not let the shadow guards intervene directly. Luo Yan talked a lot in one breath, and talked for several hours in a row. From the aspect of the elixir illusion to how to establish the core framework of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, etc. He said it all. The two people only need to follow the steps. The shadow guards can only be used to guard the auction items in their own organization. In other aspects, they cannot interfere at all. The outside forces should be given a fixed impression of just a large chamber of commerce. This is especially important. Finally, let me be frank. I let you two out, gave you a certain amount of freedom, and retained your own memories, because I want you to work for me. If the things you were told to do are not done well, then you can't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Yan's eyes turned cold and swept over the two people. This made the two old shopkeepers, Gu Hongfu and Chen Chengwang, kneel down on the spot, as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Please rest assured, my subordinates will do their best. Looking at the two cultivators kneeling in front of him to express their loyalty, Luo Yan did not mean to let them get up immediately. In special times, thunderous means should be used. The guerrilla state of the child could not suppress these two old foxes. In fact, Luo Yan himself knew very well how outrageous it was to let these two people help build the organization of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. But Luo Yan had no other way. When there was no one available, he could only resort to this last resort. I will create an additional J talisman for the internal contact of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. By then, you can communicate with it even if you are separated by a domain. When you meet a suitable seedling, you can also absorb it in advance and train it as a member of the organization. Okay, I have said almost everything I need to say. I hope you two will not disappoint me. Luo Yan waved his hand and let the two leave. It will take some time before he leaves Yungan City. Before that, he needs these two to train those shadow guards. They don't need to be very powerful, just be able to cooperate with each other to perform the small 5 elements yin and yang sword formation, and have enough self-protection ability when they go to the outside world. This generation of shadow guards has almost been completely finalized, and this method can only be used. When the right seedling is found, the next generation of shadow guards will be trained again. By then, no matter what we do, it will be much better. As for the loyalty of the two old shopkeepers, Luo Yan doesn't have to worry about it. Not to mention the forbidden magic formation in their minds, let their lives be in a controlled stage at any time. These two are smart people. In such a life-threatening situation, they know how to position themselves correctly. Another key point is that whether it is the Loose Cultivator Alliance or the low-price auction of the Spirit Pale Illusion, these two are actually of the same nature. They are both large platforms. Even if these two mess it up, it will not cause much loss to Luo Yan. After the subsequent framework of the Loose Cultivator Alliance is established, more suitable talents will always emerge from the branches under its jurisdiction. By then, Luo Yan will have someone available, and it is not impossible to replace these two old guys at that time. After explaining the two old shopkeepers Gu Hongfu and Chen Chengwang, Luo Yan's eyes accidentally fell on the corner of the street opposite the alley. There was a small figure, looking here from time to time. Looking at this appearance, it seems to be carefully observing something. Enemy. Or is it being monitored? For no reason, these two thoughts immediately emerged in Luo Yan's mind. Then, he shook his head again, thinking it was unlikely. Because judging from the expression and gesture of the little guy, it didn't look like he had any ulterior motives at all. Suddenly, Luo Yan's heart moved suddenly, and he glanced at the two little guys leaning against a counter. One was calm and elegant, and the other was sneakily tilting his head, his little eyes were still peeking. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan seemed to understand something. He waved his hand gently and called the two little guys to his side. King Feng, you have been in Yungan City for so long, have you ever gone out for a walk privately? Qin Feng on the side shook her head, and her two long braids swayed, reporting to the master, no. Qin Feng's crisp little girl's voice sounded, with a little childishness and innocence. Luo Yan nodded kindly, a trace of kindness appeared in his eyes, and his eyes glanced at the other child. Seeing this, Mingyu's head shrank immediately, and she didn't dare to look at her master. Her heart was full of uneasiness, for fear that her master would blame her. Mingyu knew very well what he had done during the time when his master was away from Yongan City. Because his senior sister was watching over him in the Lingdon Pavilion, he wandered around the city with nothing to do. He even made a few good friends for this. It can be said that he was away when the master was away, and he came back when the master came back. Mingyu. Luo Yan paused for a moment, putting away his previous gentle demeanor. Mingyu was startled when she saw this, and then immediately bowed down in front of him. Master, Mingyu knows I was wrong. I shouldn't have gone out every day and left you alone in the store. Looking at the little figure in front of him, Luo Yan did not scold, but just sighed softly. There is a toothless child at the corner of the alley. Is he your friend? Hearing that his master did not blame him, Mingyu raised his head instantly, and then his face was full of joy. Master, yes. His name is Xiaoyao, his family runs a pill shop, and he always treats me to delicious, by Lingdan. Speaking of the toothless child, Mingyu couldn't help but smile, and even his eyes were filled with joy. This was the first human friend he made, who would play with him and treat him to very fragrant by Lingdan. He was simply the best friend. Do you still have that kind of bailing pill? Can you show it to me, master? Hearing that his master asked him for bailing pill, Mingayu didn't think much about it, so he took out a jade bottle from the storage bag hanging on his waist and handed it over. Luo Yan opened the jade bottle, and saw a faint fruity fragrance coming from it. There were only 2 pills the size of sugar beans left in it. Luo Yan poured out 1 pill, then gently scraped off a layer of pill powder with his fingertips, put it in his mouth and tasted it. Then he closed his eyes and felt it. Suddenly, the ingredients for refining bailing pill appeared in his mind. It is composed of more than 10 kinds of low-level spiritual fruits such as kindling fruit, Yuteo, Jiunshan, and Yuyan. They are all relatively common spiritual fruits that contain abundant spiritual energy. And these spiritual objects have a very obvious effect, which is to strengthen the blood and ki of the cultivator himself. Generally, only cultivators who practice body cultivation will think of keeping this kind of pill. Compared with the ki judan, the medicinal effect of this bailing pill will appear to be a little stronger. The spiritual energy is slightly violent, not as stable and peaceful as the ki gathering pill. But it is just right for a demon beast like Mingayu. The demon beast has a strong body. For a low-priced cultivator, the extremely violent spiritual pill is just right for Mingayu. It seems that the person behind the toothless boy at the alley entrance is not simple. It is likely that he saw through Mingayu's true identity and deliberately gave him the bailing pill to make friends with him. Thinking of this, Luo Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. This bailing pill is really good, it is a good pill. People treat you to such a good pill, did you treat them back? Mingayu raised her little head, her face full of pride. Of course. Master, you taught me not to accept things from others easily, so I made a lot of ki gathering pills for him. When he said this, Mingayu's eyes were full of arrogance, as if revealing a sense of complacency. It is a very proud thing to be able to give the pills you refine as a gift to the other party. In Mingayu's opinion, this is already a tremendous skill. There are so many medicinal materials in the alchemy room. He went to refine the elixir according to the instructions of the master. It seems that refining the elixir is not very difficult. Seeing that Mingayu's humanity is becoming more and more intense, and even beginning to have the emotions that human children should have, Luo Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He called her in front of him and touched Mingayu's little head. Since you want to go out and play, then go and have a good time. Maybe we will leave here soon. Mingayu was stunned when he heard the words, and his little head stopped for a moment, but he didn't have too many strange emotions. In his little mind, he didn't think that parting was so reluctant. Or rather, he couldn't express this emotion very clearly. Because he is a demon beast, not a real person. He has the emotion of reluctance, but he won't show it very obviously. With the permission of his master, Mingayu's uneasiness disappeared. Although he couldn't fully understand the meaning, he still understood that he might be leaving here soon. Duang, duang, duang. Mingayu ran out directly. After seeing Mingayu leave, Luo Yan looked at King Feng with a doting smile. This little guy's true form is worthy of being a spiritual crane, with a quiet temperament and dislike of noise. Compared with Mingayu's playfulness, King Feng is much more meticulous in doing things. When Luo Yan himself is not around, King Feng can also take good care of a large spiritual pill pavilion. Master, that little boy is the child of the owner of the Zhang's shop opposite. Mingayu never leaves this street. Every time she goes out to play, this street is basically an independent commercial street. There are many shops that are run by cultivators who have been passed down for several generations. Their descendants are also here. So as long as you don't walk out of this street, safety is not a big problem. In addition, Mingayu has the life-saving jade talisman given by Luo Yan. Even if an ordinary foundation building cultivator attacks him unexpectedly, it is impossible to keep Mingayu. Chapter 286, Taiyi Sect's Journey to Seek Dharma. The third-generation immortals King Feng and Mingayu have been together for so many years, and their feelings for each other are very deep. Although Mingayu's personality is more eccentric, he has a very good relationship with King Feng. When he received a bailing pill as a gift from someone else, the first thing he thought of was not to take it himself. Instead, he chose to give half to King Feng. With such a good thing, the first person he thought of was his senior sister. King Feng was the same, although she hardly left the store. But her concern for Mingayu was subconscious. Mingayu had a special jade talisman refined by her master. With this jade talisman, she could sense Mingayu's specific location anytime and anywhere. As long as Mingayu left the street, she would call Mingayu back through this jade talisman. Although King Feng's body was a spiritual crane, The world of cultivators was too complicated and she didn't understand it very well. Not to mention Luo Yan's previous deliberate instructions, just based on the good relationship between her and Mingyu. Based on the issue of Mingyu's own safety, she would help to pay attention. And King Feng has always been particularly well behaved, and she almost never compromises on Luo Yan's instructions. Do you want to go out and have a look around Yungan City? With the jade talisman I gave you, I believe that as long as those old guys don't take action, your safety will not be a big problem under normal circumstances. Things in Yungan City should be over soon. We can't stay here for much longer. It's almost time to leave. Luo Yan smiled and looked at the young girl in front of him. His temperament was very gentle. Perhaps only in front of these two little guys would he show his truest side. The last time the master came back, King Feng had already visited Yungan City. I feel that the city of cultivators is too noisy, even more noisy than when I was in the Great Lake. I don't like it a little. King Feng doesn't want to go anywhere. Just stay by the master's side and take care of this store for you. King Feng shook his head, and his two pigtails shook with it. His tone was sincere and genuine. Luo Yan rubbed King Feng's little head again, then got up and went to the inner courtyard. Since you have your own ideas, I won't say much. I'll deal with some things, and then we should leave. Before leaving, Luo Yan still needs to go to Taiyi sect. He wants to seek some magical powers related to the secret art of thunder. Luo Yan also looked for the thunder scriptures in the sutra pavilion of his own sect. Most of them are some thunder induction technique, purple sky thunder method, 5-key falling thunder sutra and so on. This kind of very common thunder secret art. The thunder method that has reached the first level of minor supernatural power is almost only the upper half, all of which are severely incomplete. It seems that the inheritance of thunder scriptures has been deliberately erased. However, Luo Yan thinks that the reason is not so. After all, even the great supernatural power of 5 colors divine light is stored in the sutra pavilion. There is no reason that those thunder scriptures need to be stored separately. Unless there is another reason. Thinking of this, Luo Yan recalled the information about his own sect that he had seen in the law enforcement hall. One of them is that many powerful people in the sect do not live entirely on the 5 elements peak. In other words, they live in the different space on the 5 elements peak. In addition to the most basic 5 elements of spiritual energy on the 5 elements peak, there are other spiritual energy of different attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, and yin. These spiritual energies of different attributes were all detained from other places by the great masters in the sect. These spiritual energies of different attributes were placed in an independent small space respectively, forming a special environment for practicing different attributes. Therefore, scriptures on different attributes such as thunder, ice crystals, and hurricanes are very likely to be deliberately collected. You must go to the 5 elements peak to seek the true method. The purpose is to prevent some disciples of the sect from being too ambitious and coveting the power of magic. Choose a different attribute technique that does not match your own attributes as the main technique. Just like Luo Yan, although he has the spiritual roots of wood, earth, and water, he can still use the fireball technique. As for other secret methods of different attributes, most cultivators can perform them as long as they can understand them and do not mind the power of the method. But if a cultivator who is not a cultivator of different spiritual roots goes to practice the method of different spiritual roots, not only will the power of the secret method be greatly reduced, but the difficulty of practice will also increase. It is really a thankless task. Therefore, for most cultivators, they will not practice these different attribute methods. Seriously speaking, the power of these different attribute methods is beyond the normal basic 5 elements methods. The reason for this is that the spiritual energy of different attributes is slightly higher than the ordinary 5 element spiritual energy in the level of spiritual energy division. Generally speaking, low-level cultivators can only absorb the spiritual energy corresponding to their spiritual roots to increase their cultivation. But there are exceptions. When the cultivator's cultivation reaches the late stage of key refining, he can come into contact with runes. Runes are the carriers of the magical powers of scriptures. For young cultivators in the key refining period, it is a very difficult problem. But in the hands of the cultivators at the foundation building stage, they can continuously melt the scriptures of different attributes into their own bodies. In this way, the foundation building cultivator can also practice the skills of different attributes. However, compared with those cultivators with different spiritual roots, This method of changing the cultivation method through one's own acquired cultivation method is far less powerful than the real cultivators with different spiritual roots. Even so, there are still many people who can choose to take this path. Because the power of the practice of the skills of different attribute aura is subject to certain restrictions, that is also compared with the cultivators with different spiritual roots. If compared with ordinary cultivators, the power of their skills will still exceed a little. In the front yard of the Five Elements Temple, some people began to try to practice this kind of skills of different attributes. Not to mention that in the headquarters of the Five Elements Temple, many disciples, in order to pursue greater lethality of skills, relying on the guidance of the elders behind them, they will try to switch to the skills of different attributes to solve the problem of insufficient power of the skills. But there are too many disciples in the Five Elements Temple. If everyone chooses to practice different attribute skills, the different attribute aura accumulated by the sect is definitely not enough to support so many disciples. Therefore, in the Sutra library, the exchange price of some basic different attribute skills is often several times that of other five-element skills. The secret method of the first level of supernatural power needs to meet certain conditions before it can be taught. In this way, the sect raises the threshold for its disciples to practice different attribute skills. In addition, most of the different attribute cultivators need a corresponding training environment when they practice. For example, the fire attribute aura on the fire peak is much richer than that in the outside world. The water attribute aura on the water peak is directly connected to the big lake outside. As soon as you step in, it is like entering the ocean. The same is true for the training environment of different spiritual roots. The great supernatural powers of the sect specially opened up an independent training environment suitable for people like them to practice. But this kind of training environment is not without cost. Ordinary Five Elements peak courtyards are fine, with rich spiritual energy, and disciples can choose any of them as they wish. But the cultivation environment of these special places requires contribution points to enter. Except for those monks who are born with different spiritual roots, other disciples who want to enter and practice inside need to spend a lot of contribution points. Calculated by day. Over a long period of time, that will be an extremely shocking number. You must know that even for monks with different spiritual roots, it takes several years to break through from the key refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Even after reaching the foundation establishment stage, it often takes decades to advance. It is conceivable that if ordinary monks want to take the path of different attribute exercises, it will be full of twists and turns. Because of various reasons, many small magical skills of different attributes have been specially transferred to these different spaces. It is also more convenient for these people to read. After all, a small magical skill has already involved the most essential changes in this world. For most monks, it is impossible to remember these basic rules and manifestations with just their brains. If you cannot observe the true power of a thunder magic, more than 90% of the cultivators cannot directly comprehend it just by the diagram recorded on the jade slips of the scriptures. Only by personally observing the true form of the thunder magic, most cultivators can master this magic. Just like when Luo Yan was being cleansed in the thunder pool before. The power of heaven never stops, the thunder never stops, the lightning never extinguishes, and the inheritance is forever. If Luo Yan wants to practice the real thunder magic, he can only go to the thunder root lineage on the Five Elements peak and then ask for thunder magic. With his current identity, it is not difficult to ask for the thunder scriptures. However, in this case, it is very likely to expose his talent in other magic. Luo Yan thought about it and thought that it was time to find Ji Hongxi, the Taoist of Tai sect. With the help of that guy, it should not be a big problem to look at the thunder scriptures of Tai sect. Anyway, this is a deal that has been agreed before. Thinking of this, Luo Yan no longer hesitated, and his mind began to slowly connect with a certain spirit puppet. Tai sect, Back Mountain. A wide side hall. A young man in a silver-white Taoist robe, with a cold sword-like brow and a slender figure, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, closing his eyes and meditating. His body was filled with countless black and white air currents, flowing slowly. These air currents wandered in the hall, but did not cause any waves, as if they were silent. Suddenly, Ji Hongxi's spiritual sense sensed a strange sound. There was an unusual movement in the empty secret room next door, which only had one puppet. A trace of doubt flashed in Ji Hongxi's black and white pupils, and then he thought of a possibility. Before he could think about it, a spirit puppet walked out of the claustrophobic secret room. "Brother Dao, long time no see." How are you doing recently? Ji Hongxi reacted immediately and greeted the spirit puppet in front of him. Since they parted ways in Taiyi sect, they haven't seen each other for about 5 or 6 years. However, cultivators practice and retreat for several years. This situation is very normal. Luo Yan also returned a salute to Ji Hongxi, and then his eyes began to subconsciously look at the layout of the entire hall. In front of him were 4 wide stone pillars, supporting the entire hall, and translucent curtains were hung on the eaves. In the center of the hall, there were 2 1-foot-tall stone statues, which seemed to be the founders of Taiyi sect. In front of the door not far away, there were several long wooden tables, on which were placed some folded inner clothes and several flawless jade bottles. Apart from this, there was nothing else. It was enough to be called empty, but that was all. Brother Ji, I came here this time because I need your help. Luo Yan took in the interior of this empty hall, and then turned sideways and said, "This place is really too cold, not at all like the residence of a Taoist from a great sect. Instead, it is more like a deep cold palace. It is cold everywhere. However, this is in line with the practice concept of Taiyi sect, quiet and casual. Taoism follows nature. Brother, please speak. If you have any request, I will agree to it." Ji Hongxi's every move is very standard and has obvious etiquette of a disciple of a great sect. It gives Luo Yan the feeling that he is gentle, polite, and humble. Just like a gentleman in front of him, he is polite and modest. There is no such arrogance as he encountered in the wilderness. All external appearances are hidden. The whole person looks noble and elegant. I want to see the thunder law text of your sect. I wonder if Brother Ji can facilitate it. Luo Yan is very clear that although the inheritance of skills has certain restrictions for ordinary disciples and even most elders. For example, it cannot be taken out of the sutra pavilion, it is not allowed to be leaked, etc. There are a lot of rules and regulations. But these rigid conditions are absolutely impossible to restrain the son of the head of the sect like Ji Hongxi. If we talk about origin, the people of his own sect family lineage are compared with a silver-robed young man in front of him who looks extremely elegant. The origin of the elders and their children is weak. After all, Ji Hongxi's father is the head of Taiyi sect, a great cultivator with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. His grandfather is a real great cultivator of the first level of the spiritualization stage, and has almost reached the end of this world of cultivation. Except for the ascension, it is even more impossible for his cultivation to have any further improvement. This guy's background is too scary. A 3rd-generation immortal. Brother, do you only need to observe the thunder method? Although the time of our Taiyi sect's establishment is not as long as your sect, we still have some magical powers about the 5 elements. Ji Hongxi's meaning is very simple. If we talk about the 5 elements secrets collected by Taiyi sect, it is naturally not as good as the 5 elements temple, a sect famous for the 5 elements. But for cultivators of their level, different secrets are of great reference value. This is what surprised Ji Hongxi. If he remembered correctly, the 5 elements temple's genius in front of him should be good at the 5 elements secret method. Although the offensive power of thunder magic can be ranked in the top 3 among all magical powers, the practice of thunder magic is also extremely difficult. Even if ordinary people can get started, it is extremely difficult to master it. Chapter 287, Spiritual Law, Illusion, Demonic Writing. Thunder magic is undoubtedly very powerful. Among all the magical powers, it is enough to rank in the top 3. Thunder magic is also very difficult to learn. Among 100 people who practice thunder magic, there may not be one who is proficient in it. Ji Hongxi searched through his memories. In his impression, it seems that in the entire Taiyi sect, there is no real thunder magic practitioner who can show off. Even if it is magnified to the entire southern region, he has never heard of any peers whose thunder magic practice is very profound. He has also seen several thunder spiritual root cultivators. Although in the eyes of the outside world, those thunder spiritual root cultivators are definitely the first level figures of the Xianjiao level. The strength is so strong that it is suffocating and people can't think of resisting. But in Ji Hongxi's eyes, the strength of those thunder spiritual roots is still not enough. You have to know that his elders are all top cultivators in this world, and his vision is naturally incomparable. Those so-called geniuses with different spiritual roots are not very strong, but they are very arrogant. I want to see the Thunder Dao scriptures. I wonder if Brother Ji has any ideas. Seeing that the prodigy of the 5 elements temple insisted on seeing the thunder method, Ji Hongxi did not ask any more questions and nodded to Luo Yan. "Brother Dao, please follow me." It was just dusk at this time. The sun was setting, and the clouds were steaming, making the whole hall covered with a layer of colorful brilliance. Ji Hongxi strode out, and Luo Yan followed closely. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on them, as if there were thousands of rays of light, very dazzling and charming. Ji Hongxi casually pinched his fingers and summoned a cloud, and Luo Yan also stood on it. The cloud flew towards a sacred mountain in the west, passing several peaks along the way. A Taoist in black and white Taoist robes was meditating on the top of the mountain. When he had an idea, he stirred up the wind and clouds around him. There was a waterfall of thousands of feet falling, and under the illumination of the setting sun, it looked auspicious and colorful, looking particularly spectacular and beautiful. Not long after, they came to a mysterious world. This is a mountain covered with restrictions. Outsiders cannot enter without permission. The Sutra Pavilion is built on this towering mountain. This is the holy place of Tai sect. When Ji Hongxi took Luo Yan to break the outer layer of restrictions and entered the mountain, Luo Yan found that this sacred mountain was really huge. The top of the mountain seemed to be flattened directly, and a very majestic palace was built. Under the illumination of the sunset, this huge palace was emitting a warm glow. Directly in front of the palace was a wide performance field. Many people who have gained enlightenment from the Sutra Pavilion will come here and start to perform. Luo Yan stood in front of this magnificent palace that exuded the breath of time. There was a sense of insignificance that surged from his heart. From time to time, streams of light flashed on the outer wall of the palace. That was another layer of rune restrictions that were invisible to the naked eye. "Brother Dao, you can read the scriptures in the sutra library. But you can't take them out, and I have to stand beside you." Hearing Ji Hongxi's solemn voice, Luo Yan nodded, indicating that he could understand. After all, this is the holy land of Tai sect, and there are many old monsters lurking here. It is a great fortune for him, an outsider, to be able to enter such a holy land of inheritance. As soon as he approached this ancient palace, Luo Yan felt the difference here. The whole world was filled with a special Taoist charm. Standing in front of this palace, it actually gave people a feeling of cleansing the soul. Many Tai sect disciples who entered and exited the sutra library had a look of piety and confidence on their faces, and they were very energetic. They had the demeanor of a disciple of a large sect. "Your sect is indeed unusual." Seeing that the Five Elements temple prodigy next to him seemed to have discovered something, Ji Hongxi's mouth curled up slightly, but he did not explain. Ji Hongxi brought Luo Yan to a side hall, and then said respectfully, "Disciple Hongxi, I want to invite my friend to the Taoist Canon building for a look. Please give me permission, Uncle Master." There was a tall stone platform in front of the side hall, and there was no one on it, but Ji Hongxi bowed to it very respectfully. In Luo Yan's sight, this stone platform was actually nothing special. But he knew very well that Ji Hongxi would never do anything unnecessary. Sure enough, before Luo Yan thought about it carefully, not long after, a leisurely voice came, with an endless sense of time and full of vicissitudes. "It's Hongxi. Do you want to invite outsiders to go in this time? Do you know the rules of the Taoist Canon building?" Ji Hongxi bowed again respectfully. "Hongxi understands. This is Hongxi's friend. It's not easy for him to come to the sect. I want to see the wonderful method of our sect. Please give me the method, Uncle Master." After a while, a vague figure of a Taoist appeared on the stone platform. The Taoist priest sat cross-legged there, as if he had never moved, like a fossil, guarding the gate of this holy place. The world behind him seemed to be embedded with him. "Oh? I am quite curious about the person who can be called a friend by Hongxi. I guess he is a Taoist genius." At this time, the Taoist priest on the high platform revealed his true form. He had a head full of white hair, a Taoist bun, and was wearing a yin and yang robe, full of immortal style. Since it is what Hongxi asked, the old Taoist priest will make an exception and allow the little guy next to you to go in with you. But the exception can be made, but the law cannot be passed on lightly. Ji Hongxi just nodded slightly when he heard this, and no longer asked more questions, but cast his eyes to the side. I wonder what it takes for the senior to pass on the law. Luo Yan was not stupid either. Ji Hongxi did not mention any conditions before. This proved that it was likely that the old Taoist priest in front of him did it on purpose. The purpose should be to test him. And Luo Yan noticed from the conversation between the two that their relationship seemed unusual. I wonder what method you want to learn. I want to see the secret book of thunder magic of your sect. Please allow me. The Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 electric lights burst out, looking up and down at Luo Yan's spirit puppet. After a moment, the old Taoist frowned and said to himself, "Spirit body technique? The real body is not here. Is it the kid from the next door? Indeed, if you have this spirit body technique, it will be more convenient to do anything." Being swept by these 2 eyes, Luo Yan felt that his spirit puppet was instantly seen through. Whether it was the core, runes, or the spiritual materials for refining the spirit puppet, they were all exposed under the side of this old Taoist. And he easily guessed Luo Yan's origin. The realm of this old Taoist was too high, so high that Luo Yan didn't notice he was spying at all. Obviously, this is the gap between Luo Yan and the old Taoist's realm of cultivation, which is so different that it cannot be measured by perception. Wuxing Temple and Tai sect have been friends since ancient times. Although the techniques passed down by the 2 sects are slightly different, both sides know each other more or less. Although the secret technique of the spiritual body technique is not the signature skill of Wuxing Temple, the 2 sects have been friends for many years, and it is not difficult to recognize the source of this secret technique. There are no rules for disciples of my Tai sect to enter the Taoist Kanglao, but the sects are different, and the techniques are also spiritual, so we can't treat people lightly. But the sect rules are dead after all, and my Tai sect is not stubborn and stubborn. The old Taoist has a method. Are you willing to try it? Luo Yan bowed to him with a firm look in his eyes. Seeing this, the Taoist said no more, closed his eyes again, and listened to something. What did you hear? The voice of an extremely kind old man echoed in his ears. Luo Yan's mind was shocked, and the originally majestic palace disappeared in an instant, and the ancient buildings disappeared. Many exotic flowers and plants suddenly appeared in front of him, and there were also unknown spiritual medicines emitting fragrance, ancient trees towering, and spiritual energy was dense. In addition, there were some spiritual birds and beasts, making this place look peaceful and quiet. It was like a fairyland. A white deer jumped out of the forest and rushed straight towards Luo Yan. Luo Yan stood there, his eyes showing surprise, but he did not get up. It seemed that he ignored the deer. The white deer bumped into him, and a huge force came, as if to lift him up. But Luo Yan was like rooted in the earth, motionless, allowing this huge force to hide him. Not long after, the deer disappeared. Another giant beast jumped out of the forest, waving its forelimbs and slapping from top to bottom. The 2 palms landed on the ground, stirring up endless waves of dust, and the forest in the distance was shaking. Compared with this, Luo Yan's body seemed too small. Like a drop in the ocean, invisible. There was no spiritual light flashing on Luo Yan's body, but he blocked this huge palm with his small body. The giant beast roared, and the roar shook the sky, and the dark clouds were shaken away. It raised its palm again. Luo Yan remained indifferent and did not resist at all. In the end, when the 2 huge palms were only 1 meter away from Luo Yan, the giant beast roared unwillingly. All of the auspicious beasts, the forest, the exotic flowers and plants, all disappeared. The old Taoist who was originally standing on the high platform disappeared along with the high platform. A rune arch appeared. The child can be taught, and the law can also be passed on. You have a deep affinity with the Tao, and you are a good seedling for practicing the Tao. Only when your mind is calm can you observe the law, and you can pass on the true scriptures. Go. Go find the scriptures you want. The old Taoist's voice gradually dissipated in the air. There was an invisible light curtain barrier in front of the rune arch. This is actually a ban to block people without a token. Ji Hongxi watched all this and didn't say a word. Obviously, he knew something about this elder in the sect. He knew that this was just a simple test and outsiders couldn't help. If he was informed in advance, it would be bad. The law practiced by this elder pursues natural inaction, and the most obvious point is fate. Even though Ji Hongxi is the son of the sect master, he cannot interfere. Because this is the Tao of this elder. Brother, we should go in. Luo Yan nodded and watched Ji Hongxi use the token to cut open the invisible barrier. The 2 figures flashed and disappeared here in an instant. The space inside the light curtain is very large. It is a vast attic building. Countless jade slips were floating in the air, all of them were glittering with bright lights. It was simply a sea of jade slips, making people dizzy. The biggest difference from his own sect's sutra pavilion was that the jade slips here seemed a bit messy. They were not sorted according to the level of the magic. It felt a bit chaotic and disorderly. I always heard the elders who guarded the Taoist library say that there are more than 1,000,000 volumes of books in my Taoist library. The jade slips of the exercises inside are vast and boundless. There are more than 100,000 jade slips that talk about how to practice. It's worthy of a sea of scriptures. Looking at the jade slips floating in the sky, Ji Hongxi's eyes flashed with pride. Because this is the foundation of his Tai sect. The reason why Tai sect has been able to remain strong is because there are thousands of cultivation methods in the sect. No matter what your qualifications are, you can find a practice that suits your physique here. Even those with 5-element mixed spiritual roots that are despised by the outside world can find the skills that can speed up their cultivation here. It is true that there are jade slips like the sea. Luo Yan also made a very pertinent comment. He felt that this Taoist Tibetan building was almost filled with all kinds of jade slips. At a glance, there was no end in sight. In fact, the Tibetan scriptures of his own sect were also of such a large scale. It's just that he is asking for help now, so he won't say anything that would spoil the view. Brother Dao, don't think that the jade slips in my Taoist Tibetan building are dazzling and disorderly. In fact, these jade slips are quite convenient to find. Then Ji Hongxi showed Luo Yan how to find the jade slip he wanted. That is to spread his spiritual consciousness first and pass on the information of the skills he wants to find. The jade slips here are spiritual and can sense some emotional changes conveyed by the cultivator himself. As long as it is a jade slip that meets the cultivator's wishes, it will automatically float over. Then just choose one. This is what the Taoist said before, the Luo has spirit. Luo Yan also learned to spread his spiritual consciousness like Ji Hongxi. So those jade slips that met his requirements floated from a very far distance. This way of selecting jade slips made Luo Yan feel very familiar. Because the sutra library in his own sect was the same. In other words, the reason why these jade slips floated in front of him was not because of the Luo spirit. Instead, there was a mysterious power that could read the mind of the person entering, and control those jade slips that met the subjective will of the cultivators, and take them away. Luo Yan even saw some milky white bones in several corners. There were densely packed mysterious symbols recorded on them, and there was an inexplicable Taoist rhyme flowing through them, which was somewhat similar to runes, but slightly different. Luo Yan picked up a piece at random, took a simple look, and found that the mysterious symbols on this bone book were actually a kind of demon text. He had seen this kind of text when he sought The Art of Dream Butterfly in Xiandi Ridge. It was a bone taken from a monster with a bloodline after it died. It recorded the innate magical power of the monster with a bloodline. Brother, you can judge the quality of the jade slips from the spiritual light emitted by them. Basically, for a secret method of the first level of magical power, when your spiritual consciousness touches it, the jade slip will burst into fierce light. Ji Hongxi told everything he knew, then took out a cushion and sat cross-legged on it. With another wave of his hand, a jade slip with a glowing spiritual light flew over. Chapter 288, The 7 Armored Thunder Scriptures, Demonic Texts, 5 Elements and 5 Thunder Methods. In the Taoist canon building, 2 Taoists were sitting cross-legged on the ground. Countless jade slips lingered around them, circling and flying like falling leaves. Ji Hongxi put the jade slip on his forehead, immersed his mind, and began to read the jade slip. Luo Yan also learned from him, summoned a jade slip flashing with lightning, and then began to comprehend it. The minor magical power 5 Thunder Curse is generally used to exorcise evil spirits, kill ghosts, control spirits, and capture monsters. To practice this thunder secret art, you need to master the high-level runes of 5 forms of thunder, lightning, wind, anger, and sky crying, and refine it to the corresponding 5 internal organs of the cultivator. This is the acquired thunder, but the power is still extremely strong. Luo Yan concentrated and studied it for half an hour before he finally read through this thunder method. This 5 Thunder Curse secret art uses the energy of the 5 internal organs of the cultivator to cultivate the power of thunder, which can also be called the 5 Thunder Curse for exorcism. Although this is not what Luo Yan wanted, he still recorded it. If there is a chance in the future, I can still learn it. In some cases, it may have unexpected effects. What Luo Yan wants is the thunder magic power against the enemy, which is the art of attack, so that he can perfect his 2 major systems. The 2 major systems of basic 5 elements in thunder. Luo Yan, who uses the 5-color divine light, can make himself invulnerable to all methods to a certain extent. He can basically offset the magic and Taoism used by others. He is invincible by nature. With the offensive power of thunder, he can be truly invincible. By then, even if he encounters those old Xianjiao disciples who have been promoted to the foundation building stage decades ago, he can be fearless. And it is not difficult to suppress them. Only by combining the power of these two Taoist systems, Luo Yan's own strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to dominate the Xianjiao road with only the fur of a great magic technique. After all, those who dare to participate in the battle of the Celestial Lords are almost all the top-notch figures of each sect, far surpassing the cultivators of the same level. More than 10 years ago, among the Celestial Lords of the Five Elements Temple who were in the same class as Luo Yan, there was a swordsman named Luo Yan. If this ratio is enlarged to the entire southern domain, and the 5 domains are counted with the old generation Celestial Lords of the previous few decades, no one can tell how many powerful opponents there are. Even cultivators with average comprehension, as long as they are willing to work hard and practice unremittingly for decades, can always master 1 or 2 killer moves. Not to mention the Celestial Lords of the major sects who have everything. They also have the guidance of their elders behind them, and the advantages of practicing high-level secret methods will be unimaginable to outsiders. With only the technique of 5-color divine light, Luo Yan has to face so many opponents. Therefore, the more powerful thunder magic is the offensive technique he is looking for himself. Once the 5 colors divine light is opened, it can offset all external attacks. At that time, it can be matched with the secret art of thunder to directly suppress others. The combination of the two will make Luo Yan even more powerful. My Tai sect originally had a lot of thunder arts, but the split thousands of years ago caused many secrets to be lost. If Brother Dao is really interested in thunder arts, you can go there to look for it after the secret place of Yin Yang Palace is opened. Ji Hongxi took off the jade slip on his forehead, picked up a biography jade book that came from nowhere, and said while flipping through it. Although he has been to this Taoist building countless times, every time he gives him a refreshing feeling. There are too many books in it. Kung Fu, character essays, biographies of small countries, strange stories. At a glance, there is a vast sea of books. I can't finish reading. I can't finish reading at all. Brother G, I want to spend some time to comprehend these scriptures. Will I disturb you? Luo Yan turned his head and shouted to the distance. Looking at so many jade slips of cultivation techniques and strange stories, Luo Yan felt that he had come to a real world of books. There were too many jade slips of knowledge and secret techniques in the Taoist library, so many that one could not see the end. It's okay, it's okay. Read if you want. When I was young, I also spent a long time here. It's good to read more books. Ji Hongxi waved his hand, and his attention never left the jade slip in his hand. This was his advance payment to the genius of the Five Elements Temple. It was just reading some books and scriptures, and he didn't lose anything. As the Taoist of Tai sect and the son of the headmaster, he still had this power. However, in some cases, this preferential treatment was also extremely limited. After all, there were many high-level cultivators in Tai sect, and the rules set down were for everyone. Ji Hongxi himself has a strong background, and if he doesn't follow certain rules, the general elders can't say anything. But if the person who enjoys this preferential treatment is not him, many principled issues will suddenly erupt. In fact, the reason why Ji Hongxi has to follow Luo Yan and accompany him is because his portable token is extremely special. Basically, he has the authority to enter all the forbidden areas in Tai sect. Of course, this is when Ji Hongxi himself holds it. If this token is given to someone else, it will not be of much use. Other people's tokens recognize the token but not the person. As long as you have the token, you can enter and exit certain forbidden areas at will. But Ji Hongxi's token is completely the opposite. He holds it himself and has extremely great authority. If someone else holds his token, I'm afraid they will be kicked out of the Taoist Canon building within 2 days. Because the elders guarding the Taoist Canon building will give him preferential treatment because of Ji Hongxi's father and grandfather. But his token is not. This privilege is only for him and only him. After all, the reason why many places have such strict entry rules is because the resources inside are limited. If a token can solve all problems, then Tai sect should just change its name to Ji family. It is based on this situation that Ji Hongxi will accompany Luo Yan into the Daozang building in this way. With Ji Hongxi, the Taoist of Tai sect, there will be no one to disturb Luo Yan, even if he lives in the Daozang building for several years. But if Ji Hongxi himself is not here, some old-fashioned elders will show up directly and drive Luo Yan, who is not a disciple of Tai's sect, out. There are many old-fashioned cultivators who only recognize rules and not people, no matter which sect they are in. Their minds are also very simple, that is, they are truly loyal to the sect and do not allow anyone to destroy their home. With Ji Hongxi's pearls and jades in front of him, Luo Yan followed suit. The two of them studied very patiently and read the books in the Daozang building. Luo Yan was going to start with the most basic Thunder Dao magic. He kept reading one Thunder magic jade slip after another, and the chip took the opportunity to record these magics. To be honest, these basic Thunder magics have long been useless to Luo Yan. But he still looked over slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly, just like a student from the mortal world who went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. Ji Hongxi was also not far away, flipping through his favorite jade book. When it comes to reading, neither of them finds it boring. The heart, which was originally as calm as water waves, has now become even calmer. This ancient method is quite interesting. Luo Yan suddenly saw an ancient method called fighting thunder art. This is a technique that can borrow the thunder of the 9 heavens, which is then collected by cultivators and used against the enemy. The most important thing about this thunder method is the weather, and it can only be used under specific circumstances. But the power is stronger than you can imagine. There are 6 other thunder methods to match this fighting thunder art. They are heavenly thunder art, which induces clouds and rain, and breeds thunder. Earth thunder art uses the power of the 5 internal organs to stimulate the key of the earth veins and form muffled thunder. Water thunder art triggers the attribute aura in the water, which then explodes, and is a method of thunder in the water. The remaining 3 thunder arts, such as cloud thunder art, demon thunder art and transformation god art, all have their own strengths. These 7 thunder arts together are a complete small magical art 7 treasures of armor thunder scripture. The power is terrifying enough to burn forests and destroy the land. After Luo Yan memorized these 7 thunder arts, he took out another thunder jade slip and continued to read it. This time there is such a good opportunity to read the scriptures. Luo Yan will certainly not swallow them whole like before, but read them slowly and leisurely. If these scriptures are placed in the 5 elements view, if they are exchanged, the contribution points consumed may be an astronomical figure. Here, Luo Yan reads them at will. It was also the first time that Luo Yan felt the face of Ji Hongxi, a top-level 3rd-generation immortal. No matter where he went, he just had to show his face. The information transmission of the jade slip was somewhat different from the text records in the book. The book needed to be read by oneself and then understood before it could enter one's mind. If one did not use the brain to remember it, even if one saw it with the eyes, it would be useless. As soon as the jade slip was touched, the information inside would spread in the mind like flowers scattered by a fairy. It was like a black and white movie, all displayed in an instant. Compared with the book, the jade slip method was much more convenient. But it was also a picture, and it was also a complex of information accumulated with many materials. Knowledge was something that, even if the eyes saw it, might not necessarily understand the meaning inside. Even if the brain remembered it, it might not necessarily be understood. Even if one understood it, one might not necessarily be able to learn it. This was why, although the jade slip was very convenient to use, many cultivators still could not understand its true meaning. For something like a technique, it seemed that one only needed to remember the runes and the running route of the spiritual veins in the body. In fact, it is far more than that. The changes in the forms of many runes still need to be controlled by the cultivators. The nodes of the spiritual veins in the body, the changes in the rune forms, etc., if they cannot be fully mastered. Even if you remember the exercises in your mind, it does not mean that you have learned this exercise. After all, there are only a few geniuses who can learn the exercises after just a few glances. Luo Yan stayed in the Taoist library for the whole day. With his understanding and memory, he had only read a few dozen jade slips of thunder techniques. It is conceivable how difficult it is to learn the secret art. Among these dozens of jade slips, there are basic thunder techniques and secret techniques for controlling the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Through careful recitation and appreciation of these jade slips, Luo Yan's use of thunder techniques has been inspired to a certain extent. It turns out that the doorway in the rune thunder technique is far more than what I have seen before. Luo Yan also thinks that it is time for him to settle down. In the past, he always pursued the power of the secret technique and the great of the magical power. This time, Luo Yan wants to return to the essence. He wanted to start with the most inconspicuous methods to lay the most solid foundation for himself, and also provide enough thunder methods samples for the chip. And this time, he planned to taste it carefully, instead of swallowing it whole. He scanned it with his eyes and let the chip record it first, and then find time to practice it later. On the second day, Luo Yan was still looking at the jade slips related to thunder methods. There was a broken bone not far away, with a trace of lightning flashing on it, revealing a faint silver luster. Luo Yan made a move and the broken bone flew over. There were even some signs of weathering on the broken bone. Obviously, this broken bone had been here for a long time. However, the demon text on it was still clear and did not affect reading. Thunder Body Refining Method. Luo Yan was surprised. The innate magical power recorded on this broken bone turned out to be a method of attracting thunder from the 9 heavens to refine the body and strengthen the external demon body. The body of the demon beast is already strong. If it is supplemented with this thunder body refining secret technique, its demon body is so strong that no one of the same level can defeat it. Unfortunately, this broken bone is incomplete, and this thunder body refining method is naturally incomplete. Therefore, few cultivators have seen this broken bone. After all, it is a demon text, which is not quite the same as many human scriptures. If you really want to practice, you must not practice according to the method on the broken bone. However, for Luo Yan, this incomplete thunder body refining method still has a certain reference value. With the help of the chip, even if it is a demon text, he has a way to restore it completely. This kind of innate magical power born from the ancient thunder beast, although not perfect, can be used for reference, which is still quite good. In the following time, Luo Yan found another jade slip with more reference value, called 5 Elements 5 Thunder Method. In fact, it is to refine the basic 5 elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into the corresponding 5 Elements Thunder Method. Luo Yan had studied this thunder technique carefully for many times. He thought that this secret technique was worth his time and effort. The 5 Elements technique and thunder technique were both what he pursued. If these two secret techniques were used together and finally integrated, their power would surely be multiplied. After he had an idea in mind, Luo Yan immediately took action and began to study this 5 Elements thunder technique with all his heart. Chapter 289 The True Meaning of Thunder, the World of Hengsha, Daozi's Recognition. Friends, this world is composed of 5 basic elements. Water produces wood, because plants cannot grow without water. Wood produces fire, because wood is fire when it is lit. Fire produces earth, and when the flame burns out, it becomes ash, which is the earth element. Earth produces gold, and there are ores in the soil. The flying sword is extracted from the ores, which is the gold element. Gold produces water, and after the flying sword is smelted, it becomes a liquid, which is the water element. The above 5 elements are not the 5 elements of the real interface, but the elemental 5 elements, which refers to a pseudonym. It can also correspond to the 5 internal organs in the cultivator's body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. These 5 categories can also be called the internal 5 elements, which are fire, wood, earth, gold, and water. The foundation of the birth of 5 elements and 5 thunder methods was born from this. This kind of thunder method is essentially different from the innate thunder method. It is not a rune illusion, nor a law of heaven and earth. It is the manifestation of the 5 elements through the internal cultivation of the 5 internal organs of the cultivator, so it can also be called the internal cultivation of the 5 elements thunder. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The subtle sound of electric light resounded on Luo Yan's body. His spirit puppet was dazzling with a faint brilliant color. 5 kinds of thunder, such as cyan, white, black, red, and yellow, appeared, with a fascinating momentum, filling the Taoist building. So this is the internal 5 elements thunder method. Luo Yan smiled at the corners of his eyes, and his heart revealed a touch of satisfaction. At this time, he finally realized how far he had to go in practicing the way. It turned out that without relying on runes, relying only on his own flesh, he could also release attacks that were not weaker than the thunder method runes. This is the way of thunder, which seems to be out of reach and not accessible to ordinary people. In fact, it is not so explosive, and it is always around us. It's just that it is difficult for people to notice. Innate divine thunder, internal 5 elements thunder method, periodic bioelectricity. As time went by, Luo Yan's body gradually had a faint electric light all over his body, weak but not blazing. His perception became deeper and deeper, and he turned this internal 5 elements thunder method into a mysterious symbol with dazzling electric light flashing on it. In a thought, there was a tendency to collapse the sky. Luo Yan relaxed his mind and continued to arouse the 5 elements thunder method in his heart, integrating it, so that the power of the 5 elements in thunder reached a clever balance point. He wanted to practice this 5 elements 5 thunder method to a deeper level. Ji Hongxi, who was not far away, kept making a strange crackling sound over here, and was surprised. He did not bother to disturb it, and just flipped through the jade book in his hand, as if there were thousands of truths in it. It attracted all his attention. As time went by, Luo Yan read more and more thunder method scriptures. The more scriptures he recited, the more he could experience the vastness of the thunder method. Although this is a spirit puppet body, every time he reads a scripture, Luo Yan will carefully practice the skills. His body will be full of spiritual light and flashing with lightning. The crackling lightning is like the eye of a thunderstorm that never stops, making the whole Taoist building dazzling. Is this the power of thunder? Sure enough, I was too one-sided before. Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. Every time he practiced a thunder jade slip, his body would resonate with it. It was like a rusty iron, which became more and more brilliant after being wiped for a long time. In this Taoist building, it seemed that time was not counted, and Luo Yan did not deliberately remember it. He only knew about the secret jade slips about thunder, and he had read no less than 1,000 of them. Even if it was the innate magical power of the demon race drawn on the bones of animals, as long as it was related to the secret art of thunder. Even if the meanings of the demon text and the rune were different, it could not stop Luo Yan, who was blessed by the chip, from guessing. Reciting scriptures every day, various mysteries of thunder and lightning appear by themselves. This is a strange realm. It makes Luo Yan more focused and obsessed, and he understands the essence of thunder and lightning more thoroughly. Countless thunder and lightning secrets have inspired Luo Yan, and he starts from the simple and goes to the complex, looking for that opportunity in thunder and lightning. Many thunder and lightning may be too simple and useless to him now. But after reading it carefully, Luo Yan can still feel that the thunder and lightning foundation in his body is slowly growing. Even if Luo Yan has not yet done it, he can perfectly integrate the 5 elements of magic power he has mastered with the thunder and lightning magic power. The 2 magic powers have not reached a deeper level of sublimation and transformation. But compared with before, the current thunder and lightning realm is still much better. Thunder Luo Yan closed his eyes, his palms were folded up and down, and a dense thunder began to flash in the middle, and there were many silver snake phantoms in it. After a while, these silver snakes disappeared again and turned into thunder talismans. These thunder symbols directly fixed the void around Luo Yan, and then all of them disappeared in an instant. It was as if the world was just born and chaos was just beginning, which was very terrifying. Congratulations to Brother Dao for your success in thunder magic. Ji Hongxi, who was not far away, saw this scene, put down the jade book in his hand, and then said with admiration, being able to use thunder magic to the extent that all things return to silence, it shows that this 5 elements temple's genius has reached a very deep level in the art of thunder magic. If it was a cultivator with thunder spirit roots, it would not be so surprising to Ji Hongxi. But Ji Hongxi knew the details of this 5 elements temple's genius in front of him. This is a cultivator of the basic 5 elements. I never thought that this 5 elements temple's genius was so talented in thunder magic. It's unbelievable. It's still a long way to go. If you want to be able to suppress the enemy with thunder magic, I'm afraid there is still a long way to go. But thank you for your help, Brother Ji. Luo Yan nodded gently to the opposite side. Although he had read so many thunder magic scriptures in a short period of time and gained a little, there was no trace of complacency on Luo Yan's face. Because he knew very well that the power of thunder magic he had mastered at present was at most the level of that fellow disciple with thunder spiritual roots. If he wanted to suppress the enemies with thunder magic, he might still be a little short of it. But there was one thing that Ji Hongxi was right about. Luo Yan's current attainments in thunder magic have exceeded the scope of most thunder cultivators. Well, what Brother Dao said makes sense. In fact, for beings of our level, ordinary scriptures and precious books are useless. But their actual use is extremely limited, and they can only serve as a reference. If you really want to fight your way out on the road of Xianjiao, I'm afraid the only thing you can rely on is the great supernatural power. If Brother Dao doesn't mind, Hongxi is willing to tell you a little secret about the Kangwu realm and the true spirit realm. Ji Hongxi looked at the Xianjiao of the Five Elements temple opposite him, and thought of the trip to the Yin-Yang Palace more than 10 years later, which would not be possible without the help of this Taoist brother in front of him. So he threw out a seemingly trivial topic. "Oh? I wonder what kind of secret it is. Please teach me, Brother Ji." Luo Yan's eyes were full of curiosity, and the thunder runes on his body also disappeared. He turned around and pretended to listen. "Brother Dao, you are polite." Ji Hongxi shook his head, indicating that the other party should not be so polite. The reason why he explained this kind of thing to the Xianjiao of the Five Elements temple at this time. The fundamental reason was to do him a favor. Because this Xianjiao of the Five Elements temple was worth Ji Hongxi's attention. Only people of the same age could be his friends. The intention of making friends was self-evident. In fact, it's not a big secret. It's just that seeing that Brother Dao was so friendly, Hongxi simply wanted to make friends with Brother Dao, so he just chatted with him. So Ji Hongxi, under Luo Yan's gaze, talked about the deepest secrets of this world. And Luo Yan's face also changed from the initial curiosity to thinking and solemnity. As Ji Hongxi's explanation became deeper, a huge basic worldview appeared in front of Luo Yan. Under normal circumstances, even the elders with a cultivation of the nascent soul stage may not understand these secrets that Ji Hongxi talked about more comprehensively than him. Luo Yan briefly summarized that what this Taoist of Tai sect meant was that for the rune-based practitioners like them, the more powerful the secret arts they practiced and learned, the more powerful the strength they would have in themselves. Unfortunately, in the Kangwu realm, except for a very small number of sects, many great supernatural powers in the outside world are incomplete. This does not mean that practicing great supernatural powers is definitely better than normal small supernatural secrets. It is because the Kangwu realm belongs to the small world as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. The rules of the Great Way in the realm are relatively unstable, and the laws of the world are more prominent than those in the spiritual world. Therefore, it is much easier to display supernatural powers in such a place than in the true spiritual world. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the law comprehended in this world is incomplete compared to the Tao in the great world of the spiritual world. Therefore, in a small world like the Kangwu realm, the deeper the Tao that the law cultivator comprehends, the stronger the strength he manifests. The power of supernatural powers is particularly obvious in this small world. To put it bluntly, the so-called supernatural powers in the Kangwu realm are the manifestation of the Tao. The Tao contained in the small supernatural powers is relatively shallow, so naturally it is not as powerful as the great supernatural powers. In some cases, the two can even be directly compared. The more Dao principles one's magical power contains, the more powerful one's secret technique is. This is the level of the magical power. If you are in the upper realm, in that realm where the Dao principles are perfect, you want to comprehend a great magical power related to the laws of the world. No matter how outstanding your personal talent is, you will never be able to touch these Dao principles unless you have a certain level of cultivation. Because the Dao principles in these big worlds are extremely stable, except for the basic 5 elements, the rest of the Dao principles are almost invisible. Only those cultivators with high cultivation can rely on their huge soul power to observe the Dao principles that constitute the origin of the world. Even so, these great cultivators with high cultivation will definitely not be able to comprehend the magical power without hundreds or thousands of years of time. So from Ji Hongxi's mouth, Luo Yan learned that if you can go to the true spirit realm, the laws of this small world, except for those incomplete secret techniques of the first level of great magical power, the rest of the laws are useless. The methods practiced in the Kangwu realm will become ineffective instantly after reaching the upper realm. Not to mention that the power of the magic can be comparable to that in the lower realm, it is still unknown whether it can be used. The fundamental reason for this situation is that the quality of the spiritual energy and the laws of the world are different in the two worlds. The fireball technique that can burn trees in the Kangwu realm may not even release a wisp of smoke after reaching the true spirit realm. The essence of the operation of the Kangwu realm is completely different from that of the true spirit realm, which has a stable law. Even the higher level earthly immortal realm, the world laws there are very different from those of the true spirit realm. This is the difference between the Hengsha world, the great thousand worlds, and the earthly immortal realm. This is the essence of the realm. The laws of the world laws in each realm are different. How can the strength of creatures practicing in different realms be rashly classified into the same level? If a cultivator in the foundation building stage of the true spirit realm is placed in the earth immortal realm, The concentration of spiritual power in his body may not be even comparable to that of a child around 10 years old. Similarly, after a cultivator who grew up in a small world like the Kangwu realm ascends to the true spirit realm, if he does not rebuild his realm in time, he will only fall further and further behind the cultivators of the same level in the true spirit realm. Even his realm will be fixed forever. This is like in the Kangwu realm, an ordinary mortal jumps hard on the spot, and may only jump to a height of 1 or 2 meters. But if he is brought to the outer sky, he can jump to a height of more than 10 meters with a light jump. This is the essence of the operation of the world. The basic laws that constitute the world are different, so the laws used by both sides are naturally different. The laws practiced in the Kangwu realm will not seem so useful when they're run to the true spirit realm. Similarly, the strength of the cultivators in the true spirit realm will be greatly reduced when they're run to the Kangwu realm. Many magics that do not involve the operation of the world's laws will no longer be explosive. This is the secret of the world of Henshe in Kangwu realm. Generally, there will not be any jade slips to record it, because most creatures will never be able to leave the Kangwu realm in their lifetime. This is a vast world, but also a cage. It firmly locks the highest cultivation limit of the creatures living here. Even if a great cultivator with the cultivation of the God transformation stage has incredible power in the Kangwu realm, if he does not ascend to the upper realm in time. In this realm, his lifespan is only 2,000 or 3,000 years. When time flies, the sea dries up, and the veins of the earth shift. What about the great cultivator of the God transformation stage? He will still return to a handful of Lois, without causing any waves. This is why the road to Xianjiao is opened every 100 years in the Kangwu realm. The stronger the power behind him, the more intense the competition for the limited number of ascension places. If you don't jump out of this realm, it is equivalent to being isolated from the great Dao. Even if there are creatures with extraordinary talents, they can achieve the realm of the God transformation stage in the Kangwu realm through their own unremitting efforts. Finally, he was able to ascend to the upper realm by his own strength, but the delay in the middle was at least nearly 1,000 years. After going to the true spirit realm, because the basic principles that constitute the two worlds are different, all realms need to be restarted. In other words, the previous 1,000 years were equivalent to a waste. What's more, most of the cultivators in the God transformation stage, when they achieved this realm in the Kangwu realm, their lifespan was far more than 1,000 years. Even if they went to the upper realm to rebuild their realm, the lost lifespan could not be made up. Therefore, many cultivators in the God transformation stage, even if they have reached the pinnacle of the Kangwu realm, will not choose to ascend due to lifespan or other considerations. After all, in the Kangwu realm, their cultivation is at the top, and they are naturally free to do whatever they want. But in the true spirit realm, once the cultivation is all dispersed, even a giant stage cultivator may dare to bully them. More importantly, it has taken them a lot of time to cultivate to this point. If the power is dispersed again and it is done again, no one has the confidence to be able to cultivate back to the current realm. This was the case with Ji Hongxi's grandfather, and it was also the case with many of the supreme elders on the Five Elements Peak. Their lifespans were running out, and it was not enough to support them to rebuild again. That's why they chose to stay in the Kangwu realm instead of ascending directly. Rather than being a small minion in the upper realm, living from day to day, and not knowing whether they would live or die. It's better to stay in the lower realm and be a supreme elder who lives in peace with the world, enjoying thousands of years of life, watching the changes in the sea. In this Kangwu realm, Ji Hongxi's life experience is definitely first class. A lot of information he can learn is far beyond the reach of a guy like Luo Yan who has no background. So when Ji Hongxi treated all this as a casual chat and said it with a smile, Luo Yan was stunned at first, then immediately stood up and solemnly bowed to him. Brother Ji, Luo Yan is very grateful for your kindness, and I deserve this gift. Luo Yan first took off the crane mask on his face, and the dull expression on the face of the spirit puppet disappeared, turning into his original appearance. He immediately looked at her with his true face, and despite Ji Hongxi's attempt to stop him, he insisted on performing a salute again. If Ji Hongxi hadn't told him the secret about the nature of the Kangwu realm, it would have been impossible for Luo Yan to understand it so clearly. Previously, Luo Yan could only vaguely guess that it would be best to fight for the quota for ascending to the upper realm. But why should he fight? He was actually in a confused and uncertain state. But when Ji Hongxi told him this, all the previous things could be connected instantly. This is not a battle of Xianjiao, but a battle of Dao. The battle is not about who is stronger, but an opportunity to change fate. A cultivator of a major sect only has this one chance in his life. If you lose it, it will never come back. If you want to jump out of the cage of the Kangwu realm, winning the first place in the Battle of Xianjiao is the best opportunity. Therefore, Luo Yan performed 2 heavy salutes towards Ji Hongxi, representing his attitude of gratitude. So your real name is Luo. Hongxi has met you before. Please forgive me if I was rude to you before. Seeing that he could not stop Luo Yan from thanking him, Ji Hongxi also returned a Taoist bow to him. At this moment, they were truly close friends, treating each other honestly and treating each other as true friends. It is very simple for people like them to make friends. As long as they recognize each other, it will be fine. But to achieve this, it is not easy to get the recognition of top geniuses like them. Because at this stage, there are only a handful of peers who can keep up with them. Not to mention like-minded. After more than 10 years of practicing Taoism, the only person who can be truly regarded as a friend by Luo Yan is Lian. Yang Zhao is at most half a friend. Ji Hongxi's status is too high. Not only is he a Taoist of Taoyi sect, his father is also the head of Taoyi sect, and his grandfather is a big man of that level. Whether it is the innate environment or the acquired background, they are all maxed out. So Ji Hongxi is arrogant enough to look down on any of his peers around him. He is also lonely, with no company except the green lamp and the collection of books. Luo Yan's talent and magic made Ji Hongxi look at him with new eyes. So there was this time of frankness. This is how gentlemen interact with each other. Ji Hongxi had previously agreed to let Luo Yan enter the Taoist Kanglao to observe magic, and he just wanted to advance the reward. Regarding the help of the Yin-Yang Palace, this is just an equal transaction. A transaction recognized by both parties. So this is why Luo Yan has been wearing a mask. Because he knows very well that the two are just a transaction. He helped him to entangle the Taoist of Taking sect, and Ji Hongxi, relying on his special identity, allowed him to enter the Dao Zhanglao Guanfa. But just now, Ji Hongxi suddenly changed his mind. Because he saw this Xianjiao of the 5 Elements Temple, he realized the true meaning of a ray of thunder magic. This special Taorim is almost surprisingly similar to the black and white Taorim he mastered. Seeing such a scene, how could Ji Hongxi not understand how terrifying the talent of understanding of the magic of this Xianjiao from the 5 Elements Temple would be? So he chose to tell him such a secret. It was at this moment that Luo Yan was truly recognized by Ji Hongxi. He believed that such a Xianjiao should be treated as a friend. I see that Brother Luo's thunder method already has a hint of the true meaning of thunder. If it can be supplemented with a great magical skill, it will surely be able to exert an unexpected power. But my Taoyi sect's inheritance is missing too much? Almost all the scriptures on thunder methods are here, and Brother Luo can't see the real thunder method. Otherwise, Hongxi will definitely take Brother Luo to see the real thunder method. Ji Hongxi's tone was full of regret. He felt sorry for his new friend. If he could practice another great thunder method, then his friend, relying on a 5-element great magical skill to protect himself and a thunder method secret technique to attack. If he fights at the same level, he can almost certainly win a place for ascension. Obviously, Ji Hongxi also guessed Luo Yan's thoughts. He also understood why Luo Yan came to Taoyi sect to seek thunder methods. If he had such a talent for magic, he would have asked his grandfather, who had reached the stage of transformation, to take him to the outside world to seek the secrets of great magical powers. With the face of a cultivator in the stage of transformation, he went to seek a secret of great magical powers. As long as he is willing to pay a certain price, no matter what ancient scripture it is, it can basically be obtained. It is not easy to recommend it again on the 12th. I have no way to repay you. Here is a 6K chapter. Chapter 290, Zhongzhao, News about the inheritance of Lei Dao, and the development of Lingdan Chamber of Commerce. Although Ji Hongxi is not the legitimate son of some old monster who has reached the state of transformation, his actual situation is not much different. From childhood to adulthood, as long as he wanted something, he would get it. A great supernatural power, as long as he was determined, the elders in the family would still find a way to help him. But it is far from as simple as imagined to practice the secret art of the great supernatural power. You need to have a certain prerequisite foundation before you can practice the real ancient secret art. Just like the 5 colors divine light of the 5 elements view, the conditions for practicing the supernatural power secret method are very simple. That is, You must have a certain level of attainment in the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. It looks very simple. After all, many people are born with single, double, or multiple spiritual roots. But in fact it is extremely difficult. Before the cultivator's cultivation realm reaches the golden core stage, this kind of Taoism related to the operation of the world is far from as simple as imagined. The most direct point is that looking at the entire 5 elements view, the number of cultivators who can learn the 5 colors divine light before the age of 100 can be counted on one hand. Many of the Xianjiao in the 5 elements temple, before their cultivation has not broken through to the Jinden stage, are unlikely to choose to practice this magical power. The main reason is that the prerequisites for practicing the 5 colors divine light are too high, and many people cannot reach them. In addition, if you really want to practice this level of secret art, in the 5 elements temple, there are still quite a few Yuaning elders in each peak. Although they are not as complete as the 5 colors divine light, they are still more than enough to use against the enemy. You should know that the dream butterfly art of the immortal butterfly ridge is not an exception in the 5 elements temple. Many elders have inherited ancient secret arts of this level to greater or lesser extent. The great dream for thousands of years of the Taoist sect requires one to cultivate a pair of yin and yang dharma eyes. From the moment the inspiration is born, it begins to be cultivated. Then in the years to come, it never stops. Only with this pair of dharma eyes that can distinguish yin and yang, recognize the clear and turbid air, and distinguish the resentful souls of the netherworld can it be successfully practiced. If you can't cultivate this pair of black and white eyes, you can't inherit the great magical power of the great dream of thousands of years. It is conceivable how difficult it is to study the scriptures of this level of ancient secret arts. Only those with excellent talents can't touch it. This is the real reason why Ji Hongxi was willing to take the initiative to tell Luo Yan about the true meaning of the thunder method on his body and the secrets of the lower world and the true spirit world after he noticed it. Only by personally contacting it can you know the difficulty of practicing this kind of secret art. It is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Ordinary cultivators may be limited by their status and cannot guess Luo Yan's true understanding. But Ji Hongxi is different. His life experience destined him to have an extraordinary vision. Ji Hongxi knows very well what the true meaning of the thunder method means. It is the foundation for practicing all the thunder methods in the world. After having this true meaning of the thunder method, practicing other thunder methods will be as simple as sailing with the current. This kind of thunder method true meaning may not be cultivated even by many cultivators who are born with thunder spirit roots. It just so happens that the true meaning of this method appeared in a 5 elements temple Xianjiao who practiced a 5 elements secret method. Being able to do this is enough to prove the comprehension talent of this 5 elements temple Xianjiao in front of him. The intention of making friends quietly sprouted in Ji Hongxi's heart. It is precisely because of his superior background that Ji Hongxi's heart is extremely arrogant. Looking at the entire southern region, the number of peers who can be taken seriously by him can be counted on one hand. So even though Ji Hongxi has lived for more than 20 years, there is no one who can be recognized by him and regarded as a friend. After all, his identity background is too high. Ordinary peers don't even have the qualifications to approach Ji Hongxi. And Ji Hongxi's parents are very protective of him. No matter where he goes, there are protectors following him. All kinds of reasons combined together make Ji Hongxi's character lose a little worldly fireworks. Give people a sense of unreality. When Luo Yan first met Ji Hongxi, he saw the arrogance hidden deep in his heart from his humble and gentle manners. This arrogance has made Ji Hongxi always be alone. There is no one of the same age around him. The word friend may be very common to others. But for Ji Hongxi, it is an unattainable synonym. Brother Ji, you are polite. I am very grateful that I can take a look at your sect's thunder law scriptures. As for other things, I really dare not. Wait, about this thunder magic that Brother Luo is pursuing, I seem to know a little information. Ji Hongxi's black and white eyes suddenly lit up, as if he thought of something, and then interrupted Luo Yan's polite words very abruptly. When I was young, my grandfather took me to travel in Zhongzhou. When we passed through a certain area in Zhongzhou, he seemed to mention to me that there was a holy place of thunder under the clouds, but it declined later. If Brother Luo has time, you can go there and take a look. Maybe you can really find the inheritance of thunder. Thinking of this, Ji Hongxi took out a blank jade slip and then detailed the landforms recorded in his mind. Luo Yan took the jade slip and didn't say anything sensational. He just nodded to Ji Hongxi, the real inheritance of thunder. Luo Yan pondered for a moment and instantly had an idea in his mind. He originally planned to continue traveling in the western regions to gain knowledge. Now that there is such an unexpected surprise, the place of travel should also be changed. In this case, I will go to Zhongzhou. I hope to gain something at this moment. A layer of silver electric light appeared on Luo Yan's body, like water waves, flowing slowly. But from time to time, there was a subtle crackling sound, which gave people a frightening feeling. Countless thunder runes lingered on it, like a small silver sun, blooming in the Taoist Cannon building. Dazzling. In the next few days, Luo Yan carefully studied the remaining small part of the thunder jade slips again. Since he had come here, he must read all the thunder methods in the Taoist Cannon building at once. Fortunately, there were few such scriptures in the world. Therefore, Luo Yan was able to read all the thunder methods in the Taoist Cannon building in such a short time. The blazing electric light on his body also became less explosive. All the runes were restrained and dormant in the body. Buzz! Luo Yan suddenly opened his eyes and put down the last jade slip. Then he concentrated and held his breath to perceive it, and found that half a year had passed in the outside world. Cultivation is endless, time waits for no one. I never thought that I would stay in the Taoist Cannon building for half a year. Brother Ji, I may have to say goodbye to you. Ji Hongxi, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, took out a set of tea sets from somewhere and drank elegantly. Hearing this, the teacup in his hand paused slightly, and then gently put it down. Brother Luo, have you finished reading these Thunder Dao scriptures in such a short time? Do you want to look at other scriptures? Whether it is the secret art of condensing the mysticism or the secret art of increasing strength in a short period of time, there are quite a few in the Daozang building. There are even some jade slips of basic 5-element exercises. Ji Hongxi waved his hand again, and all the tea sets on the ground disappeared. His meaning was very simple, that is, with him here, you can read whatever you want, and don't be too restrained. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Ji. Luo Yan made a Taoist bow and responded sincerely, and did not choose to continue reading. Although he knew very well that even if he looked up some other secret arts, no one would say anything. But the time spent here was long enough. You have to know that this is Ji Hongxi's real body, who has been with Luo Yan in the Daozang building for half a year, not his own spirit puppet body. He was able to give up his own affairs and stay in the Daozang building for so long. Ji Hongxi has given him enough face. In addition, the scriptures on thunder magic have been obtained, and it is time to leave. These are enough. Brother Ji, please rest assured that when the Yin and Yang Palace opens, I will definitely rush back as soon as possible to help Brother Ji get the true method. After Luo Yan said goodbye to Ji Hongxi, his consciousness quickly left this spirit puppet body. Then the spirit puppet collapsed softly. Seeing this, Ji Hongxi stepped forward and put it into the storage bag. This 5 elements temple spirit body technique is really convenient. If you want to do something, just use the spirit body to solve it. A deep sigh sounded in the empty Daozang building. A trace of thought flashed in Ji Hongxi's black and white eyes. At this moment, he was secretly comparing the puppetry technique of his own sect with the spiritual body technique of the 5 elements temple. Which one was better? Hongxi, your friend is not simple. What a terrifying comprehension talent. At the same time, beside Ji Hongxi, an old Taoist with kind eyebrows and cold eyes appeared in a trance. It was the old Taoist who had been on a high platform and threatened to test Luo Yan's fate method. At this moment, he was standing quietly beside Ji Hongxi, not at all as unsympathetic as before. Of course, Hongxi's vision is very high. People who can be my friends are naturally not that simple. Ji Hongxi responded with a bit of lightness, and a few traces of pride appeared on his face. It seemed that he was proud of his friend. Obviously, he and the old Taoist in the yin and yang robes were very familiar with each other. It was not the posture that Luo Yan had seen before. I think my good friend must have gained a lot this time, so I can't slack off. Uncle Chi, I may have to trouble you to be my protector for a while. There may be a few immortals hiding in that secret place. If it's just the power of old Liu, I'm afraid it's not enough. The arrogance on Ji Hongxi's face disappeared, and he turned around and said to the old Taoist priest beside him very calmly. Little Hongxi is still so polite. It seems that it's time for me to move my old bones. The old Taoist priest's eyes were full of doting, and there was a kind smile on his face. The elegant feeling of the immortal style disappeared, giving people the feeling of a neighbor's uncle. Uncle Chi, let's go. After Ji Hongxi said this, he left the Taoist canon building. The old Taoist priest followed closely. After the two of them disappeared, this huge Taoist canon building quickly shrank in a very short time. Finally, it shrank to the size of a palm and fell into the hands of a stone statue in front of the side hall. The stone statue stared solemnly ahead. When Luo Yan walked out of the backyard of the Lingdan Pavilion in Yong'an City again, he found a figure in the hall in front of him. There were two shadow guards standing in front of the door. "Hello, master." Gu Hongfu, with a wrinkled face, hurried over from the counter. The other two shadow guards near the door also bowed to show respect. Luo Yan raised his hand to indicate that there was no need to be polite. His eyes swept over the two shadow guards, and there were strands of sword energy. There was also some kind of close yet distant connection between the two shadow guards. Obviously, they had already practiced a Qianli sword suture that was arranged before. "Is everything okay in the Lingdan fantasy?" Luo Yan asked casually. Reporting to the master, there is no abnormality in the fantasy auction, and everything is running as usual. The old shopkeeper Gu Hongfu said respectfully, and took out a photo stone, which contained all the things that happened in the Lingdan Pavilion during this period of time. Luo Yan took the photo stone casually, but did not check it immediately. He just waited in his hand. Using the photo stone to record the scenes in the store was Luo Yan's request. As long as you do things in the Lingdan Pavilion, you need to use the photo stone to take pictures as a backup. In fact, not only in the Lingdan Pavilion, but also in the entire Shadow Guard, when they go out to perform tasks, they must have a photo stone to record the scenes of the mission. This is mainly to prevent some unexpected things from happening in the future, and then make preparations for it. At that time, these photo stones can also be used to trace the root cause of the incident. Luo Yan thinks this is very important. A 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an anthole. Many times, some very small things will cause huge consequences. How is the progress of the Loose Cultivator Alliance? Forget it, I'll ask him. Luo Yan wanted to let Gu Hongfu report together, but then he thought about it briefly. Gu Hongfu is not in the outside world, and he may not fully understand many things. Thinking of this, Luo Yan simply waved his hand, and a jade card flew out of the storage bag, and then bloomed with a bright sunlight. Soon, an old figure appeared in the morning light emitted by the jade card. Chen Chengwang greets the master. This is another old shopkeeper who is busy outside to develop the Lingdan Chamber of Commerce. The vicissitudes of life on his face are much heavier than Gu Hongfu's. Obviously, the constant busyness during this period has exhausted his mind. Tell me about what happened recently. Luo Yan took the cushion handed by Mingyu and sat down cross-legged. The two little guys were very well behaved, standing behind him without looking away. And the illusory figure immediately responded respectfully. Master, the current expansion progress of the Chamber of Commerce is still a little slow. There are two main reasons. One is that we have been delayed on the road. The other is that the local market monks are wary of new type chambers of commerce, like us. Old shopkeeper Chen began to talk about the problems and development scenarios encountered by the Lingdan Chamber of Commerce during this period. There are very few people in the Chamber of Commerce, and for the time being, they can only rely on shadow guards to visit the market. And the time for holding low-level auctions in each market has to be staggered for a while. Otherwise, it is very likely that the situation will occur that the bidding resources cannot keep up. At present, the Lingdan Chamber of Commerce has visited more than 30 market towns, and each market town has held low-level bidding meetings. But only 7 of them have suitable independent cultivators who can be absorbed into the organization. For the remaining market towns, the main reason is that the forces within the market towns are too complicated, and it is difficult to see results in a short period of time. So we can only grind them through the hard work of grinding water. Chen Chengwang, the old shopkeeper, had a hint of uneasiness in his tone. He has been busy day and night for the past few days, and has come into contact with many market towns, but the number of cultivators who are qualified to be absorbed by the Independent Cultivator Alliance is still very small. There are only a few dozen people, which is enough to be called a bad start. The development of the organization did not seem so smooth from the beginning. This made Chen Chengwang extremely uneasy, wondering if he would be punished. Did you leave a photo stone? Luo Yan ignored the psychological emotions of the old shopkeeper and his tone was calm. Yes. The old shopkeeper Chen responded immediately. Whenever the shadow guard and I go to a market, we record everything that happens there. Luo Yan nodded, his eyes deep and calm. The number of members joining the organization is indeed a little small. But I don't know the details, so I won't make a specific judgment for now. But there is one thing you should pay attention to, that is, the organization does not actively participate in any fights, and only trades with those independent cultivators or small family cultivators in the early stage. With the Chamber of Commerce as the main body and the Independent Cultivator Alliance as the auxiliary, temporarily improve the Chamber of Commerce's reputation. We must achieve a kind of... When the word Spirit Pale Chamber of Commerce flash through other people's minds, they will think of words such as fairness, trust, and privacy. Luo Yan knew that one of the reasons why the members of the Independent Cultivator Alliance developed relatively slowly. It is because there is a threshold limit. It is actually very simple for cultivators from the outside world to join the Independent Cultivator Alliance. That is, they must spend at least 1,000 spirit stones in the Chamber of Commerce before they will be accepted. Members of the Independent Cultivator Alliance can submit a scheduled transaction and tell them in advance what elixirs, exercises, magic tools or other treasures they need. The LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce will help collect orders from these transactions through Yongin City or other channels. In this way, a closed loop is formed, and the stickiness of its members in the Loose Cultivator Alliance is improved. So when Luo Yan heard the old shopkeeper say that there are only dozens of members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance at present, he was not angry at all. He did not think that the speed of increasing members was very slow. The time of a cultivator is very long, and many things cannot be rushed. Patience, Luo Yan is always lacking. As long as the current progress is maintained, more and more people will join the Loose Cultivator Alliance in the future. In fact, in Luo Yan's eyes, this Loose Cultivator Alliance is actually the membership system of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce. The reason why it is called the Loose Cultivator Alliance is that he knew it very well from the day it was established. The target customers of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce should be the Loose Cultivators. Calling the members of the Chamber of Commerce as members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance can actually bring them closer to each other. Therefore, Luo Yan did not criticize the progress of the tasks performed by the old shopkeeper Chen. He just gave a few extra instructions and stopped talking about it. After all, the Spiritual Pale Chamber of Commerce is holding a low-level auction to attract the attention of independent cultivators or cultivators from small families. The advantage of this model is that it can attract a large number of cultivators who are interested in conventional elixirs, magic tools, and talismans in a very short time. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Most independent cultivators are the kind of people who don't want to see the rabbit before they act. If they encounter the elixirs and magic tools they are interested in at a low-level auction, this group of people will bid without hesitation. But it is still difficult for independent cultivators like them to spend 1,000 spirit stones in such a short time. After all, most of the elixirs and magic tools sold in the Spiritual Pale Chamber of Commerce are relatively conventional elixirs and magic tools. Compared with other stores, it is at most more comprehensive. This is why the number of members of the Independent Cultivator Alliance is increasing very slowly. The price of the auction items at the low-price auction cannot be raised, so naturally there are fewer people who meet this condition. You have to know that this is 1,000 spirit stones, which is not a small amount. Most of the casual cultivators cannot spend so many spirit stones in half a year. Even some disciples of the big sect cannot spend so many spirit stones in such a short time if they need special circumstances. Every time you send the Shadow Guard back to Yongin City to hand over resources, remember to bring back the Shadow Stone. When necessary, you can consider building a long-distance teleportation array. There is nothing else, you can deal with it. Luo Yan knew very well that this is a pioneering stage, whether it is the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce or the secret Casual Cultivator Alliance. These two lines cannot be rushed, and they must be done step by step. Therefore, he did not mean towards the old shopkeeper Chen. As long as the old shopkeeper is doing things for him well and carefully planning the future of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce, over time, the Chamber of Commerce will naturally grow stronger. In the short term, Luo Yan will not be able to use this idle chess move. As for whether to use both kindness and force on these two old shopkeepers, Luo Yan thought it was unnecessary. After all, they are two old foxes. But they have lived for so long, and they have seen all kinds of scenes. Some skills of controlling subordinates are probably more clear than Luo Yan. He only needs to give orders, And I believe that these two old guys have their own standards in their hearts. If they really have second thoughts, Luo Yan will not be merciful. There is no point in keeping disobedient subordinates. Then you can't blame yourself for being cruel. Should I give them independent personal identity jade cards now? Luo Yan thought about it and decided to wait for a while. The scale of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce is still small, and even if special jade talismans are refined for them, it will not be of much use. We still have to wait. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Pilgrimage, SYNOPSIS Sect, Confusion of Right and Wrong. Everything is just beginning now, and many places are still exploring. It is best not to have the jade card, that symbolizes the identity of the organization members, appear too early. Only when the scale of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce expands and more members join the Loose Cultivator Alliance, the jade card will be issued. By then, there will be a complete promotion system, contribution point exchange system, etc. It will be the most active time for the members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. After finishing the conversation with the old shopkeeper Chen, Luo Yan sank his mind into the photo stone that the old shopkeeper handed over just now. Everything that happened in the LinkedIn Pavilion in the past 6 months has been recorded in detail. Luo Yan closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment, and found that there was no big problem. Even the auction in the LinkedIn illusion seemed more at ease and smooth than when he hosted it before. This is the attitude of an older person like Gu Hongfu. He was the shopkeeper of a shop before, and it would naturally be much easier to deal with things related to low-level auctions. I took a quick look. Whether in the Spiritual Pill Pavilion or in the Spiritual Pill Illusion, you have done a very good job. It's just that the Chamber of Commerce and the Loose Cultivator Alliance will have to trouble Gu Duo to cooperate with shopkeeper Chen. Luo Yan put down the photo stone and said to the old shopkeeper who stood respectfully in front of him, "Master, please rest assured. This is what I should do." Gu Hongfu lowered his head with a flattering smile on his face. After passing the underground laboratory, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of this Taoist in green. Every move seemed very cautious. "Okay, the things in Yong'an City are almost done, and I should leave. I'll leave it to you here." Gu Hongfu's respectful posture remained unchanged, and he still didn't look up. In front of this Taoist in green who was both good and evil, the only thing he could do was to lower his posture to the lowest. Gu Hongfu's slightly old body was tense, his thoughts were flying in his mind, and his uneasy mood spread. He stood steadily in place, waiting for the Taoist in green's next instruction. Fortunately, the Taoist in green just glanced at the images in the image stone casually and did not reprimand him. This also made Gu Hongfu feel relieved. The previous nervousness dissipated a lot in an instant. It seems that the Taoist in green is not unreasonable. Luo Yan's attention was not on the old shopkeeper in front of him, but he kept thinking about the scenes he saw in his mind. Compared with the slow increase in the members of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, the situation on the LinkedIn illusion is much better. The old shopkeeper showed the side of a real businessman, that is, the typical smooth talk. Except for the bottom line, the rest of the things that cannot offend people, do not offend people. Therefore, the online low-level auction on the Yong'an City side made Luo Yan feel at ease. Whether it is the profits generated by the LinkedIn Pavilion or the auction, they can be temporarily tilted to the Chamber of Commerce. Be prepared to provide certain resources to the Chamber of Commerce for a long time. Luo Yan's meaning is very clear, that is, the scale of the online low-level auction is growing in Yong'an City. The profits generated are getting higher and higher. Luo Yan himself does not need so many low-level spirit stones. Therefore, the surplus can be used as the startup capital for the Loose Cultivator Alliance and the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce. With a blood-making supplement from Yong'an City, the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce can develop as much as possible in the early stage. And they will no longer care about the gains and losses of the spirit stones generated at the low-price auction. This is very important. This is especially important if you want the development of the LinkedIn Chamber of Commerce to be smooth. Only by giving up a part of the benefits accordingly can you shift other people's attention to the Chamber of Commerce as quickly as possible. Master, please rest assured, I will do it as it is. Gu Hongfu bowed his body and said very respectfully. Although he did not understand what the Taoist in green said, he would do it as it is. Gu Hongfu did not dare to be careless about any instructions from the Taoist in green. Just keep it in mind. Spiritual Pill Pavilion, Spiritual Pill Illusion, Spiritual Pill Chamber of Commerce, Loose Cultivator Alliance. It will be handed over to the two of you. I don't expect you to make too many changes. As long as you keep the current pace, it will be good enough. After speaking, Luo Yan stared at Gu Hongfu for a long time. The old shopkeeper, who was over 100 years old, was numbed and frightened. Silence is better than words. It seems to be warning something. Finally, Luo Yan retracted his sharp eyes and called softly, "King Feng, Mingai Master, we are here." The crisp voices of the two little guys behind him sounded immediately. "Have you packed up your things?" Reporting to the master, "They are all put into the storage bag." King Feng responded softly, "It's okay if you pack up. We should leave here." Luo Yan nodded, then got up from the futon and walked straight to the backyard. This is where he set up the teleportation formation. King Feng and Mingao, two little guys, followed closely behind him. The old shopkeeper and the two shadow guards in the front hall bowed deeply. "Master, take care." Luo Yan, who came to the outside of Yungan City through the teleportation array, identified the direction, and then turned his head to look to the side. King Feng also understood and removed the external illusion, showing its true appearance. Holy, pure white, and smart. Swish! A crane cry resounded through the sky. Mingai was also very sensible and got into the spirit beast circle hanging on Luo Yan's wrist. "Master, which direction should we go?" King Feng, who had transformed into a real spirit crane, asked. "Go east. Let's go to Zhongzhou." Luo Yan responded. "Zhongzhou? What is that place? Are we going to fly for a long time this time?" King Feng spread his wings and rushed into the clouds with a whoosh, flying high above the endless mountains. The reason for flying deep into the clouds is that, whether it is the endless mountains or other places, it is not as peaceful as the areas within the human race's sphere of influence. This kind of remote place is filled with a large number of ferocious birds and wild beasts, and it is easy to be targeted if you are not careful. Therefore, King Feng flew very high, mainly when flying over the mountains, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the alien creatures in the mountains below. Zhongzhou, the master has never been there either. But I heard that it is a holy place for my human cultivators to practice, so this time I will go and see it. I don't know how it is different from the other domains. Luo Yan casually pinched a spell, and suddenly a transparent spiritual power protective shield appeared on his body, isolating the oncoming strong airflow. This time the harvest was great. Not only did he complete the task assigned by the Lord of the U-Hall, he also had the embryonic form of his own power, and he also had a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the thunder method of the thunder. It can be said that it is a triple blessing. Before I came here, I never thought that in a place as chaotic as Yungan City, the order in the city would be so strict. This has broken my perception of traditional magic monks. Sure enough, talk of experience is not credible. Many things need to be experienced personally before a specific judgment can be made. I wonder what the situation is like in those places that claim to be famous and righteous. Forget it. If there is a chance in the future, I will come back to visit the western regions. Luo Yan shook his head and swept away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then he began to comprehend those thunder spells. There were no less than 1,000 thunder spells that were imprinted in his mind before. This time, it was just right to take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly sort out those thunder spells. 0. Establish a task, sort out the thunder spells, summarize the thunder spells, and make archive annotations. Task establishment, basic thunder runes are being summarized. Analysis of the difference between thunder runes and basic runes. Simulation of the morphological changes of high-level thunder runes. The cold voice of the chip echoed in Luo Yan's mind. It is estimated to take a total of 9,126 hours and 43 minutes. More than a year. It will be almost time to reach Zhongzhou by then, just in time. Luo Yan's deep eyes flashed, and then he said softly. 1 year later, Luo Yan rode on the back of King Feng, who had manifested his true form. After a long flight, the two of them finally approached the border of Zhongzhou. Along the way, when they passed through some wild places, they had encountered many attacks from ferocious birds. However, they were all easily solved by Luo Yan with his powerful thunder method. Those monster birds galloping above the 9 heavens are all very fierce. Sometimes they even appear in groups. The dark wings cover the sky and the sun, and can be called the overlord of the entire sky. Fortunately, Luo Yan has mastered the high-level thunder power. Once this domineering thunder comes out, even the fierce monster birds will almost retreat instantly. There are few people who are not afraid of death. No matter how smart a monster beast is, no matter how strong its strength is, it has a little fear of thunder in its bones. Moreover, the thunder method used by Luo Yan was not the half-baked one used by other thunder cultivators. His thunder method carried a magnificent power of heaven, which was both violent and full of blazing heat. This made many demon birds mistakenly think that it was real thunder, and each of them could not dodge the might of heaven. It was precisely because of the sharpness of the thunder method that Luo Yan and his companions were able to escape the blatant attack of the demon birds. Otherwise, with only his foundation building cultivation, he would have crossed half of the western regions and then came to the border of Zhongzhou. It was still a bit too much. In the past year, although he stopped to rest from time to time, King Fang was still very tired after a long period of continuous running and flying. After all, she was still a first-level spiritual bird, and her demon body was not that strong. Just when Luo Yan was considering whether to go down and find out the specific location, suddenly, a group of mountains with blazing spiritual energy appeared in front of him. It was very majestic, magnificent, and beautiful. It could be called magnificent. The most eye-catching thing is that there is a huge purple cloud above the mountains. It is hazy, gorgeous, and blooms with infinite light. It seems like a fairyland in the clouds. Purple clouds. Luo Yan was surprised. I didn't expect where this huge purple cloud came from. Because he was above the clouds, Luo Yan could clearly observe the appearance of the mountains below the purple cloud. Looking down from above, there are 7 or 8 towering main peaks rising straight into the sky. The bottom of the mountain is white and the top is in the clouds. You can vaguely see rare and exotic animals appearing, the palace is magnificent, the clouds are lingering, and it is extremely peaceful. And the aura of the mountain protection spirit formation is exposed, giving people an illusion of time passing by. And the further you fly, the more you feel a sense of stagnation of aura. It seems to be blocking the flying birds of prey from approaching. Luo Yan is very clear that such a place with a blazing spirit must have a large sect. At the same time, a certain idea in his mind suddenly sprouted. The Jade Slip Ji Hongxi gave me only records that place, which is a valley where thunder falls all year round. But he didn't explain the specific location. It just so happens that there is a big sect ahead. Let's go and ask for directions. Maybe they will know where that place is. Luo Yan's thoughts turned, and he thought that he could ask the cultivators of this sect. It would be time-consuming and laborious to go to those gathering places in the market to find out the news. If there is such a local snake's guidance, it is better than Luo Yan's own blindness. You know, Luo Yan is an elite disciple of the Five Elements Temple, not a casual cultivator with no background. There is no need to hide his body at all. In the secular world, he can barely be regarded as a middle-level official of a big country. It is normal for people in the system to find the local county government for help when they go to neighboring countries. As long as it is not those secluded sects, I believe there are many people who will be happy to help him with a trivial favor. Thinking of this, Luo Yan immediately instructed, King Feng, let's go down. King Feng landed on a small mountain peak, bringing gusts of wind, blowing the green leaves around. After landing on the ground, Luo Yan let King Feng return to the spirit beast circle to rest, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. After all, it is a large sect, and there are still some basic rules. That is, in other people's territory, try not to fly unless you are led by an acquaintance. This is the most basic courtesy. Not long after, they came to a winding horse road. It was very spacious. At this moment, many pedestrians were rushing to the foot of the mountains like ants moving. Luo Yan used his spiritual sense and listened carefully to their conversation. Shaner, we have finally reached the territory of Kishan. Go a little further and you will reach the territory of Ziyin sect. You are only 13 years old this year, but you have already entered the stage of key refining. Both feet have already set foot on the path of cultivation. For a talent like my son, I believe it will not be a big problem for him to join Ziyin sect. On the horse road in the distance, a double horse carriage came towards them, with a pot-bellied man in brocade clothes and a young man dancing with a spoon. What is strange is that although the man in brocade clothes has no trace of cultivation, he can talk about the cultivation of cultivators. This is very logical. not only giving people a feeling of being extremely knowledgeable. It also gives people the illusion of being a person from the immortal sect. It seems that the man in brocade clothes has a high level of cultivation, so he can tell so many inside stories of cultivation in front of his son. Not far away, there are two figures, one big and one small, wearing ragged linen clothes and carrying a bundle made of patches of old clothes, also rushing to the foot of the mountains. The front is the territory of the immortal sect. You have been born with supernatural powers since childhood. I believe you can definitely detect your qualifications for cultivation. When you become a disciple of the immortal sect, come back to our small mountain village, and Dad will immediately arrange 2 marriages for you. Did you say you like the girl next door in Xiaokui from old Wang's family? Dad promises you that you will marry both of them when the time comes. This is a middle-aged man with a face full of frost and ravines in his hands. His body is slightly hunched, but also strong. He has a look of expectation, thinking that his child must have the qualifications for cultivation. He can worship in the immortal sect and become the high and mighty immortal. Next to him is a simple and honest boy with a round head and short hair, but his pure eyes reveal a strong curiosity. Obviously, the word immortal sect has become a fairyland in the hearts of young people after being repeatedly promoted by the elders. After listening to it for a while, Luo Yan finally understood that the large sect behind him was recruiting disciples these days. That's why so many people came here from all directions. In just a short while, Luo Yan could feel the strong atmosphere of seeking immortality in the crowd. This is incomparable to any other place. Purple Cloud Sect. That's appropriate. Luo Yan glanced at the purple cloud above his head. He always felt that the cloud was strange. Luo Yan was not surprised by the color of the purple cloud. But the cloud was very special. It seemed to have life. In front of the purple cloud sect's mountain gate, there were many disciples wearing purple Taoist robes, maintaining order. In front of the mountain gate was a huge square with open terrain and surging people. There were more than a dozen purple-robed monks in the front, holding the spirit testing disc at this moment, testing the young man who came to them one by one. Those who meet the recruitment qualifications will be allowed to go up the mountain, otherwise they will be sent back to where they came from. Luo Yan looked carefully and saw that there were tens of thousands of children gathered in the square. It was a bit crowded, but not messy at all waiting for the final test and selection. You have to know that this is only the first day, and so many people have gathered here. It is conceivable that if we wait a few more days, how many people will rush here? If we count the family members at the foot of the mountain, I am afraid there will be more people. These people are from the surrounding cities, big and small. Every once in a while, there will be such a huge event. It attracts everyone's attention. Every time the Purple Cloud sect opens its gates and recruits disciples, it will attract the attention of a large number of mortals. There are some cities that are farther away, and people in the city can worship the Purple Cloud sect for their children. Some will estimate the time and start to rush here 1 or 2 years in advance. The land of Zhongzhou is no longer surrounded by mountains like the southern region. Ordinary people without spiritual power cultivation have difficulty traveling. This area is mostly plains, although there are mountains. But these mountains are generally not very high. As long as it takes a little time, you can cross it. In addition, the time when the Purple Cloud sect opens the mountain gate is very fixed. Many children of school age in remote places will be deliberately organized by their elders, and then rush here together. It feels like a pilgrimage. And the closer to the Purple Cloud sect's mountain gate, the parents who send their children here for testing can no longer get closer. So many children, don't they find it troublesome? Looking at the bustling crowd in front of him, Luo Yan's mind flashed a trace of doubt. When the sect recruits disciples, does it not send people to the place to test the spiritual root qualifications of its children of school age? So that their own mountain gate is messed up. Of course, this is someone else's private matter, and Luo Yan can't say much. It's just that I feel that this kind of behavior is particularly consuming the energy of secular people. You must know that the spiritual root talent of a cultivator is 1 in 100 in the secular world. There are very few children with the qualifications to practice. In other words, don't look at the number of children of school age in front of the square. The number of disciples that will eventually be accepted by the Purple Cloud sect will not exceed 500 at most. This is like a cart leaping over the dragon gate in the secular world, commonly known as hitting the jackpot. Stop, you monk. What are you doing here at the gate of the Purple Cloud sect? Are you friends or relatives coming to worship at the gate? Don't you know the rules of the Purple Cloud sect, that only test disciples are allowed to approach the square? At this moment, two sword lights instantly fell in front of Luo Yan. My Taoist brother is polite. There are no friends or relatives of mine among the people present. I came from the wilderness to find someone to show me the way. I didn't know your sect had such a rule. I'm really sorry. Luo Yan looked at the two purple-robed young men in front of him, both of whom looked like they were in the late stage of key refining. The arrogance in their eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. But Luo Yan didn't take it to heart and still performed the etiquette. After all, he was asking for help. If he made a scene in front of someone else's mountain gate, it would be a complete trouble. Luo Yan would never do such a stupid thing. Point out the way. Where did you come from? A cultivator in the wild, and you are qualified to let the people of Xian sect answer your questions. Go away, go away. Otherwise, we will immediately call the law enforcement team to capture you into the black domain to suffer the deep and dark suffering. A purple-robed young man waved his hand, his face full of impatience, and wanted to scold Luo Yan. In his opinion, my Xian sect is the only major sect in Kishan, which intimidates an area of 100,000 miles. How could any Tom, Dick or Harry come here and talk nonsense and try to establish a relationship with him? Luo Yan frowned, but still did not argue with the two men. Instead, he revealed a ray of aura that belonged exclusively to the cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage. Sure enough, attracted by this aura, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, who was meditating in front of the mountain gate, flew over in an instant. The two young cultivators of key refining in front of them all stared at the Taoist in green as if they were facing a great enemy. Although they were cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage, there was no fear in their expressions. Because their own sect was behind them. Thinking of this, the two young men in purple robes raised the long swords in their hands, as if they were going to attack at the next moment. What's going on? An old Taoist with craned eyebrows in a purple robe came close, his face exuding an aura of majesty without anger. Disciple greets Elder Gu. This young Taoist priest is a casual cultivator who came from nowhere. He wanted to sneak into the mountain gate and take a peek at the true scriptures. After being discovered by two disciples, he was even prepared to force his way in. Chapter 292 Two Foxes, Zio Runan, Entry Trial. The cultivation of these two purple-robed disciples is only in the late stage of key refining. When Luo Yan showed a ray of his own key, they understood. The seemingly young Taoist in front of them is actually a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. But there is still no fear in the eyes of these two purple-robed disciples. A mountain cultivator who came out of nowhere, so what if he has a high level of cultivation? In front of my huge Xian sect, don't you have to be polite? After all, within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Xian sect can be respected. It's no big deal to not give face to an outsider in the Foundation establishment stage. The identity of a disciple of the Xian sect is the most powerful. Therefore, these two purple-robed disciples are not worried that the Taoist in green dares to harm them. Even if this Taoist in green has the spiritual power of the Foundation establishment stage. In addition, Luo Yan's previous behavior of approaching the mountain gate of the Xian sect privately gave them a very bad impression. Therefore, when the two purple-robed disciples saw their elder appear in front of them, they seemed to have a backbone in their hearts. Then they began to confuse right and wrong. Because their confidence came. He was just an unknown mountain cultivator. It was okay to offend him, and no one would take it to heart. Hearing the nonsense of the two key refining cultivators opposite, Luo Yan frowned slightly, with a little strangeness in his expression. But before he could explain, the old Taoist with craned eyebrows spoke first. Oh, is that really the case? The old Taoist with craned eyebrows spoke in a flat tone, and people could not hear any joy. Report to Elder Gu, everything the two disciples said is true, not a single word of falsehood. The expected scene of punishing the green-robed cultivator did not happen. The two key refining disciples felt that the atmosphere on the scene was a bit solidified, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in their hearts. But they still bit the bullet and explained forcefully. You mean, this man, relying on his foundation-building cultivation, dared to break into my mountain gate and sneak into the sect, and was discovered by you two? You two bastards, do you think I'm blind? You two bastards are so brave to make up such a lie to deceive me. The face of the purple-robed old Taoist priest suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were full of coldness. After these words came out, The two key refining young cultivators were frightened and trembled. They kept muttering in their mouths, "Disciple dare not, disciple dare not buzz." Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent burst out from the body of the crane-browed old Taoist priest. In his small body, the sword intent was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, covering this space, making people feel numb. The two purple-robed disciples were instantly blown away by the sudden sword intent and fell to the ground, their faces full of panic. This sword energy seemed to be out of control, passing through the bodies of the two young key refining cultivators and flying straight towards the direction where Luo Yan was. Luo Yan looked at the surging sword energy, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was a typical case of helping relatives but not helping others, trying to test his quality. However, his previous behavior was indeed a little presumptuous. Thinking of this, the runes on Luo Yan's body turned into electric light, distorting the space around him. Silver thunders like water waves were blazing. In an instant, Luo Yan was extremely sacred. With him as the center, strands of dazzling light flowed out, blocking the sharp sword energy outside. After a moment, the terrifying sword energy dissipated within a range of 3 feet from Luo Yan's body. The whole process seemed very easy. And this confrontation between the two of them, except for being seen by some people nearby. There was no aftermath of the battle. The old Taoist with crane eyebrows twitched his dry eyelids, and looked at the direction where Luo Yan was with a serious expression. These inconspicuous silver electric lights, although not fully released, still gave him a frightening feeling. In other words, the strength of this Taoist in green clothes is definitely above him. And he is still so young. In just a few breaths, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows had a rough guess about Luo Yan's identity. He is definitely a genius from a big sect from somewhere else. You can't be so careless when dealing with such a genius from another sect. Thinking of this, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows had a solution in his mind. At this time, are you still looking for reasons and making excuses for your arrogance? The old Taoist with crane eyebrows sank, and there was a sword spirit in his turbid eyes. Too rubbish, relying on the power of the sect to do whatever they want. They don't even know how to restrain themselves when facing high-level cultivators arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone, not knowing how to respect the senior's true cultivation. My Zion sect is about to lose face because of you. Get out of the black domain and reflect on yourself. You are not allowed to come out for less than 3 months. Hearing the reprimand from their own outer sect elders, the two purple-robed disciples turned pale in an instant. You have to know that there is no sound, no light, and no spiritual energy in the black domain. A mentally sound person is locked up in there. If he stays there for a long time, he will probably go crazy. Because there is no spiritual energy in there, he can't even meditate and practice. He can only sit there boringly. Day after day, he doesn't even feel the passage of time. Therefore, the dark cage in the black domain is the place that the disciples of the Zion sect fear the most. In fact, the reason why these two purple-robed disciples showed such an arrogant attitude before is also related to Luo Yan himself. Because when Luo Yan came to pay homage to the mountain gate, he did not reveal too much spiritual energy. And his face was young, still with the immaturity of a young man in his 20s, and he did not immediately produce any identity documents. Therefore, when they saw Luo Yan, the two purple-robed disciples with key training naturally subconsciously thought that Luo Yan was also a minor key training cultivator. A key training cultivator who came out of nowhere would naturally be looked down upon in front of disciples from a large sect like them. So the tone of these two purple-robed disciples was full of arrogance. Although they were later attracted by Luo Yan's aura, in that case, they had already attracted the attention of their own elders. So they simply went all the way. After all, the Zion sect is the only large sect in this area of 100,000 miles. Being used to being kings and respected here, the disciples in the sect naturally have an innate arrogance and domineering spirit. No one will be taken seriously. Where is this Taoist from? Why are you here in Zion sect? After punishing the two useless disciples, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows turned his eyes to the Taoist in green in front of him. The solemnity on his face turned into a smile, and he looked amiable. The sword intent just now was actually intended to give the Taoist in green a warning. After all, he was in front of his own sect, and there were many fellow disciples watching nearby, so of course he couldn't let down the reputation of the sect. In addition, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows was an outer sect elder of Zion sect. No matter how he punished the ignorant disciples in the sect, he was a member of Zion sect after all. If he didn't do something to the young Taoist who appeared inexplicably in front of him, it would be unacceptable. But what the old Taoist with crane eyebrows didn't expect was that the Taoist in green used thunder magic. In a casual way, he blocked his sword intent. "Excuse me," Elder Luo Yan bowed lightly, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. It should be said that the way this elder of the Purple Cloud sect handled things was too smooth. Not only did he deal with the disciples in the sect, but he also tested some of Luo Yan's strength. If he was not strong enough, I am afraid that the way he would be treated would be another attitude. This old fox, if you don't look at his cultivation level, is born to be an elder. However, Luo Yan did not come here to find trouble. He had something to ask for. Therefore, it is necessary to be sincere. After a few simple polite words, Luo Yan began to talk about the reason for this trip. "I came from the Five Elements Temple in the south region and crossed the wild land. This time I happened to pass by your sect and saw the magnificent mountain gate, towering mountains, and blazing spiritual energy. I don't know what kind of sect this place with fairy air is. I have doubts in my heart, so I naturally came to the mountain gate with courage and wanted to bother you a little. If it causes any inconvenience, I hope this elder will forgive me." Luo Yan seemed not to see the deliberate actions of the elder of the Purple Cloud sect opposite him. First, he directly said the name of his own sect and confessed his identity. Then he told the idea of traveling. It was obvious that he was asking for help, but from Luo Yan's mouth, it became a word of praise for the other party's sect. The intention of testing is self-evident. If the elder of the Purple Cloud sect allowed him to enter the sect, it would not be too late to ask for help at that time. If he refused, he could also hide his original purpose. "So you are a distinguished guest from the south. Please forgive me for my poor eyesight and my previous disrespect." The old Taoist with crane eyebrows bowed to the direction where Luo Yan was. There was still a trace of surprise on his face. What the old Taoist with crane eyebrows never expected was that the young Taoist in front of him was actually from the south region. You know, the south region is millions of miles away from the Zhongzhou. It goes without saying that it was very difficult to cross the vast and endless mountains alone and come here. This is definitely a crazy decision that only the top few geniuses dare to make. From this, it can be speculated that the strength of the young Taoist in front of him is absolutely terrifying. In addition, the reputation of the Southern Region Five Elements Temple is a giant that has been passed down for thousands of years, and its history is much longer than that of their Purple Cloud sect. Disciples who come out of such an ancient sect should naturally be treated with courtesy. Thinking of this, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows had a solemn look on his face. But he still smiled and replied, "No, no, it is a kind of fate that you can come to the mountain gate of my Purple Cloud sect from such a far place. My sect is the largest sect in this 100,000-mile territory. Of course, we welcome guests like Brother Dao who come from afar. Brother Dao, please wait a moment. Let me inform the Xianjiao in the sect. I believe that you young people will have endless topics to talk about when you meet together." After speaking, the old Taoist with crane eyebrows took off a small sword hanging on his waist, opened his lips slightly, and then the small sword instantly broke through the air, flying into the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud sect. Not long after, a purple escape light floated in from the depths of the mountains like smoke. This is a woman in a purple dress, very bright and otherworldly. She has a faint smile on her face, and her lotus steps are swaying, and the whole person looks very ethereal. The old Taoist with crane eyebrows beside him smiled at Luo Yan, then nodded to the purple-clothed woman, and then slowly retreated. "Brother from the Five Elements Temple, my younger sister Zhao Runan is here to show her courtesy. The distinguished guest has come from afar, and Runan should do her best to be a good host. Brother, please." Every move of this purple-clothed female cultivator gave Luo Yan a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, as if floating. Very comfortable. After all, she is a female cultivator with a beautiful appearance and figure, so naturally she gives people an extraordinary feeling. Following the footsteps of the purple-clothed female cultivator, the two of them chatted all the way. Luo Yan also figured out the general identity of this female cultivator. She is the eldest sister of the inner disciples of this generation of Zhang sect. The old Taoist with crane eyebrows felt the thunder method that Luo Yan inadvertently exposed, and his origin from the ancient sect of the Five Elements Temple. All these factors combined reveal the fact. That is, Luo Yan's true identity is probably far from being as simple as an ordinary disciple. For such a high-ranking genius, Xian sect certainly cannot just send an inner sect disciple to deal with it. That would be a complete disgrace. So the old Taoist with crane eyebrows sent a message to the inner sect master sister of this generation. With the genius of the younger generation like the purple-clothed woman, whether in terms of status or other aspects, it is enough to do the reception task of the host. It will not rashly lose the etiquette of Xian sect. You must know that in the daily life of the big sect, there are countless cases of being visited by disciples from other sects. Many disciples of the big sects will visit each other. After all, it is normal to make 3 or 5 friends when traveling. Some disciples with ordinary backgrounds are okay, but if they meet those super sects, or even disciples from the holy sect, it is necessary to ensure a certain degree of etiquette. At the same time, through this method, it can also deepen the friendship between the core disciples of their own family and the geniuses of these outer sects. It was a normal interpersonal communication. This was why Luo Yan came to the gate of Xian sect and brought up the name of Wuxingqun. He was not an unknown casual cultivator, but a real elite disciple of a large sect, and the sect's reputation was loud enough. When traveling outside, he would naturally be treated with courtesy. The jade slip that Ji Hongxi gave him only had a picture of a valley that was in a thunderstorm all year round. There was nothing else about the other landmark buildings. He came from the southern region and was not familiar with everything in Hangzhou. With Luo Yan's own strength alone, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the thunderstorm picture recorded in the jade slip. Ji Hongxi's grandfather was a big man of that realm, and neither Ji Hongxi nor Luo Yan himself could disturb him too much. So there was a trip to Xian sect. Junior sister Xiao, to be honest, I came from afar this time to ask for your sect's help. Luo Yan walked side by side with a purple-clothed female cultivator up the mountain, and then took out a jade slip that Ji Hongxi gave him from the storage bag. I wonder if junior sister Xiao knows the exact location of the place marked in the jade slip. Xiao Runan took the jade slip and immersed herself in it. The jade slip recorded a scene of thunder and lightning, with countless lightning bursting out, as if to blow up the world. The extremely dazzling lightning spread for an unknown number of miles. And it was surrounded by mountains, making it difficult to guess its true geographical location. There are so many thunders here. Xiao Runan's pretty face was full of shock, and her smile temporarily withdrew, and then she fell into deep thought. But she searched through her memories and did not find any place that matched the picture in the jade slip. Brother Luo, please forgive me for my limited knowledge. I have never seen the scene of thunder and lightning recorded in the jade slip, and I don't know where it is. Runan only knows that there is absolutely no place matching it in my Kishan territory. If that kind of scene of thunder and lightning were in my Kishan territory, I would know something about it. Xiao Runan blinked her lively eyes, then shook her head, and her shoulder-length black hair moved in the wind. She was very dignified and beautiful. She seemed to have guessed why this Taoist brother from the Five Elements Temple in the South Territory came here. After all, the sword talisman that the old Taoist Hemai gave her mentioned this. The Taoist brother in front of her seemed to be good at thunder and lightning. Could you trouble Sister Xiao to ask if the disciples in your sect, who are responsible for collecting external intelligence, have any information about that place? If you need a reward, please let me know. I still have some spiritual stones on me. Xiao Runan's answer did not surprise Luo Yan. The scenes recorded in the jade slip, except for those more intense thunderstorms. There was nothing unusual in other places, as if it was just a random mountain range. But this kind of nameless mountain range is everywhere. It would be too much of a stretch for Luo Yan to find it alone. If we want to find the address in the jade slip now, we may have to start from the thunder in the sky to have a certain hope. Brother Luo, you are joking. You came all the way from the south region and are a distinguished guest of my Xian sect. It's nothing more than looking for an address. How can it cost you money? Brother Luo, please don't mention this again in the future. I have an uncle who was like Brother Luo when he was young and traveled all year round. When I was young, I often heard him brag, as long as it is in the territory of Hangzhou, there is nothing he doesn't know. Maybe he knows something. I can introduce him to you on behalf of Brother Luo. Xiao Runan knew very well that this young Taoist from the Five Elements Temple in the South region could travel millions of miles to the Xian sect alone. His strength must be unfathomable. If it weren't for the fact that there were still some years before the war, Xiao Runan would have suspected that he was here to provoke her. This genius from the outside world only came to seek a piece of information. This request, which was equivalent to a favor, she would certainly not refuse. As for the word reward, it was simply a joke. Xiaorunan was the inner sect elder sister of the Purple Cloud sect. What she lacked the least was cultivation resources. How could she lose the face of her inner sect elder sister for a little reward? The current situation is the best time to make friends with a genius of the Five Elements Temple in the southern region. It's nothing more than finding out a piece of information, which is not a big deal. Xiaorunan would certainly not refuse this kind of favor that came to her door. In the years to come, who knows when it will be useful. But please wait for a moment, Senior Brother Luo. Today is the day when my Zion sect opens its doors to the public. My uncle is presiding over the entrance examination. Wait until today's entrance examination is over, and Runan will take Senior Brother Luo to meet my uncle, okay? Hearing the answer from the purple-clothed female cultivator, Luo Yan naturally responded. Thank you, Junior Sister Zio. Under the leadership of Xiaorunan, the two of them soon arrived at the first main peak. On the hillside in the distance, there are still many children. These are all immortal seedlings with spiritual root qualifications after being tested. However, at this stage, the Zion sect will do further screening. Senior Brother Luo, please see, my Zion sect recruits disciples, which are generally divided into 3 courtyards, upper, middle and lower. Disciples who can enter the upper courtyard are either outstanding in cultivation qualifications or gifted, and are qualified to enter Dangsha Peak. Disciples recruited in the middle courtyard are almost all children with 3 spiritual roots or above, who can enter Kingayu Peak. The most direct difference between the 2 peaks is that the concentration of spiritual energy in the peaks is at least twice as high. At the same time, there is also a tilt in various spiritual pills and other cultivation resources. Xiaorunan brought Luo Yan to an attic, and then began to explain to him the grand scene in the distance. Right in front of their sight, there were several vigorous old men, all with white hair, both men and women. They were all old immortals. These white-haired old men included not only the elders of the upper, middle and lower 3 courtyards of Zion sect, but also big figures from other peaks. Every time the mountain gate is opened, they will appear here. One is to compete for good seedlings for cultivation, and the other is to check these children to see if they have the aura of other sects. In order to avoid the infiltration of spies from other sects. In Zhongzhou, a place where cultivation is very prosperous, it is normal to encounter spies sent by other sects. As for the disciples of the lower courtyard, they need to cultivate to the middle stage of key refining before the age of 30. Otherwise, they will be expelled from Zion sect and driven down the mountain. As Xiaorunan talked, Luo Yan finally understood how Zion sect recruited disciples. It was the opposite of the way his own 5 Elements Temple recruited disciples. People in Zion sect believed that cultivation was something that was sought, not something that was offered to them. Sending sect monks to local areas to test the qualifications of children of appropriate age was a bit of putting the cart before the horse. They were cultivators, and they should be high above. They were the existence that mortals would look up to even if they broke their heads. Zion sect could give those children who were devoted to Taoism a chance to practice. But they would never send disciples out for testing just for a few children with spiritual roots. You have to know that Zion sect has a vast territory, with countless secular cities and mortal villages. If disciples were sent to test them one by one, it would consume a lot of energy. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it is not worth it. In fact, the main reason is that there are too many mortals in Zhongzhou. Chapter 293, Watching the Ceremony, the proud daughter of heaven, not difficult to go against her will. In fact, most of the sects in Zhongzhou recruit disciples by opening the mountain gates at fixed times. This is very different from the southern region where Luo Yan is. This is because there are many mortals in these places, far from the remote places in the southern region. The importance of the immortal sects to the mortal kingdom will naturally be reduced by 1 level. I see. Luo Yan nodded, and he understood the difference between a place like Zhongzhou and a wild place like the southern region. So he also briefly introduced his own sect and some customs in the southern region. When talking about the bloodline beasts in the wilderness, the proud daughter of the Purple Cloud sect was attracted by the strange eyes and looked longing. It seems that she is also yearning for the wonders of the mountains in the southern region. As time goes by, the little fairy children not far away finally ushered in the entrance test. Some white-haired Taoists will arrange a rune arch in front of them for those teenagers to pass through. Only qualified children can pass through this rune archway. Only after passing this door can you enter the mountain where the elder is and practice Taoism. Some elders will set up a large formation, which is foggy and misty. Every step will feel a piercing pain. Many children with average spiritual roots will enter it. This is to test the character of those little children. The path of cultivation can only be attempted by those who have a strong heart. The reason for this situation is that in the Yan sect, in addition to the upper, middle and lower 3 academies, there are many other inheritance factions. However, these factions have very high requirements for inheritors, and they're really looked down on ordinary children. An old Taoist priest rejected the question from the front. You are a kid who has just been tested for qualifications and has mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements. What are you doing here? When you reach the middle stage of key refining, you may have a chance to enter my mountain. It's too early now. The lower courtyard is your home, go back. The old Taoist priest flicked his sleeves lightly and bounced the boy standing in front of him away, landing on the open space next to him. The boy looked around blankly, feeling that this was the immortal sect, but also a strange place. So he trembled and climbed up from the ground, and then went down the mountain. Because the upper and middle courtyards of the Purple Cloud sect have their own separate mountains, it just so happens that the children of the lower courtyard can only stay at the foot of the mountain. Next one. Gold, earth and wood spiritual roots. Unfortunately, the wood spiritual root in the body is a little weak. But it's still barely qualified. Let's go up the mountain. Next one. Earth, water and fire spiritual roots. Although the innate properties of the spiritual roots are somewhat conflicting, as long as you're careful when choosing the exercises, don't practice water and fire at the same time. Go. Next one. Huh? Gold and earth spiritual roots? How could those old guys in the upper courtyard be willing to let go of a little genius like you? May I ask you to carefully investigate? Why is the compatibility between these 2 spiritual roots so low? Turns out you were born prematurely. Your spiritual roots were damaged in the mother's womb. Your innate development was not complete, and it's difficult to practice acquired skills. It's really a pity. Go, kid, go down the mountain to the outer courtyard. I can't accept you at Kingayu Peak. Those sometimes stern and sometimes gentle voices came clearly to Luo Yan's ears. These children with spiritual root qualifications first need to be tested by the outer disciples, and then simply tested with a spirit test disc to determine their spiritual root qualifications. After roughly screening out the small immortal seedlings with different spiritual roots, single and double spiritual roots, then, the elders with profound cultivation will come forward to retest them. Those who meet the inheritance of their own lineage will be taken back. The more careful the test, the less likely it is that some immortal seedlings with special spiritual roots will be missed. After a simple observation for a while, Luo Yan almost figured out the way the Yan sect recruits disciples. First, a large-scale net is cast to find young people with the qualifications to practice. Then the innate spiritual roots are tested, and then the upper, middle and lower courtyards are divided according to the innate qualifications. And some special day of aims. Although my Purple Cloud sect is the only major sect within a radius of 100,000 miles and dominates the Kishan area, I have never left this land. Brother Luo has been to many places and I believe he has come into contact with many sects. I wonder what the sects in the outside world are like. Are they all as vast as my Purple Cloud sect, with immortals living and working in peace and contentment and a large number of immortal seedlings? Xylorunan suddenly asked about the outside world, as if with a little yearning. It has been more than 20 years since she was born, but she has never left the Purple Cloud sect's sphere of influence. It's like a little canary. Hearing the purple-clothed female cultivator's question, Luo Yan subconsciously prepared to answer the other sects in his eyes. But he paused in an instant. Luo Yan retracted his gaze and took a deep look at the purple-clothed female cultivator with a good figure, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. After savoring it carefully, he realized that the purple-clothed female cultivator had a hidden meaning in her words. It seemed that she was asking about the sects outside, but in fact, her tone concealed a sense of admiration for her own sect. It was as if she was expecting praise from Luo Yan, an outsider. This kind of arrogant and tactful mentality, in the environment of the previous life, was called collective honor. I never thought that it would still apply here. Sure enough, even female cultivators who can practice cultivation are extremely tactful in speaking. Since she was asking for help, Luo Yan would naturally be a little skillful when answering. Junior sister Zio, you are too modest. I have been to a chaotic place in the western regions before. The demonic cultivators there turned people's blood and souls into currency for circulation, and they did everything they could. Compared with that environment, Your sect can manage this huge territory so peacefully, which is already very good. Hearing this guest from the southern region say this, Xiao Runan was slightly startled at first, because from the mouth of this Taoist in green, it is not difficult to guess how chaotic and terrifying the western regions will be. However, when the second half of Luo Yan's words echoed in Xiao Runan's ears, she suddenly felt that the Taoist in green in front of her was so satisfactory. When Luo Yan was looking at the spirit testing conference not far away, Xiao Runan, who was standing beside him, was secretly observing the Taoist in green in front of him. Although she had agreed to help, Xiao Runan was still making the final assessment of interests in her heart. She was assessing whether this genius from the Five Elements Temple in the southern region was worthy of her sincere treatment. To what extent should this help be given? If Uncle Yun Songzi didn't know the location of the thunderstorm, the next response would be to consider whether to use her own authority. Spend a lot of contribution points and use the intelligence hall of the sect to help search for one or two. You have to know that Xiao Runan is in Tongzhou, millions of miles away from the southern region. Just based on a favor from someone when they first met, she would put all her efforts into it. That's simply a joke. The sentence Xiao Runan heard most from her elders was, gains and losses. If you don't weigh the pros and cons before doing something, you are sacrificing your own money to help others. The two sects are millions of miles apart, and it is unlikely that they will be able to contact each other in the future. When helping, of course you have to weigh the pros and cons. In Xiao Runan's scrutiny, this Taoist brother from the Five Elements Temple in the southern region, although he had a faint smile on his face, he always looked calm. Whether it was when he saw himself or the giant and stage elders in the sect, he didn't stir up the slightest ripple. An attitude of being indifferent to honor or disgrace. Xiao Runan is still somewhat confident in her appearance. After all, she grew up in the sect since she was a child. Not only was she held in the palm of her elders' hands, but many brothers and sisters of different surnames were humble to her. In addition to her powerful background, the brothers and sisters who wanted to talk to her could line up from Qingyu Peak to Dangsha Peak. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiao Runan is the real proud daughter of Xian sect. Xiao Runan was used to being welcomed in the sect, but this was the first time she met a person of the opposite sex who was a little distant in his politeness. This made her even more curious about this genius who came from the Five Elements Temple in the southern region. And when this Taoist in green spoke, it touched her heart. He was a perfect friend who was in harmony with her soul. Although this was their first meeting, Xiao Runan had a high degree of favorability towards the Taoist in green from all aspects. Junior sister Xiao, you are joking. Just from your sect's spiritual root detection conference, it can be seen that it is much more active than the Five Elements Temple where I am. Not to mention that your sect has such a vast territory. Luo Yan shook his head with a faint smile on his face. How could he not hear the meaning behind Xiao Runan's words? He just wanted to hear the most real evaluation from his mouth. And this evaluation should be better for Xian sect. Only in this way can Xiao Runan satisfy the collective honor hidden in her heart. Xian sect is the home where Xiao Runan grew up. It is more comfortable to be praised by someone than to praise herself. This is the art of speaking. People with high emotional intelligence can always resonate with others when they speak out. Although they have not been together for a long time, Luo Yan has a good understanding of the character of the purple-clothed female cultivator next to him. She is elegant and refined, beautiful, talented, and has a good family background, but she has a strong sense of collective honor in her heart. Seeing the appearance of Xian sect recruiting disciples, Luo Yan instantly thought of when he first entered the sect. At that time, there were not so many senior teachers to test. It was like a pot of hodgepodge. No matter what spiritual root qualifications you can practice, and almost everyone's starting line is the same. Perhaps it is because of such a special environment that the disciples of the Five Elements Temple are compared with the disciples of the Xian sect. They will appear less arrogant. Luo Yan can see that since going up to this attic, whether it is the purple-robed disciples who maintain order or Xiao Runan beside him. In fact, they all have a hint of arrogance. They look down on others from head to toe. The sect has a strong sense of honor. This is a very powerful sect. From the few people that Luo Yan had a brief contact with, everyone's heart is filled with their own arrogance. This is the most direct impact brought about by the sect's strength. Although it lacks the fairy spirit of the immortal cultivators, it also allows the cohesion of the sect to reach a high enough level. Hey, Brother Luo, you are joking. Although my Xian sect occupies a vast area, But this was also snatched by many senior teachers who worked together 1,000 years ago and sacrificed their lives. Hearing the word vast territory, Xiao Runan glanced at the Taoist in green clothes beside him. Then he briefly explained the origin of the Xian sect. It also grew from a small sect, and then through continuous expansion, it has become such a grand occasion now. Brother Luo, I have a request to ask you. I wonder if you can help me solve some of my doubts. Xiao Runan smiled sweetly, her red lips slightly parted, her voice sweet and melodious, like an orchid in the valley. The beauty is very beautiful, and her words and casual conversation seem so casual. People with weak minds are easily lost in the gentleness of such a troublesome beauty. Junior sister Xiao, just say it. Luo Yan also smiled lightly in response. His face was extremely warm. Although he guessed a lot in his heart, his face remained calm. What I want to know is that I believe that after so much observation, Brother Luo has already had a general understanding of Ma Xian sect. I wonder how Ma Xian sect compares to the Five Elements temple where you are. Xiao Runan's fair face was like a flower, and her smart eyes curved into a crescent shape, staring closely at the eyes of the Taoist in green. I want to capture the most real emotional changes from it. Junior sister Xiao, your question is rather tricky. Suddenly, Luo Yan laughed heartily, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Based on the lively scene in front of your sect's mountain gate, it is conceivable that it must be even more lively inside your sect. This reminds me of a picture, that is, like the tender buds after the early spring rain, full of vitality and energy. In the long run, the future is limitless. Luo Yan used a simple metaphor to implicitly praise the Purple Cloud sect. This was a rare time for him to show his other side, going against his own heart and saying something to cater to other people's preferences. His proper social skills were revealed. Although he didn't like this extremely euphemistic way of chatting, he would still tell a few general polite words. Luo Yan knew very well that whether he could achieve his goal in the Purple Cloud sect, the only person he could rely on now was Xiao Runan. As long as this purple-clothed female cultivator agreed, then the matter of finding the thunderstorm land would not be a big deal. When you are under someone's roof, it is very necessary to learn to say something that pleases others. And this person is a very beautiful woman. Although it is against my will, it is not difficult. Chapter 294, Above the Clouds, Deos Gente, agree. Human beings are social animals, and cultivators are human beings, so they are naturally not immune to this. It is very necessary to say something that others like to hear on appropriate occasions. People who are good at this call it human relations and worldly affairs. Human relations and worldly affairs are mostly things that are exchanged between you and me, and they are mutually beneficial. Although this kind of polite words go against the original intention of the parties involved, it sounds good. It can make others happy. Especially at this critical moment. The people of Xian sect can help or choose not to help, which is too flexible. The Five Elements Temple is far away in the border of the southern region. In addition to its relatively long heritage, its deterrent power in other aspects is not too wide. Even the most domineering major holy sects, as long as they are out of their own territory, there are many sects that do not give him face. It is impossible to hurt the harmony between the two sects just because of this little thing? That is obviously impossible. Therefore, the people of Xian sect received Luo Yan, which is a courtesy. But whether to help or not, and how much effort should be made to help. There is a lot of knowledge in this. So when Luo Yan figured out Xiao Runan's general personality, it was inevitable that he would adopt a certain degree of flattery in his attitude. Senior brother Luo is really good at talking. He praised Xian sect so highly that I feel a little embarrassed. Senior brother Luo hasn't answered my question directly yet. Xiao Runan's face showed a reproachful expression, as if complaining about someone's irrelevant answer. Period. However, when she heard that this genius from the Five Elements Temple in the southern region made such an evaluation, Xiao Runan's heart still flashed a trace of pride. This is a compliment from a genius from a foreign sect. As a member of the Xian sect, Xiao Runan naturally felt proud. At the same time, she also felt that her good friend seemed to have some. There was a ripple in her beautiful eyes, and she was watery. As expected of a genius from the super sect in the southern region, she was so good at talking. So the smile on Xiao Runan's pretty face became even more prosperous, like a blooming jade peach blossom, giving people a soft feeling. It can't be compared, it can't be compared. I have been guarding the Five Elements Temple in that remote place of 1 acre and 3 fen for 10,000 years, like an octogenarian who has been reclusive. It can't be compared with the vibrant atmosphere of your sect." Luo Yan sighed softly, as if he was lamenting something about his own sect. Although Luo Yan did not deliberately belittle his own sect, his words fell into Xiao Runan's ears. It became the tone of envy for her Ziyan sect, and she wished she could grow up in the Qishan area of Zhongzhou. After chatting with the young Taoist next to her for a long time, Xiao Runan's original messy thoughts were all swept away. He is worthy of being the pride of the southern region. Not only is he powerful, but he is also very easy to chat with. This comfortable and relaxed chat atmosphere is far beyond the reach of those fellow brothers. So Xiao Runan changed from the original address of senior brother Luo to brother Luo. It shows that she recognizes Luo Yan's identity as a friend from the outside world. Her friend is in trouble now, so she certainly can't just sit there and watch. After chatting for so long and being so happy from beginning to end, Xiao Runan finally let go. After watching the entrance test for so long, I'm sure brother Luo is also feeling a little bored, right? Today happens to be the day of the sect's competition, and there shouldn't be outsiders present. But my sister and brother Luo hit it off right away, and I'm willing to be a guarantor. I wonder if brother Luo is willing to go with me to the sect to take a look. Seeing the sincere eyes of the purple-clothed woman in front of her, Luo Yan's eyes curved into a crescent. Sure enough, even female cultivators like to hear more nice words. Being high and mighty is obviously not going to work at this time. Luo Yan is an outsider, and if he doesn't smile, there's no need for others to put their warm faces on his cold butt. If junior sister doesn't mind bothering me, then I'll trouble you. Junior sister Xiao Runan is still very cautious. She did not take the young Taoist priest next to her directly to the core area of the sect just because he came from the ancient sect in the southern region. However, through the conversation just now, she felt that the Taoist priest in green was a good person. Not only was he polite, but he also spoke nicely. How could someone with excellent talent, strong strength, and nice words have ulterior motives? People who speak nicely are not bad people. Xiao Runan made up her mind and decided to take her new friend to visit Uncle Yun Songzi. Buzz! Xiao Runan used her personal token to tear open a transparent film-like formation light curtain. The two of them entered Gangsha Peak. The spiritual energy here is blazing, and all kinds of extremely dense spiritual lights are scattered in the forest, as if the entire mountain has a mysterious color. This main peak is very special. The clouds and mists in the mountains are thick, and there is even a swish sound of water flowing on the back. A 1,000-foot-high waterfall fell vertically from the clouds, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, but the sound of the flowing water was not noisy, like a pure land in the world, peaceful and incomparable. With Xiao Runan's guidance, Luo Yan finally came to the core of Ziyan sect. What surprised Luo Yan the most was not the beautiful scenery and waterfall of Dangsha Peak, but the peak. Above the peak of Dangsha Peak, there was a huge cloud floating. There was a huge building complex looming in the clouds, appearing in sight. I never thought that the palace here was not standing on the peak, but floating on the cloud. Luo Yan was slightly surprised and really saw the extraordinary side of Ziyan sect. You know, clouds are rootless duckweed, and they will run far away when the wind blows. If a cultivator uses spiritual power, he can't stand on the clouds at all. But this palace can be built on the clouds. It can be imagined that the great mana involved here will far exceed the imagination of outsiders. Brother Luo, please follow me closely. Don't walk around randomly. There are restrictions everywhere above the clouds. Once you fall into it, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. Xiao Runan's gentle voice rang in Luo Yan's ears. A purple cloud appeared from the ground, carrying the two of them, and flew to the palace in the clouds. Brother Luo, this is the core area of my Ziyan sect, Biksha Palace. What is stored in this palace, even I don't know. It is the forbidden area of my Ziyan sect. The most people from our sect come to the cloud-top Taoist temple outside Gongyu. Every Taoist contest of the sect is held above the clouds. With a sound of hum, Xiao Runan brought Luo Yan to the cloud-top Taoist temple. When they were at the foot of the mountain, looking up from below, they could not see anything except the magnificent palace. But when Luo Yan stepped onto the clouds, he found that there was a different world here. Thousands of disciples wearing purple Taoist robes were all sitting cross-legged on the clouds. This pious look was like a group of believers seeking Buddhist scriptures. In front of them, there were more than 10 huge Dao fighting platforms. At the innermost part of each Dao fighting platform, there was an illusory figure sitting cross-legged. At first glance, there was no breath, but in fact there was a strong life wave. These were the elders of the various branches of the Purple Cloud sect. The lowest cultivation level was the Golden Core stage. They were all old monsters. On those Dao fighting platforms, there were many purple-robed disciples, facing each other in pairs, fighting each other. The humming sound of magic tools, the light of magic, the appearance of runes, etc. The other purple-robed disciples sitting cross-legged on the clouds all sat upright, carefully observing their fellow disciples who were caught in a fierce fight on the Dao fighting platform. They were all a little nervous. Because this kind of competition held every 10 years, as long as the foundation building cultivators were over 40 and under 150 years old, almost no one could escape. Luo Yan and Xiao Runen quietly landed on the clouds and then found a seat at the back. The two also followed the others and sat cross-legged. In front of them, on the Dao fighting stage. After two purple-robed disciples fought for a long time, one of them was defeated. The elder who fell behind the Dao fighting stage flicked his sleeves lightly, and the two disciples fell into the crowd. Middle court disciple Feng Yiming challenged upper court disciple Hu Si and lost. Upper court disciple Hu Si's ranking remains unchanged and he can choose Yunling City. Middle court disciple Feng Yiming will be transferred to the Guardian and guard Yuangsha City for 10 years. Next group. Then two more purple-robed disciples jumped onto the stage. After saluting each other, they immediately stood ready. One of the purple-robed disciples practiced the art of flying swords. He pinched his hands and shouted, "Litaguang sword, go!" Suddenly, the flying sword disappeared from his palm and went into the void. Faintly, a strange ripple could be seen spreading out in an instant. It was like throwing a small stone into a calm lake, which turned into ripples. Another purple-robed disciple saw the flying sword rushing towards him, and his face instantly sank. Because the attacking power of the sword cultivator was recognized by the world. It was beyond the ability of cultivators of the same level. Even so, he did not choose to escape. Because in front of a flying sword that was extremely fast, running away was useless. He could only find a way to stop the flying sword. The purple-robed disciple burst out with a fierce momentum, and two sky-blue beams shot out of his eyes. Countless ice crystals appeared out of thin air and attacked the opponent. It seemed to freeze the void, and it looked extremely ferocious. Then he summoned layers of thick ice crystals, which turned into a thick cage to protect him inside. It was like a deep turtle shell, burying the body inside. The flying sword hit the ice crystals, chiseling a tiny hole, and countless ice fragments flew everywhere. But there were so many ice crystals that they finally blocked the flying sword. The fight between the two was fierce, and the huge Daozhang stage was filled with the sound of flying swords colliding. "Brother Luo, are the skills of my two fellow disciples pretty good?" Xiao Runen said softly. Her lively eyes did not blink, as if she was immersed in the fight. You should know that fighting between fellow disciples is not common on weekdays. Watching more fights will also help your own practice. Your sect's disciples are really talented. There are not only disciples who have practiced the art of flying swords to the point of being silent. There are also geniuses who have mastered the ice attribute aura to perfection. They are far from being comparable to ordinary foundation building cultivators. Luo Yan smiled, and his face showed an expression of admiration. It seemed that he was particularly satisfied with this evenly matched battle. The two Ziyan disciples on the Daozhang stage in front of him were both quite strong. If Luo Yan's shadow guards in Yong'an City were to fight against them, even if the 5 shadow guards joined forces, they would not be able to gain any advantage in front of these two people. Brother Luo, you don't know that the reason why my two fellow disciples fought so fiercely. In the final analysis, it was because of those garrison missions sent out. Seeing that his friend beside him was a little confused, Xiao Runen began to talk about the reason. Because the territory of Ziyan sect is very large, many cities need people from the sect to garrison. To avoid being harassed by foreign cultivators or monsters. But this will cause a problem. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in each region is affected by the energy of the earth veins. It is uneven. Some important cities are okay, with protective formations inside that can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Help the cultivators in the city to practice. But in remote small cities, let alone protective formations, even the spiritual energy is so thin that it is dispensable. The foundation building cultivators who are sent to those places for garrison can only rely on swallowing elixirs if they want to practice. There are too many people and interests involved. Everyone wants to garrison in cities with abundant spiritual energy. But the number of those cities is limited, and everyone wants them. So there was a big dispute over the arrangement of the garrison. Therefore, the Dao competition, which is held every 10 years, came from this. If you want to compete for the garrison mission in a city with abundant spiritual energy, you can compete with your own strength. In this way, no one will be dissatisfied. In fact, there are some places that are not sent out and stay in the sect to practice. But these places are almost all occupied by elders and relatives like Xiaorunan, or a small group of people with abnormal talents. Even if ordinary disciples have complaints and challenge, it will not help. Because the gap between the two sides is too big, it is almost impossible for anyone to beat them. Therefore, the fight between these disciples of Xian sect and the Dao competition stage is not a dispute of will and limelight at all. It is the garrison mission for the next 10 years. This is related to their own practice, and no one dares to slack off. By the way, Brother Luo, I just sent a message to Uncle Yan Songzi, and he promised to help you find the location in the Jade Slip. When the Dao contest platform fight is over today, we will go find him. Xiaorunan said softly. Although Uncle Yan Songzi treated her very well, she still had to show the least respect when facing these high-level cultivators. Therefore, Xiaorunan informed Uncle Yan Songzi of the difficulties her friend encountered in advance. Fortunately, her uncle agreed. But what surprised her was that Uncle Yan Songzi actually asked several questions about her friend in the southern region. Xiaorunan didn't think much about it, so she roughly told him about Luo Yan's origins. Chapter 295, Yan Songzi, Catfish, and Sect Reputation. When Luo Yan and the others were talking in a low voice, bang! A purple figure flew backwards, and his shoulder was pierced by the flying sword. The purple-robed disciple, pale-faced, struggled to get up from the ground, and looked at the top of the Dao fighting stage with an unwilling look on his face. At this moment, a Taoist holding a sword was standing on the stage, and he didn't even look at him. The purple-robed disciple covered his wound, and then staggered back to the crowd. In the end, it was the purple-robed disciple who used the flying sword who won the fight. After that, there were several more rounds of fighting, which made Luo Yan understand the strength of the Purple Cloud Sect's foundation building cultivators. Some disciples used rune magic to transform into ancient beasts and overwhelm the opponent on the spot. Some disciples used a pagoda-like magic weapon to confine the space, nailing the opponent to the spot. There were also disciples who practiced spells and imposed various negative states on the opponent. As long as the Purple Cloud Sect disciples came to the Dao fighting stage, they were all doing their best. Because this is not only related to the garrison location for the next 10 years, but also to so many teachers, fellow disciples and brothers watching. Everyone has a strong desire to win. If you lose, you will not only lose face, but also lose a lot of cultivation resources. So even if you lose, you can't lose too badly. Therefore, every fight on the Daozhang stage is very fierce. With their own elders watching, even if they accidentally injure the opponent and their lives are hanging by a thread, they can be saved in an instant. Therefore, every disciple of Xian sect, when they take action, shows all their strength without hesitation. Buzz! Suddenly, an old man with a slightly hunched figure and trembling body appeared on the Daozhang stage. He was not wearing a Taoist robe, but a thin linen shirt, and looked no different from an old farmer in the country in the mortal world. But the moment this old man appeared, the hustle and bustle on the cloud instantly became much smaller. Obviously, this figure like an old naughty boy is not unfamiliar to the disciples of Xian sect. This is Uncle Yan Songzi. Xiaorunan whispered. She was reminding her friend from the Five Elements Temple not to lose proper manners just because of his unruly appearance. Let's stop here for today's fight. The reason I came up here is very simple, just to comment on most of you. In the past, you always thought you were geniuses in the sect, and you didn't take anyone seriously except your fellow disciples in the sect. You are arrogant, look down on others, and are proud and arrogant. You have a lot of bad habits. But in my eyes, you are nothing, just a group of scabies who only know how to rely on the sect. The old man on the Taoist stage was hunched over, but his tone was very violent. There was a huge amount of energy hidden in his thin body. It was like the calm before the storm, and people dared not look at him. This world is so vast. There are always many peers who are beyond your expectations and have far more powerful strength than you can imagine. You must know that in this world, there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. You must always have a sense of awe, so that you will not fall down. Today, A distinguished guest happened to come. I need to let you see the real Xianjiao and get rid of the arrogance in your hearts. The disciples on the cloud were scolded by the old man on the Taoism stage. Many people looked suspicious, wondering why their elders said this. This is the Purple Cloud Sect's competition held once every 10 years, and all the people present are their own brothers and sisters. Where did the outsiders come from? May I ask Elder Yun Songzi, what do you mean by this? A disciple from the upper house stood up and asked respectfully. There was still resentment in his eyes. Because Yun Songzi said this to all of them. So he just won a battle and became a decoration? However, he still vaguely guessed something from the words of his elder. Then, the purple-robed disciple looked around. He began to look for the distinguished guest mentioned by the elder. Yun Songzi looked down meaningfully, revealing his big yellow teeth. In the sect competitions in previous years, you always beat yourselves. You are all fellow disciples, so you can't be considered as real talents. Don't many of you call yourself geniuses? Today I will let you see what a true genius from another sect is. I have found a good opponent for you. As Yun Songzi finished speaking, the disciples sitting on the clouds could not sit still and all began to make noise. Their faces were full of confidence. They didn't believe that anyone could be stronger than them. You know, their Zion sect is the only major sect in this area of 100,000 miles. Who else could be more powerful than them? The disciples didn't believe it. They spoke one after another, saying that the man should come out, and they wanted to fight. At the same time, the scene in front of Luo Yan's eyes changed instantly. He came to an independent small space. In the space, there were only him, Xiao Runan, and a hunchbacked old man. Just as Luo Yan frowned and looked around, a playful voice came from the side. Runan greets Uncle Yun Songzi. When saying this, Xiao Runan also pulled the corner of Luo Yan's sleeve, indicating that he should salute together. Luo Yan, a disciple of Wuxing Temple, greets Elder Yun Songzi. Indistinctly, Luo Yan also came to his senses. This seemed to be a spiritual secret technique. A temporary space constructed by spiritual thoughts. It can't last long. It can be used to talk about some private things, so it's okay. Why are you so polite today, Xiao Runan? You are not like this when I see you on weekdays. Could it be that you, little girl, have changed your personality? Yun Songzi's turbid eyes were filled with a playful smile. It was completely different from the previous angry expression, and he was very amiable. The light-hearted teasing sound came out, which made Xiao Runan, who was standing not far away, blush. Uncle Master Yun Songzi. Xiao Runan called out, her voice suddenly rising a few notes. Luo Yan subconsciously glanced over. The purple-clothed female cultivator's sudden call startled him. It seemed that the personality she showed in front of him was a little different. She changed from her previous tranquility to a lot more shy. Before Luo Yan could think about it, Yun Songzi's old words continued to come. My friend from the Five Elements Temple, did you hear what I said on the Dao contest stage before? Luo Yan bowed respectfully. Senior Yun Songzi is in front of you, I dare not be distracted. Excellent, excellent. Yun Songzi twisted his white beard, and his wrinkled old face was full of smiles. His eyes seemed to be filled with appreciation. Then would you like to show them what you are capable of? So that they can know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always things that are better than you. When Luo Yan heard Yun Songzi's words, he was stunned for a moment, and finally came to his senses. He wanted him to be the catfish. He planned to use his hand to teach the many foundation-building disciples of Zion sect. This idea only lasted for a moment in Luo Yan's mind, and then he rejected it completely. Show your strength in front of so many people. To put it nicely, it is called discussing magic. To put it bluntly, it is just a monkey show in front of the crowd. There is no practical meaning at all. He will not do anything that has no benefit. Thinking of this, Luo Yan shook his head gently. He did not have too much offer Yun Songzi, the senior cultivator. He was not a member of Zion sect, so he just had to be polite. In a calm tone, he said, Elder Yun Songzi is too proud of me. Although I am from the southern region, my skills are so low that I am afraid I cannot serve as a warning to other cultivators. And I think that the disciples of your sect are already very strong, and it is difficult for ordinary people to resist them. A strong man should have his own pride. This is human nature. Luo Yan's refusal was obvious. And he said it very openly, changing the arrogance of the disciples of a large sect into the pride that a strong man should have. After changing the word, it sounds much more comfortable. In fact, Luo Yan's real thought was that he didn't dare to be the catfish that drove everyone to forge ahead. It was thankless. And it was too offensive. Little Runan has already mentioned the purpose of your visit to my Zyan sect to this old man. If I am not mistaken, the place filled with thunder that you are looking for is originally a holy place of thunder. In ancient times, it was very glorious, but later it declined for some reason. The holy place no longer exists and the thunder method is no longer visible. Even so, that place is very likely to hide the real thunder scripture, and it is still one of the pilgrimage sites that many thunder practitioners yearn for. Yun Songzi's elderly voice told a story. This is very similar to the scene recorded in Luo Yan's jade slip. And that place, as time goes by, the thunder becomes less and less visible, and it returns to a peaceful place. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even if it was recorded in the ancient books of many sects, it would be difficult to find it now. Fortunately, when I was young, I traveled to Zhongzhou and happened to be there. I know its exact location. Yun Songzi's old face was wrinkled with a smile, as if he mentioned it lightly. In fact, his meaning was very clear. That is to use the information of the Holy Land of Thunder to exchange for Luo Yan's action. A genius from the southern region is more meaningful than any advice from the elders. And Yun Songzi also revealed a very crucial piece of information. That is, that place used to have boundless thunder at certain times, which was very conspicuous. But now more than half of these thunders have disappeared. After a while, it may disappear completely. Without the most obvious thunder as a reference, even if you have the jade map, you dare not determine the true location of that area. Luo Yan naturally heard the true meaning of Yun Songzi's words. But he only thought about it for a moment and still refused the condition of taking action. It may disappoint Elder Yun Songzi. The strength of the junior is not enough to take on this important task. Senior, please find someone else. Luo Yan responded neither servile nor arrogant, with a hint of alienation in his respect. He is not a young boy who has not experienced much in the world. Being fooled by the seemingly kind old man who actually had ulterior motives, he nodded and agreed. This battle is not that simple at all. You have to know that he came to visit in the name of his own sect, the Five Elements Temple. To a certain extent, Luo Yan now represents the face of his own sect. In this case, if he accepts this battle, he must win. Of course, from a practical point of view, it is not that he cannot lose. It's just that the cost of losing will make Luo Yan somewhat unwilling to bear it. In the name of his own sect, he seeks personal gain outside. If he wins, no one in the sect will say anything. But if he loses, I'm afraid Luo Yan will never be able to leave the southern region in his life. Therefore, when the sect cultivators go out, it is better not to use the banner of their own sect. If they fight, they must not bring down the reputation of their own sect. In fact, this is not the biggest problem. In Luo Yan's mind, winning the challenge of this peer is not a difficult task. But the problem is that this is the territory of the Purple Cloud sect, or the most core dojo location. Once you win too many times, it will undoubtedly be a slap in the face of Zyan sect. Who knows what kind of trouble will happen at that time? Luo Yan will not do such a thankless thing. At most, he will not borrow the intelligence network of Zyan sect. Hearing that his proposal was rejected, Yun Songzi paused while twisting his beard. His turbid eyes took a deep look at the young figure opposite. This little guy didn't fall for it. You know, you can show your face in front of so many peers and show your true ability. As long as you win a game, you will be shocked by many peers. Based on this purpose, few people will refuse. After all, everyone has come from a young age. Naturally, you understand what the young people are thinking. But such a show-off was rejected by this little guy from the south region. Yun Songzi's idea is very simple, as long as this little guy agrees to take action. Regardless of the final win or loss, his goal has been achieved. Because this little guy has an extraordinary background, he can arouse the fighting spirit of the disciples in the sect. Now the stage has been set up, and the words have been spoken, but this little guy just doesn't fall into it. This makes Yun Songzi feel a little embarrassed. Since you have concerns, I won't force you. Maybe it's because I'm too old, and many of my memories are starting to get confused. I wonder if I can still remember such a mysterious place. Yun Songzi hunched over like an old man who was about to die, and his whole body was trembling. It seemed that he would fall down immediately if the wind blew. And his swaying turn showed that he was about to leave. Since this little guy from the south region didn't agree, he didn't have a good face to give him. It was impossible to help. He was already old, and it was normal for his memory to be disordered. Uncle Yun Songzi Xiaorunan, who had been standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore. This was a disagreement, and he wanted to leave, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop Yun Songzi from leaving. Chapter 296. It is hard to accept the favor of a beautiful woman with such shyness on her face. Xiaorunan also vaguely sensed something was going on from what was said on the stele. The old man and the young man seemed to be playing dumb and making some kind of deal. But now it seems that they have not come to an agreement. Although Xiaorunan has not known the Taoist in green for a long time, she really regards Luo Yan as her best friend. The half-day she spent alone with the Taoist in green was the most relaxing time she had in the past few years. This young Taoist seemed to have some kind of magic. Not only could every word he said touch her heart, but he could also resonate with her emotions. He was definitely a true soulmate. Therefore, in Xiaorunan's view, it was nothing more than an address message, and her uncle would not lose anything if he told it. Helping this friend from the southern region was Xiaorunan's duty. According to the past practice, as long as she acted coquettishly, Uncle Yun Songzi would usually agree. Thinking of this, Xiaorunan made up his mind and gently pulled Luo Yan's robe again. "Brother Luo, give me the jade slip quickly, I will give it to my uncle. My uncle loves me the most, he will tell me the specific location of that place." Luo Yan shook his head and did not do it. Most of the time, he is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. But in this situation, Xiaorunan obviously regarded him as a real friend. Putting a friend in a dilemma is not what a gentleman does. What's more, it's a girl who treats him well, so this kind of thing is even more unacceptable. If it was in the previous life, if there was a chance to eat gigolo, Luo Yan might consider it. But in this world where he can practice, he still likes to rely on himself. Follow your heart. Although Luo Yan has always believed that he is actually a layman. Perhaps it was because of his indifferent and calm attitude that the old man in the distance was unhappy. A small foundation-building cultivator not only disrespected his elders, but also rejected his proposal in person. He simply didn't take his senior cultivator seriously. He didn't know how to live or die. Thinking of this, the hunchbacked old man turned around. His eyebrows instantly stood up, his eyes were full of coldness, as if there was a flash of murderous intent. The majestic momentum surged. For a moment, the entire spiritual space was filled with an extremely oppressive momentum. Just like a small boat anchored in the sea during a heavy rain, there is a risk of capsizing at any time. Despite being hit face to face by the spiritual pressure of a giant stage cultivator, with a huge force, Luo Yan's face remained calm. Because this is just a spiritual puppet body. As long as the high-level runes engraved by himself are still running, if it is only the spiritual pressure of a giant stage cultivator, he can still resist for a while. Uncle Yun Songzi, seeing his new friend facing his own uncle, Xiaorunan's face turned pale. She didn't understand why, in just a short moment, the situation turned into this. On one side was a good friend, and on the other side was the elder who loved her the most. Xiaorunan felt extremely tormented. However, she finally gritted her teeth and stood in front of Luo Yan without hesitation. She blocked the spiritual pressure for him. There was a hint of sternness on her beautiful face. The meaning was revealed without a doubt. That is, if Master Yun Songzi wanted to punish her, he would punish her. It had nothing to do with her friend. This sudden move not only made Yun Songzi frown, but also made Luo Yan, the person involved, feel stunned. You know, they just met now, and this purple-clothed female cultivator can give up everything. She didn't hesitate to contradict her own elders and defend his actions. Such a decisive attitude touched Luo Yan, who was used to intrigues, in his heart. A trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes, and he pulled the purple-clothed female cultivator to his side. He smiled gently at Xiaorunan, and gave her a reassuring look, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Interesting, really interesting. The old man suddenly laughed heartily twice, and his momentum suddenly relaxed. Then he paused for a moment, and came to the two of them in an instant. Staring at his big cloudy eyes, he stared back and forth, and then said something that made Xiaorunan blush. "Xiaorunan, you have a good eye. This little guy's strength is definitely not simple. Not only can he withstand my momentum, but his body is like a mist, covered by various mysterious runes. Even an old man like me can't see through it easily. Not simple, it's really not simple." Yun Songzi praised several times in succession, and then he was amazed. He can behave neither humble nor arrogant in front of a giant stage cultivator like him. and resist the impact of his spiritual pressure. This shows that the strength of this little guy is definitely not simple. You must know that the oppression of high-level cultivators on low-level cultivators is extremely strong. Under normal circumstances, if a foundation-building cultivator wants to withstand the spiritual pressure of a giant cultivator, it is absolutely impossible to resist without activating his own spiritual shield. But the little guy in front of him stood there calmly all the time, as if he was sure that he would not attack directly. In fact, when Xiao Runan talked about the origin of this little guy before, Yun Songzi was actually skeptical. He believed that this little guy was most likely from the southern region. Because even if it was fabricated, there was no need to fabricate such an outrageous background. This was purely unnecessary. Despite this, it still did not prevent Yun Songzi from doubting whether this little guy was a liar. He was not a disciple of the Five Elements Temple at all. Because there was no identity token to prove this. In addition, relying only on the cultivation of the foundation building period, he could fly across millions of miles to Zhongzhou. This situation is really too ridiculous, and people have to doubt its authenticity. In some ancient sects, there is a super long-distance teleportation formation from the southern region to Zhongzhou. If through this formation, across millions of miles of space, from the desolate southern region to Zhongzhou, this is very possible. Therefore, Yun Songzi wanted this little guy to fight on the stage. There is also a consideration in it. But now it seems that, although he is not sure about other things, the strength of this little guy is definitely beyond his expectations. His background identity is also likely to be true. How long are you going to hold hands? Xiao Runan, if you really want to find this little guy from the southern region as a Taoist partner, I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass your father's test. After all, the southern region is too far away from our Zhongzhou. Yun Songzi's eyes were full of mischief, and his face was wrinkled into a twist. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be a bit of a punch. Xiao Runan only reacted at this time, and it seemed that she was holding something in her hand. She subconsciously pinched it, and there was a cold touch, and her pretty face instantly flushed. Then she hurriedly threw her hand away and hid behind Yun Songzi. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at someone's face. On the contrary, when Luo Yan heard this, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he was saying, "Taoist partner? What does it mean?" Yun Songzi naturally saw the feedback of this little guy, but he did not say much, just shook his head gently. With his level of experience, he knew that these two little guys met for the first time. It was just a teasing. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Although Xiao Runan grew up under his care, Yun Songzi would not say anything about choosing a Taoist partner. As long as she is happy. And after careful observation, this little guy from the south region is definitely not as simple as an ordinary disciple of the Five Elements Temple. After all, his spiritual pressure impact is not so easy to resist. Judging from himself, the disciples of his own sect, even if their cultivation realm has reached the foundation building stage, if they want to go out for training, most of them are just traveling within this radius of 100,000 miles. It is not an ordinary person to be able to run from the south region to Zhongzhou, to such a far place. Little guy, since Runan is defending you so much, I won't bother you with your rebuttal. But you really won't consider my suggestion. I've already made a promise before. If no one takes action, I can't let myself be laughed at in public, right? As long as you agree to take action, I will keep you safe regardless of whether you win or lose. And I will tell you the specific address of the Thunder Dao Holy Land immediately. Hearing Yun Songzi's repeated admonition, Luo Yan was about to refuse directly, but the words just fell on his lips. But he took them back temporarily. Because Luo Yan saw that the purple-clothed female cultivator hiding behind Yun Songzi was also staring at him with complicated eyes. Obviously, the meaning of this battle is definitely not simple. Obviously Xiao Runan knows some inside information. What is Elder Yun Songzi's intention? Please tell me clearly. Junior will consider it as appropriate. After saying this, Yun Songzi, who was hunched over, smiled more brightly with wrinkles on his face. How could he, who was old and experienced, not hear that the tone of the little guy in front of him was loosening? He immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "It's not good for the old man to trouble you too much. 3 rounds. Just fight 3 rounds." Yun Songzi pondered for a moment, and finally made a 3-round battle agreement. As the external affairs elder in charge of the cultivation of the disciples in the Purple Cloud sect, It is Yun Songzi's responsibility to make the disciples of the sect better. He has been to other areas of Zhongzhou and knows that the real disciples of the holy sect are powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that an elite disciple from the holy sect can beat 99% of the foundation-building cultivators in the Purple Cloud sect to the ground. There are a group of such elite disciples in the holy sect. But the disciples of the 3 academies of the Purple Cloud sect have been staying in the sect, nestling in this small corner. They think that except for a few geniuses with different spiritual roots in the sect, their own strength has reached the top level of this realm. They are also slack when practicing on weekdays. Little did they know that in this huge Zhongzhou, if one looked at the geniuses of the same age, the Purple Cloud sect's spiritual root cultivators couldn't even be ranked. But it was useless for Yun Songzi to say this, because the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect had never seen it. They didn't believe it at all because they had never seen it with their own eyes. They just thought it was a means for their elders to coax them into practicing hard. But practicing is boring. A powerful magical secret technique requires at least several years, or even more than 10 years of continuous efforts. Only then can one comprehend a trace of its true meaning. This process is too difficult, and few young disciples can persist. Obviously, Yun Songzi, as an elder of the Purple Cloud sect, is naturally more aware of the problems that Luo Yan has observed in the past half-day. The arrogance among the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect has reached the point where it must be corrected. For the future of his disciples, Yun Songzi wanted this genius from the southern region to take action. Only after seeing the real strength, the genius disciples in Zion sect will put away their arrogance. They suddenly came to their senses and caught up. As for the strength of this young Taoist, Yun Songzi personally tested it. In addition, judging from the number of high-level runes on this little guy, his personal strength is definitely very strong. At the same time, the old man will give an additional reward of the Shendao tablet. As long as you can win these 3 battles, I will let you see the treasure of our sect, the Shendao tablet. After Yun Songzi's explanation, Luo Yan knew that there was a stone tablet in Zion sect, named Daoke. Legend has it that it is the handwriting of a great monk who drifted down from the true spirit realm. It contains the true Dao rhyme of the upper realm, which can help monks quickly realize the Tao. It is the rare treasure of Zion sect. Most disciples of Zion sect will not be able to see it in their lifetime. Hearing that Zion sect actually has such a good thing, Luo Yan's eyes lit up instantly. With such a good treasure as a bet, it is worth it even if you just see it in person. Something that fell from the true spirit realm is definitely a rare item. If you can take a look at it, it will most likely be beneficial to Luo Yan's practice. If you don't take a look at such a good thing, it would be a big loss. Therefore, after thinking this through, Luo Yan's attitude immediately changed. Then he said righteously, I have received Elder Yun Songzi's proposal. It is a blessing for your sect to have an elder like you who cares about the younger disciples. In addition to the face of junior sister Zio, I will go all out. For a moment, Luo Yan's face was as smiling as a flower, and his tone was extremely sincere. It seemed that he was moved by this righteous dedication. He was also affected by it and had to agree. Hearing this impassioned speech, Zio Runan's watery eyes almost melted. This friend from the foreign land was really good to her, willing to change his mind for her. If you don't know what she thought of, Zio Runan's face turned red again, and then she lowered her head again, not daring to look at Luo Yan. Shy women are the most affectionate. Only Yun Songzi's old face was stiff, and he was hesitant in his heart. This little guy is not only cunning, but also doesn't show his eagle until he sees the rabbit. He is definitely a smiling fox. Definitely not a good thing. Chapter 297 Raising Hands to Suppress, Furious. Yun Songzi saw the shy expression of his junior and sighed inwardly. If Zio Runan became a Taoist partner with such a cunning guy, she would be deceived all the time in the future. Thinking of this, Yun Songzi turned his head and glanced at the junior standing behind him. Seeing the shy look on his face, the depression in his heart condensed again. This silly girl is too naive, there is really no hope for her. In the Taoist temple in the cloud, the Taoist competition stage. Under the watchful eyes of many disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, a Taoist in green slowly stood in the center of the stage. I have found the opponent you want. You can choose any fellow disciple to come on stage. As long as anyone can win this competition, I will reward him with a chance to comprehend the divine steel. By the way, I still want to remind you that disciples whose strength is lower than the top 10 in the outer courtyard should not come up and make a fool of themselves. This time, the opponent will be beyond your imagination. Yun Songzi's voice was not loud, but it could still be clearly heard by every disciple of Zhian sect. All the disciples of Zhian sect who heard these words became angry at this moment. Where did this arrogant boy come from? He dared to challenge the geniuses of Zhian sect. If it weren't for the fact that the person who said this was their own foreign affairs elder, they would have rushed forward to teach him a lesson. Therefore, although many disciples of Zhian sect did not dare to show their resentment towards Yun Songzi, when they looked at the Taoist in green clothes on the Dao contest stage, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It seemed as if they wanted to eat him alive. You have to know that this is the territory of Zhian sect. How could a person from an outside sect have the courage to come here and show off his power? For a moment, everyone's faces showed their hatred of the enemy. I'll do it. A disciple of Zhian sect, dressed like a handsome young man, suddenly appeared in front of Luo Yan. All the cultivators in the audience recognized that this was Brother Liu, one of the top 10 masters in the middle courtyard. His flying sword technique was swift, sharp, and silent, which was extremely powerful. His strength had long been recognized by all the cultivators, and he was one of the many masters of the younger generation of Zhian sect. Brother Liu quickly knocked that person from the outside sect off the stage and spread the reputation of our Zhian sect. Brother Liu, quickly use your flying sword to pierce that man in green. Many disciples of Zhian sect in the cloud were cheering for their fellow disciples who had just jumped onto the stage. Obviously, this elegant young man is one of the most powerful among the many foundation-building cultivators. Mr. Liu, you must not lose. If you lose, it will be a disgrace to our top 10 masters. A young purple-robed Taoist shouted loudly in the distance. This small group of people gathered together, and they were a small group. Everyone's face was arrogant, and their eyes were full of ease. Obviously, they did not take this challenge seriously. In the entire 100,000 li territory, their Zhian sect was the largest, and they were the best among them. Naturally, they would not take other peers seriously. Even many fellow disciples, in their eyes, were divided into different levels. If they were not on the same circle, they would definitely not be able to play together. Brother, please. After the elegant young man performed a Taoist bow, he sacrificed a flying sword out of thin air. The moment this flying sword appeared, a series of black mysterious auras spread unconsciously on the Taoist stage. Looking closely, these dense black auras are as small as hairs, and no one takes them seriously. In fact, these are sword auras that exude coldness. If an ordinary cultivator walks into them, he will be pierced through by these sword auras and die in less than a moment. It is extremely powerful. Luo Yan, who was far away, saw the angry expressions of the disciples of Zhian sect below the stage, and knew that this catfish was probably doomed. If he did not show his absolute strength to shock, there might be accidents. It was just right to use these people to test the results of years of thunder practice. Thinking of this, Luo Yan no longer hid his true strength. Chila. A flash of lightning burst out from the void and fell on the body of the elegant young man in an instant, leaving him no time to react. His body glowed, and then black smoke rose. After twitching a few times, he fell to the ground. Those dense black sword auras were also shattered under this violent thunder. They were all disintegrated in an instant. His many Zhian sect disciples on the cloud gasped when they saw this horrifying scene. This is one of the top 10 masters of this generation of foundation-building cultivators from Qingyu Peak in the central courtyard. But after just one encounter, Senior Brother Liu fell down. A graceful young man instantly became a black wooden stake. How could this not surprise everyone? Even Yun Songzi's ears were filled with the voices of many elders, who asked him who this young Taoist in green was. Where did he invite this foreign sect prodigy from? He was so powerful. The elite disciples of his own sect couldn't even resist for one round. When the real secret art of thunder appeared, Luo Yan's originally restrained aura dissipated, and instead became more sharp. The crackling electric light flowed around his body, which was very domineering. This extremely strong and yang power was contained in his body, stimulating a different aura. It was at this time that many disciples of Zhian sect looked at the Taoist priest in green with black hair and shawl on the Taoist stage with heavy faces. As soon as the thunder method was used, the endless provocations disappeared. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Only some purple-robed disciples with very strong auras were still examining something. Thunder spiritual root cultivator. It's really not easy to deal with it. A disciple of Yan sect sighed softly. His face changed for a long time, and he finally didn't dare to step forward. Because the power of thunder, all the cultivators had just seen it. As soon as the thunder method was used, the power increased rapidly, which can be called the top secret technique. When fighting with others, people can't guard against it, and they will be hit by it if they are not careful. You should know that the flying sword technique of the previous senior brother, surnamed Liu, was already very sharp. I never thought that the thunder method would be defeated so thoroughly. Obviously, the strength of this Taoist priest in green is not as simple as they observed in front of them. This Taoist brother is polite. Senior Li Zhuan, please teach me. Not long after, another purple-robed Taoist came on stage. The runes on his body were everywhere, and his aura was very profound. This time, the disciple of Yan sect who came up seemed very polite. After all, the strength of the Taoist in green was obvious to all. No matter where a strong person goes, he should be respected. Luo Yan of the Southern Region 5 Elements Temple, please. This senior disciple of Yan sect took the lead in attacking. Countless runes were transformed into more than a dozen powerful beasts, all rushing towards the Taoist in green opposite. In an instant, the entire Taoist stage was filled with runes. The roars of the beasts continued, as if shaking the sky and the earth, and the terrifying sound waves shook the void into ripples. Boom! Surrounded by more than a dozen ancient beasts, Luo Yan's eyes revealed a ray of determination. With his mind and spirit in one, he casually struck out with a bolt of lightning, directly splitting the dozen beasts into powder. The lightning also spread through the runes all over the sky and spread to the disciple of the upper courtyard. He was also knocked unconscious by the electric shock, and his whole body was charred. Another disciple of the Purple Cloud sect was defeated. Li Zhuan, the strong man of the upper courtyard, was defeated in one encounter. How could this thunder spirit cultivator be so strong? The south region is millions of miles away from Marzhongzhou. How did Uncle Yun Songzi bring this person here? The results of the battle on the Taoist stage were all seen by the cultivators. There was an uproar in the Taoist temple. The disciples of the upper and middle courtyards, who are usually high and mighty, seemed so powerless in front of the calm and composed Taoist in green. Li Zhuan was definitely a master in the foundation building stage, and his rune magic was extremely powerful. Even so, he still lost. So the disciples on the cloud gasped even louder. I don't know how to face it. Even some self-important masters thought that their strength was higher than the previous two. But at this moment, they all chose to remain silent. Because the thunder method of this Taoist in green was so terrifying, once struck, they would be defeated instantly. They were worried that they could not resist such a strong thunder method. Going up would be like giving away their heads, so they pretended to be turtles. For a moment, the huge Taoist temple became silent. After a while, someone finally stood up again. A cultivator from the southern region. I don't care which sect you are from, you can't come to my Yan sect to make trouble. In the distance, behind the black-haired elder, a young Taoist spoke. He was about 30 years old, and suddenly flew into the air. A red light rushed out, runes flashed, and met Luo Yan standing on the stage. Boom! 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 Several consecutive explosive thunders fell, and the thunder method and the secret magic power collided. The young Taoist in his 30s was still defeated, spitting blood, and flew out at a speed comparable to when he came. Compared with the previous two challengers, his condition was better. He was not unconscious, but was seriously injured. His hair was all standing up due to the electricity. This is the legitimate son of Elder Zhou from the outer courtyard. I never thought he would lose. Someone was shocked and recognized the identity of the young Taoist. Elder Zhou from the outer courtyard was a real giant and stage elder. As the legitimate son of Elder Zhou, the young Taoist had been taught by his father, who was a giant and stage cultivator, since he was a child. Although he had only been cultivating for 20 years, his strength was definitely beyond most of the disciples of Yan sect. Little guy, are you too cruel? The young Taoist was being helped up by a middle-aged Taoist with black hair. His face was as gloomy as water, and there was a terrifying aura gathering on his body, which made the surrounding Yan sect disciples subconsciously stay away from this area. The middle-aged Taoist was suppressing his anger, as if he was ready to take action at any time. The only offspring was seriously injured. As a father, If he doesn't get back his face for him, he would be unworthy of being a father. Zhou Qing. What do you want to do? Do you want to interfere with the duel on the Daosheng stage? Or do you want to bully the weak? Take your useless son and get back to your cave. This little guy was invited by the old man himself to suppress the arrogance of the younger generation. If a shameless guy like you breaks the rules today, where will I put my face? If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for turning my face against you. When the middle-aged Taoist condensed a majestic aura, Yun Songzi's wrinkled old face turned terribly black in an instant. You have to know that this is a fair fight between the younger generation. If you lose, which is a very normal thing. But once an elder in the Jinden stage actually wants to go on stage to bully the weak, if such a scene is spread out, I'm afraid he will be laughed out of his wits by the outer sect. And the background of this little guy is not simple. If they were bullied in public, the juniors' teachers would definitely come to Zhongzhou to ask for an explanation. Then, this matter would not be so easy to solve. Zhou Qing, who took action at this moment, would probably be suppressed directly. No one knows the strength of those super sects better than Yun Songzi. The disciples of super sects are almost all out for training. If they lose in a battle of the same level, it's okay, and those super sects won't take it to heart. But if an old cultivator is disrespectful, the trouble will be too big. By then, the entire Ziyin sect will probably be in big trouble. This is the strength of the super sect. They protect their children more than anyone else. Yun Songzi's momentum overwhelmed the whole audience. In his small body, a monstrous spiritual pressure broke out, making the cultivators on the cloud breathless. Look at you youngsters. You are arrogant and domineering on weekdays. You are the boss and the second in command. You always look down on others. What about now? Are you still arrogant? With so many people, you can't even beat one opponent. How dare we old guys hand over the future of Ziyin sect to you useless people? Yun Songzi's cold eyes swept around, and all the disciples in the audience were terrified. Then he turned his gaze back to the middle-aged Taoist, and the anger on his face was about to overflow. Look at your good-for-nothing son. He has practiced Taoism for more than 20 years, but he can't even master a small magical skill, and yet you want to take revenge on his behalf. I am ashamed of you. Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? Is it you, the elder with the cultivation base of the golden core stage, who is useless, or are both you and your son useless? You have so many resources on a normal day, but you can't even last 3 moves at the hands of others. You have disgraced me. You only know how to embarrass me. What are you doing here? Go back to your cave. Yun Songzi shouted, like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Difference in the Sect's Foundation, The Stone Tablet Falling from the Sky. The furious voice of the great elder of external affairs resounded throughout the clouds. His aged tone was filled with a strong sense of anger at his lack of fighting spirit. All the cultivators dared not look up and look at him, and they were all trembling with fear. The face of the middle-aged Taoist priest was also pale and blue. He dared not disobey the orders of the great elder of the external court. He could only snort angrily and fly down the clouds with his seriously injured son. Don't you always brag about my purple cloud sect, which is the only major sect within a radius of 100,000 miles, and no one can defeat it. Don't you always look down on the cultivators from the outside world? Arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant now? I'm saying this today, the old man, he is alone, and you have nearly 500 young disciples in the foundation establishment stage alone. If you can't find a way to defeat him, all of you should get out and practice. After seeing the true strength displayed by Luo Yan, Yun Songzi vaguely understood something. This little guy is definitely not an ordinary person. With such a powerful thunder secret technique, they still traveled 1,000,000 miles to Zhongzhou. All the scenes of seeking the Holy Land of Thunder are strung together to show a basic fact. That is, it is for the battle for the qualification of ascending to the true spirit realm that will start more than 10 years later. As an old man who has lived for hundreds of years, he naturally knows many secrets about this world. The close connection between the upper world and the Kangwu world is one of them. Once the time comes, there will be real people from the upper world coming down. Then it will be the time for the Battle of the Xianjiao to start. Ziyan sect will also have disciples running to participate. But every time they will be eliminated early. They don't even have the qualifications to be a spectator. Calculating the time, it won't be long before the battle starts. The most fundamental reason for this is that Ziyan sect was established too recently, and the sect's foundation is not enough. Although Ziyan sect has a vast territory, it is because it is close to the border and belongs to the edge of Zhongzhou. It is not surprising that the sphere of influence is several times larger. Yun Songzi had seen real mountains and knew that Ziyan sect was a low-lying area. In this huge Zhongzhou alone, there are many sects that are more powerful than Ziyan sect. Compared with these super sects, whether in terms of sect background or the number of high-level cultivators in the sect, Ziyan sect is absolutely at the bottom. There is no comparison at all. This is the real reason why Yun Songzi wants the younger generation of disciples to change. Only when they have seen the real Xianjiao with their own eyes will they understand where the gap between them is. Otherwise, if this continues for 100 years or 1,000 years, they can only stay on the edge of Zhongzhou and cannot move forward. As soon as the Thunder method on the Dao contest stage came out, Yun Songzi had already guessed it. The young Taoist in front of him from the Five Elements Temple in the southern region is definitely a real Xianjiao level 1 figure. This also proves from the side that the genius of his Ziyan sect is still a long way from those real Xianjiao of the same generation. And this gap will become larger and larger as time goes by. When he thought of the other sect's geniuses, in order to improve their own strength, they would not hesitate to cross millions of miles to see the ancient Holy Land. This attitude of seeking the truth made Yun Songzi feel silent. Because he knew his own affairs. The internal cultivators of Ziyan sect like to stay in the sect and talk about immortals and Tao with a few fellow disciples. How unfree. Relying on these useless guys to fight against those real geniuses, even Yun Songzi felt powerless. Brother Dao, can you let us join forces? A purple-robed disciple shouted under the Dao fighting stage. Luo Yan glanced at the hunchbacked old man in the distance and knew that he was being used as a gun this time. The 3 originally agreed appointments are now full. But after Yun Songzi's scolding, many disciples of Ziyan sect were filled with righteous indignation. It seemed that Luo Yan, who is on the Dao fighting stage, was an unforgivable villain. The atmosphere has reached this point. Even if he wants to withdraw now, he probably can't. Please. Luo Yan had a blank expression on his face, and he was becoming more and more indifferent. If they want to fight, then fight. Then 4 of the top 10 masters from the outer courtyard rushed onto the stage, set up a formation with the 4 directions, and each guarded one side. The Taoist in the middle was trapped inside. Then the 4 of them pinched their fingers at the same time and pressed towards the middle position. The jade purity begins to green, the true talisman announces the alliance, pushes the 2 key, and mixes into one to become true. 5 thunders, hurry to Wangning, roaring lightning, and coming as soon as you hear the call. 5 elements, 5 directions. Thunder comes. Even though he was attacked by these 4 figures at the same time, Luo Yan was not afraid. He stood in the air, and fierce lightning burst out from his whole body, and his low shout resounded through the cloud platform. A thunder showered down, and dozens of thunder submerged the entire Taoist competition platform. After a moment, the thunder dissipated, and the 4 purple-robed disciples all fainted. The battle was very quick, and it was over in an instant. It had just begun, and it was over in an instant. This was because Luo Yan held back. Otherwise, with just that one strike, the 4 people would have turned into ashes and disappeared completely. After such a terrifying scene appeared, all the onlookers were shocked. Some low-level disciples even showed panic on their faces, and did not dare to look at the green-clothed Taoist on the Taoism stage. They no longer had the desire to fight against the green-clothed Taoist. Even the scolding of their own foreign affairs elders was still vivid in their ears. This is the real Xianjiao level combat power. Ordinary cultivators, no matter how many there are, can hardly hurt Luo Yan. As soon as the thunder method that was more terrifying than before came out, Yun Songzi knew that he could not fight. The strength of the 2 sides was too different. Although there are still 2 real spiritual root cultivators hidden inside the Ziyan sect, they may barely have the strength to fight this little guy. But Yun Songzi did not intend to let them come out to fight. His original intention was to let the people from the outer sect strike at these ignorant younger disciples. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to fight anymore. So he spoke to in today's Daoxiangte battle. When the disciples of Zion sect flew down from the clouds, they glanced at Luo Yan with shock in their eyes. Obviously, what happened on the Daoxiangte today surprised them and opened their eyes. Is this the person of the same age who came from the top sect in the outer domain? It simply overturned their imagination of the strength of the cultivators. If it weren't for Elder Yun Songzi's deliberate reminder, they would even think that this Taoist in green is a giant stage cultivator. It's not an exaggeration. Can a foundation-building stage cultivator be so invincible? A young Zion sect disciple was puzzled. Maybe it's because that's the real thunder method. I've heard that thunder is one of the strongest powers. Today I finally learned something new. Many Zion sect disciples were talking in a low voice when they left. What happened today will probably be unforgettable for them. Although it is not uncommon to find a person like Luo Yan who is a first-class genius among those super sects, the Zion sect is not rich in resources and cannot cultivate such a great man who can suppress a sect. Therefore, after these battles, the younger generation of disciples of the Zion sect were extremely shocked. Brother Luo, you really shocked me. I didn't expect your real strength to be so high. Xiaorunan stared at her smart eyes, shining with surprise. Is this the genius who came out of the super sect in the south region that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years? It is indeed extremely powerful. Junior sister Xiao, you are too kind. Luo Yan calmed down for a while, and the excitement caused by the battle just now became calm and indifferent again. One thing he didn't say was that this was not his real strength. As for the real power of thunder, Luo Yan had even used less than half of it. Not to mention his best magical power related to the 5 elements. He didn't even show a shadow. After this battle, Luo Yan also discovered the reason for limiting the true strength of these Zion sect disciples. The entire Zion sect seemed to lack a positive atmosphere. There was also a big gap between the foundation of the Zion sect and his own sect. The most obvious point was that there were less than 500 Zion sect foundation building cultivators who were sitting on the cloud just now. Although the territory of the 5 Elements Temple was larger than that of the Zion sect, the number of mortals living in it was estimated to be not far apart. With a small difference in the total population, the strength of the disciples of the 2 sects was so different. It seems that this should be caused by the system and foundation of the 2 sects. Luo Yan thought secretly in his heart. If Luo Yan had joined the Zion sect, he would never have been able to come into contact with a complete great magical power of 5 colors divine light. Including people like Ji Hongxi, it is highly likely that they would not have too many intersections with him. His strength may exceed that of ordinary cultivators before the Jinden stage. But there is definitely an insurmountable gap between them and the top geniuses. This is the importance of the platform. Sects with a long history, such as the 5 Elements Temple, have enough foundation to raise the ceiling of true geniuses infinitely. The gap between the 2 sects was opened up little by little under such circumstances. At night, Luo Yan, led by Yun Songzi, came to the most core forbidden area of Zion sect. This is the back of a main peak. On the mountain in front, the spiritual energy is overflowing, and the spiritual energy is pressing. From time to time, various spiritual birds and beasts scream. But here it seems to be silent. Although it is not desolate, it is also covered with some mundane weeds and thorns. It seems that it has not been cleaned for a long time. Luo Yan and the other 3 came to the back of this main peak, at the bottom of the 1,000-foot stone cliff. As soon as he landed, Luo Yan felt a strange feeling. There is no spiritual energy in the depths of this mountain stream. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy of the forward is full, and they share a ground vein node. The gap between the 2 should not be so big. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Yan did not speak out immediately, and followed Yun Songzi's steps. Looking into the mist, there stood a huge stone tablet, which was pitch black and radiated a shiny luster. On the surface of the stone tablet, countless black and white lines were crookedly outlined. The lines of the 2 colors were intertwined with each other, like a messy ball of hemp thread. Little friend Luo, this is the treasure of my Zion sect, the Shendao tablet. Yun Songzi pointed to the huge black stone in front and said. Perhaps because the location here is relatively low-lying, the fog in the mountain stream is pervasive, and it is slightly damp everywhere. But this black stone tablet is as smooth as before, without a trace of water stain. Uncle, is this the treasure of my Zion sect? It looks like a broken stone anyway. Xiaorunan's red lips opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes kept flashing. She didn't see anything special. In her mind, a treasure should look like a treasure, brilliant and dazzling, rather than a broken stone on the roadside. Uncle Yan Songzi, you are not trying to deceive Brother Luo on purpose, are you? Runan knows that every time the brothers and sisters in the sect come to this forbidden area, the scene they see is not such a bare scene at all, but a sea of stone tablets hiding countless magic scriptures. Seeing the suspicious eyes of his juniors, Yan Songzi's white beard on his chin trembled. He felt helpless. He had heard a long time ago that girls are outgoing, and this time he saw it with his own eyes. They are so partial to each other after just meeting. If they get along for a while, it will be terrible. By then, I am afraid that even my soul will fly away. Yan Songzi's face showed some helplessness, so he began to explain the reason. Look at this mountain stream. Have you found that its two sides are particularly smooth and straight? It's like it was cut horizontally from the middle by a knife. Facing the eyes of the two juniors, Yan Songzi no longer kept it a secret. This is actually caused by this black stone tablet. As the explanation deepened, a very spectacular scene seemed to emerge in front of Luo Yan and the others. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, the gate of the sky in Kangwu realm opened wide, and a huge black vortex covered the sky. The entire Kangwu realm was plunged into darkness, and this situation lasted for 3 full days. On the 4th day, countless red clouds bloomed in the vortex, and countless strange stones flew out of it. These strange stones have different shapes, including pagodas, knives, swords, human shapes, etc. But without exception, they are all made of this black crystal stone. This Shinto steel fell from the sky and landed here, and it also chiseled this mountain 1,000 feet deep. Yun Songzi used a ball of spiritual power at this time and hit the black silk steel, just like a stone sinking into a quagmire, without causing any ripples. His sudden move also made Luo Yan frown. This seems to be a very special refining material. For some reason, the material of this sacred steel is extremely special. It is impervious to water and fire, magic, and divine consciousness. No matter what method is used, this black steel cannot be moved or removed. Even the top cultivators at the first level of the spiritualization stage cannot do anything with this steel. Chapter 299, Immortal's Words. The origin of the black stone tablet is quite mysterious. Whether it is true or false, no one can tell. After all, it is something from thousands of years ago. Time has passed for several rounds, and even the mountains and rivers have changed in some places. People in later generations naturally cannot distinguish the truth from the legends of the long time ago. However, the material of this black stone tablet is definitely very special. If it could be moved, it would have been put away by someone long ago, instead of being left here alone. The black stone tablet that looks like a Taoist tablet is definitely a good treasure. Although the people of Zion sect do not know its specific function, they cannot stop the fact that it is a treasure. Speaking of this, Yun Songzi's face also showed some helplessness. This Shinto tablet is definitely a good thing, but it's a pity that is it consuming spiritual energy? Suddenly, Luo Yan spoke. He had discovered this problem a long time ago. At first, he thought it was the formation set up by the people of Zion sect. But now it seems that this is not the reason at all. What Luo Xiao said is right. This sacred steel is very strange. It will devour all the spiritual energy around it, whether it is spiritual stones or spiritual plants. Even if a cultivator stays here for a long time, the spiritual energy in his body will be devoured. Therefore, it is almost impossible to set up any formation in this mountain stream. Yun Songzi's tone suddenly paused, and his eyes fell on someone. There was another sentence that he didn't say. This characteristic of the black steel made it impossible for the people of Zion sect to hide it. Because the majestic aura emanating from the steel can be sensed even from a very far distance. When this place was not controlled by Zion sect, some sects tried every means to hide this black steel. For example, burying it in the ground, flooding it, and setting up a super large chain formation on the periphery. Later, it was discovered that it was all in vain. The aura of this steel rushed straight to the sky, and all the protective formations. The moment they touched this aura, they would dissipate like bubbles in an instant. Not long after, Yun Songzi slowly uttered a few words. This is most likely a Dao steel. Hearing the word Dao steel, Luo Yan turned back suddenly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It is said that the Dao steel is a very special treasure that records the true meaning of high-level practitioners. It is like a sword master wrote a copybook, and someone realized the sword meaning from this copybook. This copybook can actually be called a Dao stele. What is the carrier, such as mountains, flowers, water, stones, wood, etc.? These are not important. The Dao stele is a rare treasure that allows living beings to comprehend the artistic conception. After hearing that it is such a good thing, Luo Yan was not too excited, but smiled lightly. Senior Yun Songzi, why is it? Please tell me clearly. Yun Songzi's old face smiled very happily, with wrinkles slightly raised. Dealing with smart people is simple, and you can understand it at a glance. There is no need to say more at all. Why don't you guess it, my friend? Luo Yan remained silent, with a faint guess. From the moment Xiao Runan said that this was not a disciple of Xian sect, and that this was not a real stele that a disciple of Xian sect had ever touched, he had a rough answer in his mind. This was to use the opportunity to comprehend this black stele to make a deal with him. My request is also very simple, that is, to exchange the opportunity to comprehend this stele for a promise from Luo Xiao. Luo Yan frowned, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Don't rush to refuse, Xiao. Yun Songzi seemed to have guessed the idea of the little guy in front of him, so he interrupted directly. The old man naturally wouldn't make any very rude requests. In fact, this promise is very simple. That is, if my Xian sect encounters an irresistible crisis during your lifetime, please remember the incense today and help as much as you can. Yun Songzi's expression was very sincere, and his tone became serious. He was worried about the future of his own sect. For old people like them who have lived for hundreds of years, the most worrying thing is the inheritance of their own sect. Especially when Yun Songzi saw his own disciples, who were vulnerable in front of these truly super large sects, he became even more worried. If one day, the younger disciples were not good enough and brought about the death of the sect, that kind of ending was simply unimaginable. It was the first time that Xiao Runan, who was standing by, saw her uncle showing such emotions. She felt a little confused, not knowing what her uncle was thinking. Senior Yun Songzi, you are joking. This gift is too precious. I am ashamed to accept it. Please take it back. Luo Yan heard the implication of Yun Songzi's words and refused again without hesitation. He was not stupid. For a sect as big as Xian sect, the cause and effect it had must be extremely huge. For a Dao stele with an unknown artistic conception, he had to sacrifice one of his favors. It was not worth it, very not worth it. Besides, artistic conception might be a rare treasure for others. But for Luo Yan, it was just like that. It was not as attractive to him as the declining Holy Land of Thunder. Please tell me about the Holy Land of Thunder. I will leave immediately after I get the exact information. This time, Luo Yan was particularly serious. He didn't want to argue with this old man who was full of small thoughts. It was too exhausting. Yun Songzi sighed lightly, feeling a little bitter. The disciples of these super sects were too smart and not easy to fool. Compared with the young Taoist in front of him, his younger generations seemed even more mediocre. Yun Songzi took out a jade slip from his storage bag and threw it over. After Luo Yan took it, he thanked him seriously. Then he sent a message to Xiao Runan, indicating that he should take him away. Wait. Since you're already here, you should take a look at this sacred stele, young friend Luo. Don't worry, I don't have any conditions this time. But you only have one night. I think with the amount of Taoist power that Runan has stored over the years, it is enough to exchange for one night. Yun Songzi turned around with his hands behind his back, ready to leave. He stared at the Taoist in green for a long time with turbid eyes. Finally, he disappeared silently at the bottom of the mountain stream. He couldn't stay to disturb the stone stele. Otherwise, it would be disturbing someone's path, and a fight to the death would be the least of his worries. Junior sister Xiao, this. Luo Yan's face was a little stunned, and his brows were still furrowed. On the contrary, Xiao Runan smiled sweetly, with a bit of playfulness. Brother Luo, you must hurry up. You should know that this forbidden place is difficult for even the disciples of Ma Xian sect to enter once. My sister still has a lot of Taoist skills, and it is enough to exchange for an opportunity to enter here once. Don't you want to accept Runan's kindness, Brother Luo? Being stared at by such a beautiful woman, Luo Yan was silent for a long time and accepted this favor. The cause and effect of Xian sect was too big, he didn't dare to accept it. But he simply calculated Xiao Runan's kindness and thought it was not a big deal. After thinking about this, Luo Yan immediately sat cross-legged in front of the black stone tablet. When Xiao Runan saw the action of the Taoist in green, it seemed that even the corners of her eyes were hanging with a smile, which was more curved than the crescent moon. She gently retreated to a distance, restrained most of her spiritual consciousness, and sealed her 5 senses, just to not disturb her friend's meditation in front of the stone tablet. At the same time, in front of the black stone tablet, Luo Yan's mind sank in and saw the special features of this stone tablet. The original disordered black and white lines seemed to flow according to a certain law. 0. Start the 3D observation perspective and mark all the wandering traces of the previous 2 color lines. Weird blue lines burst out of Luo Yan's eyes, and the blue light was dazzling. In the virtual trajectory generation, all the black and white lines have been marked. Combined with the countless scriptures in the Taoist canon building, the line trajectory needs to be opened with Taoist rhyme. Hearing the prompt of the chip, Luo Yan nodded slightly, and the artistic conception of 5 colors of green, blue, yellow, brown and red emerged on his body. The moment the 5 artistic conceptions emerged, this black stone tablet instantly became different. The lines in the stone tablet seemed to form a huge circular track. One black and one white, intertwined with each other, clearly distinguished. Just like night and day. Water and fire, yin and yang. The opposition between light and darkness. Luo Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, found that after feeling his own 5 elements artistic conception, the original black and white lines began to change. It was also 5 colors of 5 elements shining. It was just more blazing than the 5 colors blooming on Luo Yan's body. It seemed to echo with his own 5 elements artistic conception. When Luo Yan immediately used the mystery of thunder to get close to this circular track map, a mysterious and great aura came. It made his soul tremble. These 2 lines seemed to be stimulated by something and became active in an instant. The majestic thunder aura was filled, and the stone tablet was full of silver thunder. It was like a sea of thunder, and the aura was so terrifying that it was difficult for people to look at it. Somehow, Luo Yan suddenly imitated the sword intent released by Leon before, and imitated a trace of its Dao rhyme. He wanted to see if this black and white line could also imitate the sword intent. This is. Luo Yan's eyes widened, he muttered to himself, shocked beyond words. Because a sword light that split the sky and the earth came from the endless time and space. He was cut out of the observation of that kind of Dao rhyme. Sword intent can also be imitated. The lines of these 2 colors seem to be the collection of all Dao rhymes. What kind of artistic conception it has, it can match it and transform it. Afterwards, Luo Yan did several more experiments, imitating a little of the Dao rhyme of the Yaodang master who had the most contact with him, and released it in the black stone tablet. A shadow domain was formed, as if the space inside was completely imprisoned. The final result was the same. Although Luo Yan used special means to draw out the shadow Dao rhyme. But in just a moment, his consciousness was kicked out of the stone tablet space. It seems that this stone tablet has the ability to distinguish people's artistic conception. Those who are unqualified or speculative are all kicked out. Although these Dao rhymes have evolved very completely, Luo Yan found after many attempts. These Dao rhymes evolved from the black and white lines are particularly strange. It is true that it is a real Dao rhyme, but it cannot be blessed on the observer at all. It feels to Luo Yan that both sides are raindrops falling from the sky. His Dao rhyme fell on a leaf, clear and transparent, and became a dewdrop. A tiny drop is its original appearance without any change. And the Dao rhyme raindrops evolved from the black and white lines, dripped into the river, and became part of the river. When observing again, the original raindrops have the momentum of the river. The 2 drops of water have different origins because they finally fall into different carriers. It seems that there is a kind of macroscopic observation function that can give the illusion of a panoramic view. It has nothing to do with the actual Dao rhyme itself. In other words, watching this stone tablet is actually of no use to the growth of one's own artistic conception. On the contrary, as the observation time increases, it will lead to the risk of one's own artistic conception being swallowed up. After all, in order to outline the evolution of these black and white lines, a primer is needed. The artistic conception mastered by the cultivator is the foundation for its evolution. In Luo Yan's perception of the Dao rhyme, this black and white circular track diagram is actually a combination of various Dao. And the Dao here seems to be all-encompassing. Luo Yan saw the 5 elements, thunder, the shadow of the master of Yaodang, the sword intention of Leon, and so on. It seems that these Dao are all presented one by one in the evolution of the two lines. It's just that these lines seem incomplete. Although many Daos have evolved, they are almost incomplete. What is this line? Is it a higher level of power in the true spirit realm? Or is this really just a casual doodle by a great cultivator? And then the Dao rhyme evolved. Luo Yan simply sat cross-legged on the black stone tablet and perceived this special Dao rhyme in the most direct way. The Dao rhyme outlined by these black and white lines gave him a very domineering feeling. Luo Yan only observed for a short while, and he felt that his artistic conception was assimilated. Fortunately, he mastered the most basic but also the most extensive 5-element artistic conception. The 5 kinds of Tao rhyme are interdependent and can persist for a while in the black and white circular orbit diagram. As Luo Yan continued to comprehend, he found that these two lines, although monotonous and independent, gave him the feeling of a brand new text carrier. No, or it should be called a rune that is higher than the high-level rune. Only two opposing and similar lines can evolve into many Tao rhymes. There is a meaning of one law, all laws are understood in it. Countless ancient scriptures with unpredictable power are recorded by runes. Many runes gathered together can trace back to the origin of the predecessor's magical powers. Chapter 300. See you next time. I don't believe that you have empty eyes. Nowadays, in addition to runes, there is another thing that can evolve into the true Tao. How could Luo Yan not think about this? You have to know that Dao rules are not only the embodiment of the operation of rules, but also the key means for cultivators to improve their skills. Whether it is swordsmanship, magic, or the innate magical powers of monsters, etc. As the realm of living beings is improved, the 5 senses become more and more acute, and the trajectory of the world's Dao will inevitably become clearer and clearer. Skillful use of the domain of Dao is a must for every high-level cultivator or alien true spirit. Dao is the rule of the operation of the world. The art is the application of swordsmanship, scriptures, etc. This doesn't seem to be a Dao style. It feels like an extremely sophisticated surveying method. Luo Yan had handled some of the Dao style when he was in charge of the elixir auction in Yong'an City. Those so-called Dao style are actually some artistic conception objects engraved with swords, guns, swords and other magical tools. The cultivator can feel part of the artistic conception of the original owner from those sword objects. This is a spontaneous artistic conception object with subjective intentions. But the black stone tablet in front of him is not the case. It can only draw out the Dao rhyme hidden in it through the cultivator's own artistic conception. And the Dao rhyme that was drawn out cannot be comprehended at all. Luo Yan even suspected that all this was done intentionally by the hunchbacked old man. He made him work hard with a good calculation, and the reward was such a useless thing. This old guy is worthy of being the elder of foreign affairs, and his main goal is not to suffer a loss. With such an elder in front, Luo Yan was infected by the scene in the clouds before. He thought that the future of Zion sect might be improved to a certain extent. But now it seems that this is a typical case of the upper beam being crooked, which leads to the lower beam being crooked. Fortunately, Luo Yan didn't plan to comprehend anything from this stone tablet. He carefully observed these black and white lines several times, and then came to an astonishing conclusion. The reason why this black stone tablet was mistaken for a Dao tablet by people from the outside world is indeed because there are many different Dao rhymes manifested in it. At first, Luo Yan thought so too. But when Luo Yan connected the secrets of the Kangwu realm that Ji Hongxi had told him before, he suddenly came up with an amazing guess. That is, the reason why these two black and white lines evolved into many incomplete Dao rhymes in the stone tablet seems to be perfectly corresponding to the operating Dao rules of the Kangwu realm. They are all incomplete. Luo Yan used the chip to simulate the artistic conceptions of all sizes that he had seen over the years. As long as he could outline a little artistic conception, it would eventually be completely evolved by these two lines. It seemed that these Dao rules had already existed, but they were only manifested under his guidance. You know, even high-level runes cannot evolve Dao rules. The secret techniques of the great supernatural power level cannot be recorded with runes at all, because there is a lack of charm. But the current situation happened to exceed Luo Yan's previous cognition. Black lines, white lines. 0. Can you trace the origin of these two colors of lines and extract them? Luo Yan's tone was mixed with a bit of excitement. He seemed to have discovered a rule that only exists in a higher dimension. In the Kangwu realm, runes can be used to record most magical powers. The magical secrets that transcend runes can only be obtained through specific things or inherent insights. But the two black and white lines in front of him can actually evolve into many laws that do not belong to any of the runes, but can do things that runes cannot do. It is difficult for Luo Yan not to guess that these two lines are words from a higher dimension. If he can master this recording method that goes beyond the conventional system, Luo Yan believes that even if he goes to the true spirit realm, he can use this method to suppress the four directions. The subject's thinking is being finalized. The origin of the lines is being traced. Higher level text is being generated. Analyzing computing power. The text induction results failed. Please add more samples. The chip's invincible tracing ability failed when faced with these black and white lines. It was impossible to make any useful analysis at all. This is very similar to when Luo Yan first came into contact with the runes. It was the same at that time. This seemed to further prove Luo Yan's guess. These two separate lines are actually a kind of alternative high-dimensional text, used to track the Dao of Kangwu realm. It's like an ordinary fire rune that can automatically attract the fire energy in this world, thereby bursting out with extremely strong power. When these two lines are combined together, there is a similar effect. It's just that the fire rune attracts the fire element that exists in this world, and these two lines attract the operation of the Dao of Kangwu realm. When Luo Yan inputs his own artistic conception into the stone tablet, the stone tablet at this time becomes a mirror body. The corresponding Dao of Kangwu realm is highlighted. The black and white lines themselves do not have any Dao rhyme. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Luo Yan to not feel the slightest sense of oppression from such a complete Dao rule. If a complete Dao rule is manifested, the impact it brings is definitely something that Luo Yan, who is at this level of cultivation, cannot bear. And if this black stone tablet is a Dao tablet, Luo Yan can more or less understand something from it. But in fact, everything that is manifested in this stone tablet is outlined by Luo Yan through stimulating his own artistic conception. It seems to be a real manifestation of the Dao rule, but in fact it has lost a little bit of true meaning. A more vivid example is that these Dao rhymes have the surging and surging of rivers when they collapse. The sense of the scene is very deep, as if you are there in person. Even the momentum is exactly the same as the sound of the river. The only thing missing is a little momentum. This kind of momentum cannot be accurately described by a single text carrier at all. Like the howling of a monster in the wilderness, a roar shook the sky. In fact, this is the demon beast expressing its authority, deterring other demon beasts from approaching, otherwise it would be a provocation. The Dao rhyme evolved from this black stone tablet is only the deafening roar, without the original warning intention. It is precisely because of this that Luo Yan made a guess. The lines in this black stone tablet are actually a carrier of some higher dimensional text. With these two lines, the Dao rules that seem invisible but must exist in the Kangwu world can be pulled out. Of course, it does not mean that this stone tablet is completely useless for the growth of the cultivator's artistic conception. If it can be held for a long time, and the artistic conception is swallowed up, and it is observed for a long time, coupled with certain coincidences, there is still a certain probability that a variety of accidental situations can be combined together to play a role in comprehending the Dao rules. This is why Yun Songzi said that this is a Dao tablet. Thousands of people have thousands of faces, and they stand at different angles, so naturally everyone sees different things. Luo Yan had seen quite a few Dao tablets. When he found that he could not comprehend the Dao rules in the black stone tablet, his first reaction was not that he had become stupid, nor that there was a problem with the chip, but that this stone tablet had a flaw. This had little to do with how much artistic conception Luo Yan had mastered. It was mainly because of the open social system in his previous life that his thinking was not limited to one point. If this was really a Dao tablet that could evolve all Dao rules, it would definitely be a supreme treasure. The people of Xian sect alone would definitely not be able to keep the stone tablet. Therefore, the black stone tablet in front of him must be something other than a Dao tablet. Luo Yan believed that this black stone tablet was like some kind of instrument that recorded the Dao rules of the world. Through the black and white lines inside, the Dao rules that existed in this world could be observed. He even had a guess that this black crystal stone and the black and white lines were in a symbiotic relationship. Knowing that this seemingly monotonous black and white line was likely to be a higher level of text, Luo Yan spent a whole night using a chip to continuously record its automatic operation trajectory, and organized it into separate archives. Perhaps because too many samples were missing, Only the 2 lines presented in this stone tablet could not make more clues. Unless he could master more detailed sample data. When Luo Yan came out from the bottom of the mountain stream again, he found that Yun Songzi looked at him with a little surprise. Because this little guy from the south region actually stayed in there for a whole night. Before, Yun Songzi thought that this young Taoist in green would stay in there for at most an hour. After all, that stone tablet would devour the spiritual power of the cultivator. But after seeing this Taoist in green with a calm face, Yun Songzi was not sure. The black stone tablet is definitely a rare treasure. It can reflect the Tao of the cultivator, thus providing a general direction for future practice. But in fact, the function of this stone tablet seems a bit useless. Because it cannot help the cultivator to realize the Tao. Those who have already comprehended the artistic conception, after viewing the stone tablet, at most know the strength of the artistic conception and where it is specifically manifested. However, cultivators who have not comprehended the artistic conception will not even have a reaction to the stone tablet. They will also have to bear the mental backlash of the stone tablet. Therefore, in the Zen sect, the Shinto tablets that most disciples have seen have actually been tampered with. It was a new Shinto tablet formed by the elders of the Zen sect, putting some of the scriptures in the Sutra Pavilion into it. The disciples in the Zen sect did not see the stone tablet that the Taoist in green saw at all. Instead, they saw the scriptures that were deliberately found in the Sutra Pavilion. This created the illusion that all the disciples of the Zen sect who had seen the Shinto tablet had gained a lot. Yun Songzi's previous idea was very simple. That is to use a stone tablet that has no place to be in exchange for the genius of the Southern Region 5 Elements Temple to take action. No matter how you look at it, this is extremely cost-effective. With the insignificant information about the location of the Thunder Dao Holy Land, plus an opportunity to comprehend the black stone tablet, there is no need to provide real scripture magical powers. It is a complete free-for-all. The Zen sect suffered almost no losses. It can also allow the elite disciples in the sect to see the true strength of the super sect Xianjiao. No matter how you look at it, it is a bloody profit. As for whether this little guy from the south region can comprehend a certain amount of Taoism from it, it is not something that Yun Songzi can decide. After all, there is indeed Taoism manifested in the stone tablet, and he is not lying. It's just that now this little guy from the south region has really stayed in it for a whole night, which makes Yun Songzi feel a little suspicious. Could it be that this little guy really comprehended something from the stone tablet? However, this idea only lasted for a moment, and was thrown out of Yun Songzi's mind. There are thousands of people who have viewed the stone tablet, not to mention 10,000. He has never heard of anyone being able to comprehend Tao from it. Thinking of this, Yun Songzi stopped thinking and said softly, "Little friend Luo, the deal between us is settled. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to my sect for a chat. Zen sect always welcomes you to visit. Runan, the old man has other things to do, so I'll leave this to you." Yun Songzi was frightened by Luo Yan's strange eyes. Even if he was thick-skinned, he would feel a little embarrassed when facing such a sincere look. After all, what he did before was indeed a bit unkind. So he left in a hurry. After his uncle left, Xiao Runan's eyes moved. "Brother Luo, there are many beautiful scenery in my Zen sect. Sun Moon Lake, Koanilim Lake, White Lotus Pond, Panlong Waterfall. If Brother Luo is interested, Runan can take you there." Unlike Yun Songzi, the old fox, Xiao Runan seemed much simpler. Her body was crystal clear, and she talked endlessly about the many beautiful scenery of Zen sect. Xiao Runan's eyes were full of expectation, like a young girl who knew nothing about the world. And she was really beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the world, with a graceful figure and a kind of fragile beauty. But when Xiao Runan met the clear, yet extremely indifferent eyes of the Taoist in green, Luo Yan remained silent. After staring at each other for a long time, the water waves in Xiao Runan's eyes dimmed a lot in an instant. "Brother Luo, are you leaving?" The rising sun passed over the mountain and poured down with endless light. Somehow, the chirping of strange beasts and insects on Kingayu Peak seemed a little cold and lonely at this moment. Xiao Runan, who was obviously wearing a purple dress, seemed to be glowing all over under the reflection of the morning sun, and her hair was dyed a light golden glow. This time, thanks to junior sister Xiao's help, I finally got the answer I was looking for. If junior sister Xiao comes to my 5 Elements Temple someday, I will welcome you. Luo Yan's tone was sincere and gentle. He turned around and bowed deeply to the purple-clothed female cultivator to express his gratitude. Since Brother Luo has made up his mind, it's not good for Runan to keep him. Let Runan see Brother Luo off for the last time. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.